Kaleidoscope in Fairy Tale. Chapter 2. In the Year Walked Out. The boy's name is Fai Bearsarian, and he is also the protagonist of our story. Huey's original name was Lin Hui, and he was one of the ordinary people living in the capital of the Great Celestial Empire. He was abandoned by his parents when he was born and grew up in an orphanage. When he became an adult, he found a job as a driver. Hui originally thought it was very ordinary to live this life, but everything was changed on that day. On XXXX, a sudden red meteor fell on Phi's home, bringing Fai into this world. Fairy Tales. The world is also a world that Hui is very familiar with. As an orphan in his previous life, his favorite is this anime. 9 years since I came to this world. Hui felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. He was watching Fairy Tale before time travel. The moment he opened his eyes, he knew where he was. The person in front of him was exactly the same as Urza in the future, with the slightest murderous intention, but he also revealed his reluctance and clearly told his life experience. His mother was one of the 12 shields of the future Albarez Empire, and she was known as Albarez's twin wall along with August Bearsarian. He is also Urza's biological brother who does not exist in the original work. Unexpectedly, the fate of this life is so similar to that of the previous life. They were both abandoned by their parents at birth. Urza, I will definitely rescue you, brother. Hui thought painfully in his heart, and once again recalled what happened a year ago. When Hui was born, the red meteor that brought Hui to this world entered Huey's eyes and never appeared again. No special changes were found on his body. After that, Hui took Urza to start his wandering career. At first, Hui also wanted to find Fairy Tale to join, but he only knew that Fairy Tale was in the kingdom of Fiori. But they didn't know how to get around Nolia town. After being deceived several times and almost being trafficked by human traffickers, Hui had no choice but to give up the idea temporarily. So Hui and Urza started wandering and trying to awaken themselves. Magic until 1 year ago. 1 year ago, in the 8th year of their wanderings, Fai and Urza met someone on their way to find food. Fai had no idea that the second president of Fairy Tale and the president of Devil's Heart, Hades, had taken a liking to Fai and Ai. Luca's talent wanted to take them away, but Fai knew Hades' identity and refused to obey. Hades wanted to use violence to take Fai and Urza away, and at this time, Fai was brought here. It is the red meteor of the world. The Mangeki Sharingan appears. The red meteor is a pair of 6-pointed star-shaped Mangeki Sharingan. Fai doesn't know why a pair of Mangeki Sharingan appears in the Fairy Tale world, but he has no time to think about it. Fai, who had obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, started a fierce battle with Hades, but Fai, who had just awakened and was not familiar with the fighting method of the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not fully exert the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and because Fai and I don't know if there is another pair of the same eyes in this world. If it cannot evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope, Fai is worried that he will go blind if he uses these eyes too much. Fai, who lacks combat experience, is quickly caught by Hades. Fai, who was lying on the ground after being knocked down by Hades with the 28 Amaterasu style, looked at Hades walking by and reaching out to Urza who was hiding aside. Fai felt extremely unwilling in his heart. In anger, Fai used the ultimate eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Hades, who did not expect that Fai still had the power to resist, was carelessly injured by Fai, allowing Fai to successfully take Ai. Lusha escaped. However, Susanoo, who was not originally used by Hui, who was young and lacked magic power. As a price, Huey's Mangekyo Sharingan could no longer be opened for a short time, and Hui also temporarily fell into blindness. A few months later, Fai and Urza passed by Rosemary Village and temporarily lived here. After so many years in this world, Fai, whose memory of the original work became increasingly blurred, did not remember that it was about to happen here. So, the tragedy of the original work still happened. The black magician hunted children everywhere in order to resurrect Zeref. Fai, who was temporarily blind, had no strength to resist. Urza knocked him unconscious and hit him with Kagura. After getting up, he was captured by the black magician to build the Tower of Paradise. No matter what, I will definitely bring you out completely, Urza, this is my promise as a brother. Hui swore in his heart. Read books every day on May Day, top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 3. My mother's name is Uru Milkovich, she is the strongest ice mage in the north of Ishgar. When I was born, the magic power in my body was too great for my body to bear. My mother gave me to the Magic Research Institute in order to treat me. But this Magic Research Institute uses me as an experimental subject to study magic, and conducts various experiments on me every day. Arusha recalled her time at the Magic Research Institute, and the fear in her heart made her tremble non-stop. Hui stepped forward to hug Tia and comforted, "Don't be afraid, Kagura and I are by your side. We will accompany you." Kagura nodded aside. Arusha nodded, choked with sobs, and continued, "I have not seen my mother during these years in the institute. Not long ago, I escaped from the research institute while the researchers were unprepared and went back to look for my mother. However, I saw her living happily with 2 other boys, and it seemed that my daughter did not exist. So I just ran away from there." Arusha said with a look of hatred, "She never cared about me as a daughter after she threw me into the Magic Research Institute. She abandoned me." "Tia, I feel that this matter may not be what you imagined," Hui said. "She abandoned me. I was tortured at the Magic Research Institute. When I desperately expected to escape from there and return to her, she lived happily with others and completely forget about my daughter." Yuryudiya interrupted Hui excitedly. "Tia, calm down." Hui grabbed Arusha's shoulder. "You also know what kind of place that Magic Research Institute is. What if those researchers deceived your mother? What if they could continue to use it as experimental material for research and tell your mother that you have died unexpectedly? Have you ever thought about the possibility of this happening?" Arusha was stunned for a moment when he heard Hui's words. Hui continued, "If someone from the Magic Research Institute tells your mother that you are dead, your mother will definitely be heartbroken, but life will go on. She adopted 2 boys and taught them magic, probably to appease the pain in her heart because of losing you. If you don't go see her, you may regret it for the rest of your life. But, what if it wasn't like this? What if she really abandoned me?" Yuryudiya sobbed softly. "No, Tia, you have to believe in you and your mother. And even if this is the case, aren't there still us? Kagura and I will always be by your side. Tia, be brave." Hui said. "Yes, Sister Arusha, Brother Hui and I will always be with you." Kagura, who was sitting next to him and had been silent, said. Arusha looked at Kagura, then at Fai, and nodded vigorously. The next morning, Hui woke up Kagura and Arusha. "Pack your bags and hit the road." "Hui, why did you come to the northern continent? And why do you keep your eyes closed?" Arusha asked curiously as he walked. "Brother Hui and I came to the north to find a way to help him regain his sight." Brother Hui said that he also wanted to find someone in the north, Kagura said quickly before Hui could answer. "Blindness?" Ulu asked in surprise. "Hui, what's wrong with your eyes?" "It's okay, Tia, my eyes are only temporarily blind. I have a feeling that it will recover after a while, maybe during this trip to the north. It's a coincidence that we came to the north just to look for Uru. We heard that she is a powerful magician. We want to learn magic from her and rescue my sister and Kagura's brother. They don't know who they are now. Where did the black magician go?" Hui naturally wouldn't tell her that he came to look for Arusha this time, and then Hui told Arusha what happened a year ago. "I'm sorry, Fai, for reminding you and Kagura of these sad things again. I didn't know so many things happened to you. I always thought Kagura was your biological sister." Arusha looked at Fai and Kagura guiltily and said, "It's okay, Tia, even if you don't mention it, I will always remember this. My sister Urza and Kagura's brother Simon, I don't know where they are now. They were kidnapped by the black magician. Yes, their lives must be very bad now, and I will definitely rescue them," Hui said firmly, "and I have always regarded Kagura as my biological sister, and the same goes for Tia. Well, Hui, I will also help you find them," Arusha said loudly with a red face. "Then Kagura-chan and I would like to thank Tia-chan," Hui said with a smile. "I'm not young anymore. I have grown up." "Hui, you are not much older than me," Kagura and Arusha retorted loudly. "Ha ha ha." Hui's laughter and Arusha and Kagura's loud protests drifted into the distance and gradually disappeared. Chapter 4. That's right, Tia. A few days later, under the leadership of Arusha, Hui and his party came to Uru's previous residence. Looking at the empty house in front of them. "That's it. I saw them on the hillside over there before, but now I don't know where they have gone." Uryudiya pointed to a hillside on the side of the house. Judging from the situation, they didn't leave for a long time. They were in a hurry when they left, maybe there was something urgent. Presumably they will come back, let's wait here. Hui opened the door and walked into the room, holding a cup of warm tea that had not been finished yet. "Sister Tia, look here!" Kagura suddenly shouted. Hui and Arusha heard the words and came over, and saw Kagura pointing to a photo beside the bed. On the photo, Uru hugged the young Arusha, and Uryudiya smiled happily in Ulu's arms. "Mother!" Arusha looked at the photo in his hand and shouted with a choked voice. You can still vaguely see the traces of tears dripping in the photo. "Sister Tia, please come here again," Kagura greeted Arusha. There was a pile of clothes neatly placed beside the bed. Arusha left. "When I came over and saw it, my eyes turned red. This is the clothes I wore when I was a child. Tia, as I guessed, your mother Uru, she did not abandon you, she was just deceived by that damn Magic Research Institute. It can be seen that she often looks at this photo and cries. The clothes you used to wear are always placed beside the bed to miss you. She still loves you deeply and misses you all the time." Arusha cried and nodded. "I was wrong. I misunderstood her. I want to apologize to her in person." "Okay, Tia, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and you no longer resent your mother, so don't be so sad. This is not your fault, is it? It's not too late now, and you probably won't either. I hope to see you sad, she must also hope that her daughter can be happy." Hui comforted Urutaya. "We are here waiting for them to come back and explain everything. You can still return to your previous life. Urutaya will definitely be very happy to see you." "Fai, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never see Uru again in this life." After listening to Hui's words, Arusha calmed down. Time passed slowly in Arusha's memories, from morning to noon, from noon to afternoon, but still did not see Urutaya and the others coming back. "Hui, have they already left here and will not come back again?" Arusha asked worriedly. "No, Ulu loves you so much, but did not take away the photos or your clothes, which means that they went out temporarily and will definitely come back. Let's go to a nearby town and ask. Uru is the most powerful magician in the north. There must be many people who know her. Someone must have seen where they went." Hui felt uneasy at this time, as if a shadow was coming over them. Hui took Kagura and Arusha and quickly rushed to the nearest town. After asking the residents of the local town, they told Hui, very early on, saw Gray leaving in a hurry with an angry face. Not long after, Ulu and Leon followed Gray in the direction he left. Gray and Leon were adopted by Ulu. The names of the two boys. After hearing this, Hui thought, damn it, why did I forget such an important thing? Gray went to find Deliera alone for revenge, and Uru used absolute ice to save him. died together with Deliara. Hui hates himself very much at the moment. After so many years in this world, except for some very important people and things, his memory of most other things has been very blurry. Tia, Kagura, hurry up and catch up, we have to hurry up now, I'm afraid things are not that simple. Hui suppressed the anxiety in his heart, took Kagura and Arusha and hurried up in the direction where Uru and the others left. Gray's hometown was destroyed by the demon Deliara that was raging in the north. Gray's parents also died in that disaster. He always wanted revenge, so he found Uru and worshipped her as his teacher to learn magic, in order to one day the expert swordsman Deliara. Not long ago, Gray heard about the place where Deliara was active. He felt that he could kill Deliara as he was accomplished in magic, so he went to find Deliara alone to seek revenge, regardless of Uru's obstruction. After Uru knew about it, he quickly followed with Leon. Along the way, Hui told Arusha and Kagura the reason. But Uru is the most powerful mage in the north. She must be able to defeat Deliara. Kagura looked at Hui's anxious face and asked in confusion. Arusha also nodded beside him, expressing his agreement with Kagura's words. Deliara is the demon in the book of Ziref. Ziref was the most powerful magician 400 years ago and the ancestor of the black magicians. He has the ability to create life and is regarded by future generations as the existence of taboos. There are countless demons in the book of Ziref, all created by Ziref. Every time these demons appear, they bring devastating disasters to people. Hui explained as he hurried on, and Daily Euler is one of the countless demons in the book of Ziref. It has extremely powerful vitality and destructive power. Even the Holy 10 Magicians, known as the 10 strongest magicians in Ishgar, cannot easily defeat it. Then we speed up and must find them quickly. After hearing Hui's words, Arusha felt extremely uneasy. Hui took Uriya and Kagura to fly at a faster speed and caught up in the direction Uru and the others left. Chapter 5. Brother Hui, this town has been destroyed. Towards evening, Kagura suddenly said. Hui heard the words Tia, Kagura, please be careful. It seems that we are very close to Deliara, and we will surely find Uru and the others soon. Then Hui, Arusha, and Kagura accelerated again and flew forward in the direction of the destruction of the town. It's Mom. Hui, I saw her. Arusha said excitedly, she is fighting with Deliara. Let's go and help her. Stop. Tia. Hui grabbed Arusha and said, let me go. I'm going to help Arusha. Tia, please calm down. Uru doesn't know that you are alive yet. If you rush forward like this, it will only distract her, and your current strength cannot help her. So what should we do? Uriya said with a cry. Dia, have you seen Grey Leon? Hui asked. I saw them. They were right in front, hiding behind a stone. Come on, let's go find them first. Hui took Kagura and Arusha to the place where Leon and Grey were hiding. Grey, Leon. When Grey and I heard someone calling them, they looked back and were stunned for a moment. They saw a red-haired boy with closed eyes and a girl with long black hair holding a tachi in her hand standing behind them. Next to them I also followed a girl with the same face as Uru. You are, Arusha. You are still alive. Grey shouted in surprise. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Can any of you explain what's going on now? Hui interrupted Grey. And who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is how to defeat Deliola now. Hui shouted impatiently. It's all my fault, if it weren't for me, Ulu wouldn't be in this predicament. Grey said guiltily, Urus and Deliara have been fighting for more than an hour, but they have been unable to defeat it. All damage caused to Deliara can be recovered quickly. Hearing this, Hui and others fell into thinking. Suddenly, a bang interrupted Hui's thoughts. Leon, what do you mean? I only heard Grey shouting. It's all because of you. If you hadn't insisted on seeking revenge against Deliola, this situation wouldn't have happened. Leon punched Gray, grabbed Gray's clothes and yelled at him. You is the strongest, she will never fail. After saying that, Leon rushed towards Deliola. Ice make, white dragon. I saw a magic circle appearing in Leon's hand, and a white dragon made of ice flew out of the magic circle. Go back quickly. Leon. Looking at Leon who suddenly rushed out, you was shocked. Deliola smashed the white dragon made of ice into pieces casually, and then a beam of light from his mouth was about to spray towards Leon. At this time, Leon was still under his own magic in the shock of being smashed by Deliola. He was completely defenseless and saw that the beam was about to erupt. Ice make rose garden. I saw countless thorns and roses made of ice in an instant. It was frozen. You just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take Leon away, only to see the ice rose garden explode in an instant, and Deliola sprayed out a beam of light. At this time, you had no time to use defensive magic. I can only hug Leon and try my best to dodge to the side. Mother. Urusha and Gray saw this scene before they could react to the shock of Leon suddenly rushing out to attack Deliola. Urusha and Gray immediately rushed in the direction of Uru. At this time, his heart suddenly jumped, but Hui didn't think much about it, and he and Kagura quickly followed. This is tricky, I didn't expect it to be so strong. In the smoke, Ulu was seen kneeling on one knee, with his hands on the ground. The part of his right leg below the calf completely disappeared, and Leon was unconscious behind her. Mother. Hearing this cry with a cry, Ulu had no intention of paying attention to his own situation at this time. He stared blankly at the face in front of him that he had missed countless times in his memory. Tia, you are still alive. Mom, I'm still alive. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Uriudia looked at Ulu's missing right foot, threw herself into Ulu's arms, and cried and apologized. It's Mom who's sorry for you, it's Mom who's sorry for you. Hearing Uriudia's words, Uriudia, who knew his daughter very well, instantly understood what happened. Ulu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, if it wasn't me it's okay, it's okay. Looking at Gray's face full of fear, Ulu let go of Urusha, hugged Gray in his arms, and interrupted him. Tia, get out of the way. When Tia opened her mouth to say something else, she only heard Hui shouting from behind. When Uru heard this, he looked back and saw Deliola spraying out another beam of light, aiming in the direction of them. Location. Damn it. Looking at the stunned Tia and Uru Hui who was unable to dodge, he hated his own incompetence. At this time, Hui's heart beat suddenly again. And Hui felt that his eyes seemed to be moving. Hui gritted his teeth, choosing to trust his own feelings. Hui rushed to the position between Deliola and Uru, and saw that the beam of light focused on Hui instantly. Brother Hui! Hui! Kagura and Urusha were extremely shocked by Phi's sudden action, crying and rushing towards Phi's position. Uru and Gray also looked at the location where the beam exploded with shocked faces. At this time, the smoke and dust there was a hint of purple light in the air, and Wu Lu thought he had an illusion. When the smoke and dust cleared, he saw a huge half-skeletal giant appearing in Hui's place, and Hui was standing in the middle of the giant. Chapter 6. Suzuo no Hu. At this critical moment, Phi's Mangeki Sharingan recovered, and Fai once again used this ultimate eye technique that combines offense and defense. Haha, just a little bit close. Hui gasped, looking at the huge cracks on Suzanu's bones, and thought with fear. Then, Hui felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and at the same time he felt blood flowing out of his eyes, and his vision was a little blurry, so he quickly pulled Suzanu Neng who was relieved. Damn it, it's still very reluctant. Brother Hui, Kagura and Tia rushed to Hui and saw the blood flowing from the corners of Hui's face. Brother Hui, what's wrong with your eyes? Kagura and Tia asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'm fine, my eyes have just recovered, and then I used Susanoo again. My magic power and eye power were overdrawn, and I will be fine after a period of practice. Hui breathed for a while and then comforted him. You go back first, it's not safe yet but, Tia, I am your brother Hui. As an older brother, isn't it natural for me to protect my sister? Besides, Tia, I will be fine. I still have things I must do. Urza and Simon are still waiting for me to save them. I promised you that I will always be by your side. This is my important promise as a brother and a man, so I will definitely protect you. Protect my own. Hui looked back at the fear on Tia and Kagura's faces, smiled and touched Tia's head, and gently pushed her and Kagura back. Brother, you must be fine. Kagura and Arusha stepped back and shouted towards Fai. Fai waved his hands with his back to Tia and Kagura, made a reassuring gesture, and walked towards Deliola. Well, my ideal is to be an otaku, just eat and wait until death. Why do I always encounter this kind of thing? Hui smiled bitterly, although I told Kagura and Dia very nicely, but in front of me. I have no confidence in an opponent like this. I hope the ability of these eyes can surprise me. Fortunately, I have not neglected exercise for so many years. If it were the body in the previous life, it should have been exhausted by now. Hui thought as he wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes. Hui walked up to Deliola and looked up at Deliola's huge body. It's really scary just looking at it. He is indeed a hero. The demon that symbolizes disaster in the Book of Wolf. Deliora looked at the ants in front of him and waved his hand casually. Seeing this, Hui advanced instead of retreating. He used the flexibility of his small body to avoid Deliora's attack and went around behind Deliora. Don't let me down. Huey's left eye flashed red. Eye technique, create. A golden spear appeared in front of Hui. This is the ability of Huey's left eye. It can create all inanimate objects and perfectly restore the object. Hui grabbed the spear with both hands and stabbed it quickly. Pointing at Deliora's left foot, the inevitable yellow rose. He heard Deliola scream, turned around and punched Hui. Before the punch hit Huey's face, Hui could feel the stinging wind on his cheek. Hui hurriedly twitched the gun, quickly retreated, but was still a step too slow. It was hit by Deliora's punch. Hui screamed and was knocked away, hitting a stone pillar. Ahem, Hui kneeled on the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, just being hit by a scratch is so powerful. If you get punched in the front, you will definitely die. But Deliora must be feeling uncomfortable now. Hui looked in the direction of Deliora. This is the damage caused by a cursed treasure that cannot heal wounds. It is a weapon with strong regeneration ability. Weapons of people and creatures. After the smoke cleared, Deliola was seen kneeling on one foot while roaring. His left foot was bleeding, but the wound was still healing slowly. Damn it, even this can't seal Deliora's self-healing and regeneration abilities. Feeling that the curse on Deliora's wound was still having an effect, Hui frowned and thought every day, if it can't be healed, quickly kill it, and after a while, when it recovers, I will be the fish on the chopping board, letting it slaughter it. Thinking of this, Hui Qiang supported himself and stood up. Since I can't kill you, I'll seal you. A plan emerged in Huey's mind. Hui dispersed the spear in his hand, squeezed out the last strength in his body, and rushed towards Deliola like a suicide attack. Deliola looked at the man who had just wounded himself. The human charged at him again, roared, and sprayed a beam of light stronger than before at Hui, intending to kill Hui on the way to the charge. Hui looked at the beam and went straight towards it without dodging. At the same time, Huey's right eye flashed with golden light, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of Hui. Eye technique, separation. Hui activated the ability of his right eye to separate all matter into the basic materials that make up matter. He can also separate magic into the various elements that make up the world. Fai used this ability of his right eye to deliver a fatal blow to Deliora. It was directly decomposed into magic elements in the air. Seeing that the light cannon did not cause any damage to Hui, Deliola roared again, with deep fear in his howl. The wound on his left foot had not yet healed. Deliola, who was unable to move, punched Hui with all his strength. Hui stared at the direction of Deliola's punch and slightly adjusted his body posture. At the same time, the corners of Hui's eyes began to bleed again. Hui raised his right hand and partially summoned Suzanu's arm to block it. There was a click, and a huge crack appeared in Suzanu's arm, and it continued to spread around. Hui's right hand was also fractured because he could not withstand the force of Deliola's punch. However, Hui finally blocked Deliola's punch and used the power of the punch to move towards Deliola. Pulling the side, Fai resisted the sting in his eyes and summoned Suzanu in the form of a skeleton again. Taking a deep breath, resisting the pain in his eyes, he used Suzanu directly. In the second stage, meridians and flesh gradually appeared on the surface of the skeletal giant. Eye technique, creation. At the moment when Suzanu's second stage was formed, Teru created the Jukin sword with the sealing ability in his left hand. At the same time, a sword with the same shape as the Jukin sword in Teru's hand appeared in Suzanu's left hand. With the huge lightsaber, Hui quickly pierced the body of Deliora, who had not yet reacted. The moment the Ten-Fist sword penetrated Deliola's body, the Ten-Fist sword turned into a gourd and killed him. Deliola was sucked into the gourd. Deliola was heard struggling and roaring angrily, but it could not prevent it from being sealed by the Ten-Fist sword. After a moment, Deliola's huge body disappeared from everyone. In his sight, where it was originally, the gourd formed by the Ten-Fist sword was shaking constantly. Chapter 7. Hu, it's finally solved. Hui closed his eyes and collapsed on the ground. The current condition of the body is really not good. Brother Hui. Kagura and Tia saw Deliora disappear and ran over quickly. What's wrong with your right hand? Seeing Hui's right hand bent at a strange angle, Kagura asked anxiously. Well, it's okay, it's just a broken bone. Hui opened his eyes and struggled to stand up. Kagura and Tia quickly supported him. Tia, how is you doing now? I'm fine, it's just some skin injuries and excessive consumption of magic power. Hui heard Woolu's voice coming, but your right foot. Hui saw Woolu's right foot made of ice. Well, it's okay. Although my feet were taken away, don't worry about it. The modeling magic is very convenient. Woolu tilted his head and glanced at Hui with a smile. Hui, thank you so much for Tia's matter. She has already told me everything. If it weren't for you, I might never see Tia again in this life. Woolu looked at Hui and sighed, and if it weren't for you this time, I might have to use that magic. Deliora is really powerful and scary. Is it absolutely frozen? Looking at Uru's smiling face, Hui looked at Tia again, his thoughts drifting to the distance. The extreme ice magic that turns the user's body into magic power has an absolute seal. Ability. Tia, I finally succeeded in changing your destiny. Hui just wanted to say something, but suddenly fell forward, and Tia and Kagura, who were supporting Hui, were also led forward by Hui. Brother Hui. Hui, what's wrong with you? You said you would be fine. Don't scare us. Kagura and Tia cried after standing firm. Hui is fine, he just passed out. Let's take him back first. Seeing Hui suddenly collapse, Uru hurriedly stepped forward to observe, and said to the worried Kagura and Tia. Kagura and Tia nodded hurriedly, supported Hui and Grey and followed Uru. Lu picked up the gourd that sealed Deliora, and led Tia and the others in the direction they came from. Strange sealing. Hui slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly said this in his mind, haha, I still have the mind to think about this. Hui looked at the bandages on his body and the plaster on his right hand, and smiled bitterly. Looking at the familiar layout around him, he said, this is Woolu's home. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Hui felt his stiff body, recalling the time when he was unconscious, and then climbed up from the bed with difficulty and walked out. Hui opened the door and squinted his eyes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Hui looked up at the sky, and then looking forward, Kagura was practicing basic sword skills, while Gray and Leon were practicing in the snow wearing only a pair of underwear, and you didn't know where they were. Hui! Tia rushed over when she saw Hui coming out of the room. Kagura looked back when she heard Tia's voice, dropped the sword in her hand and rushed over. Brother Hui, you're awake. How do you feel? These days God is worried about us. Seeing Hui wake up, Tia and Kagura happily asked Hui, and the trace of worry between their eyebrows completely disappeared. Well, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. Hui touched Kagura and Tia's heads. Tia, how long have I been unconscious? Today is already the 7th day. If you hadn't said that, Hui, you just overused your magic power, exhausted your energy and fell into a deep coma, we wouldn't know what to do. By the way, where's you? Looking at Gray and Leon who came over after hearing the noise here, Hui then asked. My mother said that she had to hide the gourd that sealed Delirus so that no one with bad intentions could release him again, so she went out early in the morning. Well, you is right. Although no one should be able to break the seal of the 10 Fists sword except me, but to be on the safe side, Delirus should be hidden. Brother Hui, how are your eyes? Are you okay? Kagura, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Hui felt the condition of his eyes and said, it's nothing serious. It's just that the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used temporarily. It should just be that the power of the pupils is excessively consumed. It should take about a month to recover. Hui did not go blind after using Suzuonengu this time. It turns out that those eyes are called the Mangeki Sharingan. They are really a pair of powerful eyes. Hui looked back and saw that Ulu, who had already returned without knowing it, was standing behind her and looking at the three of them with a smile, while Gray and Leon stood beside her. Chapter 8. You are back. Has Delira taken care of it? Hui smiled and asked. Well, it's taken care of. I placed the gourd that sealed Delira in an inaccessible valley, and set up a magic circle that can convert the magic power floating in the air. In order to strengthen the seal on Delira, I also arranged an induction circle on the outside and linked the circle to myself. If someone enters the circle or destroys the circle, I will feel it. Wolo stretched out his right hand and showed the miniature magic circle on his wrist to Hui and others. By the way, how is your recovery from your injury going? Ulu asked back. It's nothing serious. My right hand still needs some training and I can't use my eyes for the time being. There is no blindness this time. I estimate that it will be fully recovered in about a month. It'll be fine. I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Gray, Leon, and I would have been in trouble. Wolo said with a solemn expression of thanks. I'm sorry, if I hadn't been reckless and arrogant, everything wouldn't have developed like this, and you wouldn't have lost your right foot. Gray had tears in his eyes and looked at Yu's right foot made of ice with a look of shame. Gray, a friend once told me that I should pursue my own happiness. Although after learning about Tia's death, I felt very painful in my heart and felt that my life was very unfortunate. But since I met you and Leon, I don't feel that I am as unfortunate as I thought, right? I have two very cute disciples. Ulu comforted Gray gently. They are growing up day by day, and we have a lively life every day. If Delira is the darkness in your heart, then of course I have a reason to come out and fight it to the death. This is also a test for me to find my own happiness. Wolo looked at Hui and Tia. Although it was not me who sealed the darkness in your heart in the end, Tia has also returned to me. Even if your feet are taken away, don't worry, the modeling magic is really great. Ulu, what are you talking about whether you are happy or not? Leon, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted excitedly. Leon! Gray looked at Leon with a surprised look on his face. "Shut up," Leon yelled at Gray. You is the strongest magician, there is absolutely no way he can't defeat Deliera." "Leon, didn't I say it before, there are people outside the world?" Ulu looked at Leon calmly. "There is no such person. As long as you go to the country to the west, there are many magicians who are stronger than me. Isn't there one right in front of you?" You looked at Hui and said to Leon. "There is absolutely no such person. You are the strongest. Otherwise, why would I bother to practice with you? You can defeat Deliera, right?" Leon shouted excitedly to Ulu. "After you successfully surpass me, wouldn't it be great to find a higher goal to challenge? I just believe you are the strongest and that's why I became my disciple. There is no way you would lose to that kind of monster. I know it all. There is a magic that can defeat Deliera." Leon shouted hysterically. "Because you have refused to teach me stronger magic these days, so I secretly looked at the magic book in the warehouse. I don't understand why you want to hide such a powerful magic. If not used, it will freeze. Absolutely freezing." Gray looked at Uru with a puzzled look. "Leon, didn't you read the book to the end? The person who uses this magic, Deliera, is not afraid of any magic at all. This magic can freeze it forever." "Pa!" Leon looked blankly at Ulu, who slapped him. "Leon, calm down, you must not use this magic, it must not be used, it must be frozen, will destroy the user himself. In fact, if Hui hadn't successfully sealed Deliera, I would have only used this method to defeat it." "What?" Gray, Leon, and Tia looked at Uru with shocked faces. "I don't believe it. Absolute freeze is an extreme ice magic that turns the user's body into magic power. It has the ability of absolute sealing." At this time, Hui said calmly. "Do you know this magic too, Hui?" Ulu asked. "Well, I know something about it. I have seen it in books before." Hui looked at Leon. "Leon, this world is very big, so big that we may not be able to visit it in our lifetime. There are countless strong men outside the northern part of the continent, and on the other side across the sea from Ishgar continent, there is also a continent more powerful than Ishgar continent. Only if we have a heart that is fearless and constantly challenges higher and stronger existences can we be qualified to become strong." Leon was silent for a long time. "Liars, you are all liars." Then he rushed into the house. "Make you laugh." Wolol looked at Hui helplessly. Chapter 9. A few days later, Uru. What's wrong? Hearing Gray's cry, Uru, Tia, Hui, and Kagura all walked out of the room. "What's wrong, Gray? What happened?" Leon is gone," Gray said anxiously. "This note was left in the room." Gray handed the note in his hand to Ulu. "When I leave, I will definitely prove that you are the strongest, Uru." Wolol looked at the writing on the note and handed it to Hui. "This may not be a bad thing. After Leon leaves the north and sees a bigger world and meets more people, he will understand what you think, Wu Lu. One day, he will also meet like-minded partners, Wu Lu. You don't have to worry too much." Hui said to Uru with a smile after reading Leon's message. "Well, I believe this too, but Hui, what are your plans in the future? The purpose of Kagura and I's journey has basically been completed. I'm going to take Kagura to find traces of my sister Urza and Kagura's brother Simon. It has been more than a year since they were captured by the Black Mage, and we don't know where they are now. Hui, Tia also told me about your matter. I'm sorry that I can't help you, but you should recover from your injuries before leaving. Your eyes haven't recovered yet. If you are in danger, it will be difficult for you and Kagura to cope. But even for Kagura's safety, you should wait until your eyes recover before starting the rest of the journey." "I can protect Brother Hui well," Kagura retorted loudly. "Okay, then Kagura and I will set off again after our eyes recover." Hui suppressed the anxiety in his heart and interrupted Kagura's words. During this month, while waiting for his eyes to recover, Hui learned ice modeling magic with Tia and Uru so that he would not be helpless when this happens again in the future. During this time, Kagura also awakened the gravity magic with the help of Uru. 1 month passed in a blink of an eye. Phi's right hand had fully recovered 2 weeks ago, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was able to be used 2 days ago. In the early morning of this day, Hui and Kagura packed their luggage and came to say goodbye to Uru and Tia. Hui, are you leaving? Tia asked reluctantly. Well, it has been delayed for a long time, but I promised to rescue them. Now that Tia, the misunderstanding between you and Uru has been resolved, it's time for us and Kagura to leave. Then, take me with you. Hui and Wulul looked at Tia in surprise. Tia, you? Mom, I'm sorry, I want to go out with Hui to see the world. Tia looked at Ulu apologetically. It's okay, Tia, I have been satisfied from the moment I saw you again. You will always grow up. I never thought about keeping you tied to my side. Go ahead and see the world. You just remember that your mother will always be waiting for you in the distance. Moreover, your mother saw you packing your luggage yesterday. Ulu said gently. Hui, Tia will trouble you to take care of her from now on. Mom, I can take care of myself. I have grown up. Tia retorted loudly with a shy face. Well, don't worry, Ulu, I will definitely protect Tia. What about you, what are you going to do next? I plan to practice in the north with Grey for a while, and observe Deliara's seal for a while, and then I will take Grey to travel around the world. Uru? What's wrong, Grey? Uru looked at Grey, who suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, Uru, I want to travel alone. I can't grow faster under your protection. I want to become stronger, so that I can protect Uru, Leon, and the people I cherish. Grey looked at Ulu firmly. Grey has grown up too. It's okay. Grey, just go with peace of mind, but be sure to keep in touch. Uru looked at Grey, then turned to look at Hui and Tia. Yes, I will definitely keep in touch. Grey, Tia, and Fai said at the same time. So, let us move forward towards our respective goals. Chapter 10. More than 2 months later, in a forest west of Ishgar. A huge black castle stands on a high slope. The black castle exudes a dark atmosphere, which is intimidating, and there is no thought of approaching it. On this day, there were bursts of screams in this black castle that was inaccessible and no one dared to approach. Bang! A figure flew out, hit the wall inside the castle and slid down. He struggled a few times but could not get up. Evil, devil! A man next to him, who was trembling and paralyzed on the ground, shouted in extreme fear to a handsome young man with short red hair and a pair of strange 6-pointed star eyes. Behind the young man was a boy with long black hair and a girl with short black hair. The hair-haired girl still held an unsheathed sword in her hand. The 3 people in this group were Hui, Urusha, and Kagura, who had left the northern continent for more than 2 months. Hui took Tia and Kagura all the way to the west. Walking, practicing while inquiring about the Black Magic Order and the Tower of Paradise. Regarding the Tower of Paradise, Hui has not received any useful information for more than 2 months, and no one even knows what the Tower of Paradise is. But more than half a month ago, Hui got some clues from people in a nearby town that might be related to the Black Magic Order. People in the town told Hui that this castle suddenly appeared in the forest more than 2 years ago. Everyone close to the castle has disappeared. Since the castle appeared, children and elderly people have often disappeared in several nearby towns. The people who left the castle never came back. Later, after residents of several nearby towns gathered together to discuss, they pooled their money and issued the mission to the Magisters Guild. However, all the mages who accepted the mission also and others. Likewise, he never came out after entering the forest. Later, the Wizards Guild cancelled the mission because of the identity of the other wizard. After that, the people of the town had no choice but to endure. He rarely went near this forest. Although people still disappeared from time to time, it was much better than when the castle first appeared. Over time, people got used to it, or they became numb after hearing the news. After reading the original work, he thought of the scene in Rosemary Village more than a year ago. Hui thought that the construction of the Tower of Paradise by the Black Magic Order must not have started in the past 2 years. The Tower of Paradise must not be built in order to resurrect Zeref. The Magic Council has discovered the clues. They must have been planning for many years, and building the Tower of Paradise requires a lot of labor. In order to prevent the Magic Council from noticing, their actions will definitely not be too obvious if a few people disappear occasionally. If someone from the Magisters Guild comes, they will definitely be captured and used as labor force if they are not strong enough. So Hui brought Kagura and Tia to the castle. Brother Hui. Kagura looked at Fai, who nodded, and Tia took 2 steps back. Kagura pulled out the sword and slashed forward at a very fast speed. With a bang, the door was split in 2. Who dares to break into our dark temple? A group of magicians wearing black robes and holding staffs rushed out of the castle and surrounded the 3 of them. Catch them all, life or death. Such a sentence came from the castle. When the magician who surrounded Hui and the others heard this sentence, the staff in his hand shone with various colors of light. In an instant, all kinds of magic bullets flew out of the staff, hitting Xiang Hui. Only heard a loud bang, and a huge explosion occurred where the 3 Fai were standing, causing a burst of smoke and dust to block the figures of Hui, Tia, and Kagura. You don't know how to live or die, you dare to break into our dark temple without permission, and violently destroy the door of the temple. Killing you like this is really an advantage for you. The person who had previously sounded suspiciously like the president slowly walked out of the castle and looked at the direction of the explosion. At this time, a breeze blew by, the smoke gradually dissipated, and 3 figures slowly emerged from the smoke. Hui and the other 3 were unscathed. Standing in the center of the explosion, surrounded by a shield of ice. How is it possible? Even if I am an A-level mage, I cannot completely defend against the attack just now. The last person who walked out of the castle looked at Hui in horror. Hui looked at him expressionlessly, and a huge magic circle appeared in his hands. Ice make white rose garden. In an instant, a garden formed by white roses of ice appeared next to Hui. The beautiful garden gave people the feeling of extreme cold. There were ice sculptures with fearful faces in the garden. They were the ice sculptures that had just been exposed to Hui-san. Formed by magicians who attack people. Pat, pat, Hui walked step by step towards the man who just claimed to be an A-level mage. No, don't come here. The man saw Hui walking towards him and fled into the castle while crawling. Hui followed him into the castle with Kagura and Tia, and the first scene appeared. Chapter 11. I ask, you answer, and if you dare to lie, I think I would like to know whether your neck is harder or the heel of this knife is sharper. Hui pulled out Kagura's sword and put it on the man's head. Yes, I will definitely tell you everything I know, and I will never dare to lie in the slightest. The man looked scared and sweating profusely, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Are the missing persons in nearby villages and towns in recent years related to you? Yes, we captured them. What are you arresting so many ordinary people for? The man looked hesitant. Hui immediately clenched his sword and pressed it on the man's neck. I said. The order given to me from above requires me to collect a group of people every once in a while to build some kind of building. What building and what was the purpose of building that building? I don't know the specifics. I just listened to what the people above told me. Really, I really don't know, I'm just a little guy, and the higher UPS won't tell me completely about such an important thing. The man felt that the force of the sword on his neck had increased, and he shouted in horror. Where did you send all the people you arrested? Hui continued to ask. I don't know this either. It's just that every once in a while, a person will come to receive a group of arrested people. As for where he took the people, I don't know, and I don't dare to ask. How often do they come and when did they last come? This is uncertain, sometimes a month or two, sometimes about half a year, it is not fixed. A week ago, people from above came down and took away all the people we arrested before. What else do you know? Tell me everything. After they took everyone away last time, they told me to stop taking action and wait for the next order. The man poured out everything he knew like a bamboo tube. By the way, I also heard what they were talking about. Our system, yes, our system. That's all I know. Please let me go, I'm just following orders. The man cried with a sad face. It seems that I have found the right place. This is a branch of the Black Magic Order that intends to resurrect Zeref, and is specifically responsible for capturing people as a labor force. And we may not know how many branches like this there are. Huey's heart skipped a beat when he heard the R system, and the gradually blurred memories of his past life slowly resurfaced in his mind. The R system was the Tower of Paradise, the name before Urza and the others succeeded in their rebellion. After Jalal took control after the R system, it was renamed Paradise Tower. Let you go? Impossible. You have done so much evil, destroyed so many people's lives, and destroyed so many families. Not killing you is already the greatest grace. Hui knocked over the sword in his hand, knocked the man unconscious with the handle of the sword, and found a rope to tie him up. Kagura, we are not looking in the wrong place. These people should belong to the same organization as those who captured Urza and Simon before. Hui returned the sword to Kagura. We will split up, Tia, you and Kagura, let's see if there are any other clues. We'll meet you in the lobby in an hour. Okay, brother Hui. Kagura. Then be careful yourself. Tia. An hour later. In the castle hall. Kagura, did you find anything? No, nothing was found. There is no one left in this castle. What about you, brother Hui? I found where they kept those they captured. Hui looked stiff. There are still a few corpses of children about our age inside that have not been disposed of. Judging from the situation, they should be among the people they arrested who died in the previous batch. They deserve to die, Tia said angrily. What do we do with them now? Kagura was silent for a while and looked at the magician who was frozen by Hui. Leave it to the nearby Mages Guild and let them report it to the Magic Council. Hui thought for a while. They are really being taken advantage of, they are a bunch of beasts. Due to her own experience, Tia was completely unable to restrain her anger. Hui, Kagura, and Tia left the castle and informed the nearby residents of the situation in the castle. The residents of the town did not believe what Hui said. Hui did not explain too much, and quickly left the place with Kagura and Tia. A few days later, a bold resident approached the castle and saw the ice rose garden at the entrance of the castle, remembering what Hui said before leaving. So he hurriedly notified the nearby Magisters Guild, but this had nothing to do with the fact that the three of them had left the town where the Dark Temple of the Dark Guild was located. Fai, Kagura, and Tia had nothing to do with it. The clues continued to travel westward. A few days later, Hui, Kagura, and Tia passed by a lively town, but instead of entering, they walked directly into the nearby forest. Just rushing on my way. Kagura, Tia. Hui suddenly stopped. What's wrong, brother Hui? Hearing Huey's voice, Kagura and Tia looked at Hui with doubts. Let's join a wizard's guild, Hui, why did you suddenly think of this? Tia asked doubtfully. After interrogating the president of the Dark Temple before, I was thinking about this issue. Hui looked at Kagura. The organization that captured Urza and Simon is undoubtedly a huge organization. Their strength is unknown, but their behavior is extremely cautious. We just want to find them and rescue Urza and Simon. It's almost impossible for Simon. If we can join a magician's guild, get the help of the guild, and specifically take on the task of annihilating the Dark Guild, I think we can get more clues faster. In this case, Brother Hui, do you have a goal? Which guild should we join? Well, yes, let's go to Fairy Tale. We all listen to you, Brother Hui. Both Tia and Kagura agreed. Then let's set off and move towards Fairy Tale. Chapter 12. 3 days later, Magnolia. Hui and the other three stood at the door of a 3-story building. FAI, what does the name Fairy Tale mean? Tia suddenly asked on the side. Do fairies have tails? In fact, in the final analysis, no one can even be sure whether fairies exist. Because of this, it is always unknown, eternal adventure, this name contains exactly this meaning. An old voice came from behind Tia. Grandpa, who are you? Tia turned around and saw a short old man wearing a clown hat. Children, what do you want to do in Fairy Tale? Asked the old man. We are here to join Fairy Tale. Hui saw the old man, and the memory of his previous life flashed through him, and he remembered the identity of the person in front of him, the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makarov Dolia. Then come with me, I am the guild leader of Fairy Tale, Makarov. The old man took the lead and walked towards the guild. What? Tia and Kagura looked shocked and looked at the old man walking forward in disbelief. You bastards, why don't you get to work right away? Makarov pushed open the guild door and looked at the chaotic guild in front of him, with veins popping out on his forehead. Yo! President, you are back. Hui took Kagura and Dia and followed Makarov into the guild. He saw a man holding a wine glass and greeting Makarov. Next to him sat a young man with an airplane head holding a pipe. President, where did you kidnap 3 ignorant boys and girls? The young man with an airplane head holding a pipe in his mouth teased Makarov. Bastards, they came to join our guild on their own initiative. No, I have kidnapped boys and girls before. Don't scare the newcomers. Makarov jumped angrily when he heard this. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the guild. I really don't want to pay attention to you bastards who don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. Tia and Kagura looked at the scene in front of them with dark expressions on their faces, and turned to look at Fai. The corners of Fai's mouth twitched, and he followed Makarov without speaking. Where do you want the emblem to be printed? Makarov, who walked to the bar, took out the guild crest and asked Hui and the other 3, I don't know your names yet. On the back of my left hand, my name is Fai Berzarian, and they are Kagura Mikashki and Arusha Milkovich. Hui stretched out his left hand, and upon seeing this, Dia and Kagura also stretched out their left hands. I finally made it to Fairy Tale. After a while, Hui looked at the guild crest in his hand. Urza, wait for me, I will rescue you and Simon soon. Oh, Hui, what kind of magic are you using? Makao, that is, the young man Hui saw when he walked into the guild, holding a glass of wine and greeting the guild leader Makarov. I use ice-shaping magic and pupil magic. Hui showed off his Manjiki Sharingan. Tia also uses ice-shaping magic, and Kagura is good at swordsmanship and gravity magic. What a pair of powerful eyes! Today's young people are really getting more and more amazing. Everyone looked at the Manjiki Sharingan in the shape of a glowing hexagram in surprise, and Makao said in admiration. To welcome the newcomers, let's hold a banquet. Makarov came over. Yeah. Everyone cheered. What a lively guild! Tia chuckled. Then she joined the banquet with Hui and Kagura. In the evening. By the way, Hui, you don't have a place to stay yet. The guild has dormitories with very cheap rent. Do you need them? Makarov turned around and looked at Hui. No need, President, I'm going to take Kagura and Tia to rent a house outside. Hui, who defeated the entire Dark Temple, said that the small treasury is very rich. Early the next morning, Hui brought Kagura and Tia to the guild and walked to the mission board. President, Can we accept the mission now? Well, you can, but for your first mission, I suggest you choose a less difficult mission. Makarov sat at the bar after a night of hangover and nodded with a painful look on his face. By the way, you are not S-class wizards yet, so you cannot go up to the second floor to receive S-class missions. If you violate this, I will expel you from the guild. Makarov suddenly told Hui with a serious look on his face. I understand, President, let's do this task. Register it for me. Destroy the Dark Guild entrenched near the Ural Peak. Do you have no problem with this mission? No problem, President, don't underestimate me. Hui chuckled lightly. We are very strong. Hui defeated Deliura and sealed it. Tia loudly defended Hui. We also defeated the Dark Temple a few days ago. What? The Dark Temple was defeated by you. Their president is an A-level mage. Everyone in the guild was shocked when they heard Tia's words. Was Deliura actually sealed by Hui? Looking at Fai with a determined look on his face, Makarov remembered the news that his friend told him some time ago. Deliura, the demon from the Book of Ziref who was ravaging the north, was sealed by an unidentified magician. In this case, I agree. Thank you, President. Well, once you decide, hurry up and set off, and pay attention to safety on the road. Chapter 13. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. Yo, our Crimson Demon is back, Macau, you lost again. Wakaba looked at the three Hui people walking into the guild and laughed. Don't even think about running away, I'll accept your 2 packs of fine tobacco. Wakaba, who knew his friend exceptionally well, turned around and grabbed Macau. Hateful. Makao looked frustrated. Wakaba, be careful if I tell your wife about your teasing of young girls in the guild. I saw a handsome young man about 1.5 meters tall, with a resolute face and short red hair walking over with a smile and 2 girls with long black hair and pretty faces. No. Hui, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, you must not do it. Wakaba was shocked when he heard this. The people who came were none other than Fai and Kagura Dia. It has been 2 years since Fai joined Fairy Tail, and the time has come to the year X776. Fai and Dia are already 11 years old at this time, Kagura is also 8 years old. In the past 2 years, Hui, Tia, and Kagura have been taking various tasks related to the Dark Guild and the Black Magic Sect. The task completion rate is 100. 100th. The second year after joining the guild, Hui passed the guild's S-level magician assessment and became the guild's 3rd S-level magician at the age of 10. Is also the youngest S-class mage in the Ishgar continent, and not long ago, Dia also passed the S-class mage examination and became the 4th S-class mage in the guild. She is still young and has insufficient magic power, so she has never qualified for the S-class wizard examination. However, during a mission, Kagura obtained an extremely powerful weapon, the resentment sword called Not Afraid of Dacian. Because of his targeted mission selection, Hui aroused the fear of dark guilds and black magicians everywhere. A year ago, under the leadership of several dark guilds with S-level magicians, hundreds of black magicians joined forces. A trap was set to surround Fai and the 3 who were on a mission, with the intention of strangling Fai here. In order to protect Tia and Kagura, who were weak at the time, Fai did not choose to escape but directly activated Suzuo no Hu. In the 3rd stage of the battle, after a day of hard fighting, Hui, who was covered in blood and did not know whether it was his own blood or the blood of the enemy, wiped out all the dark magicians who participated in this operation. Hui also fell into a coma because his magic power and physical strength were exhausted. In the past, Kagura and Dia rushed back to the guild with Fai, who was injured. Guild leader Makarov was shocked when he saw Fai's appearance, and quickly took Fai to the forest near Magnolia. Not long after that, Fai's nickname was spread among the Dark Guild, the Crimson Devil. At the top, all the Dark Guilds and black magicians who were defeated by Hui were like lost dogs, and they were in panic all day long. However, Hui said that he still preferred the other one because he had wiped out a large number of dark guilds. The public order in the Kingdom of Or was completely cleared, and it was reported by the people of the Kingdom of Fiori and later spread by Magic Weekly. Dawn of the Fairy, Hui, who has been born in 2 generations, said that he is still very good at it. Hui, you are back. A young man with short blue-black hair and hanging eyes greeted Hui. Gray clothes. Hui covered his face helplessly. The boy who greeted Hui was Gray. Not long after the 3 of them joined the guild, Gray also came to Magnolia and joined Fairy Tale. At that time, he and God Fai, who was out on a mission with Ellie and Tia, didn't know that when he came back to see Gray after completing the mission, he felt more and more anxious. If Gray joined the guild, it wouldn't be long before Urza escaped from the Tower of Paradise, but Hui would. I still remember that the price Urza paid for this was an eye. So after that, Fai became more and more crazier in carrying out tasks related to the Dark Guild. After that, there was an action in which the Black Magicians jointly attempted to kill Fai. When? Hearing Huey's reminder, Gray realized that he had taken off only a pair of underwear again, and hurriedly ran to find some clothes. Fortunately, Hui didn't catch this problem when he and his mother were learning magic. Otherwise, the scene now would be unimaginable. Tia sighed, and Kagura nodded in agreement. Hui thought about the scene where he, like Gray, casually took off his underwear, trembled all over, shook his head, and then remembered, let's get down to business, head to the bar. President, what's the matter, Fai? Makarov opened his narrowed eyes and looked at Hui, who had a serious face. President, I may leave the guild for a while. Could you please look after Tia and Kagura for a while? Is there any difficult task? No, it's to fulfill a promise I made. Kagura is still too young and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect her by then, so I want to keep her in the guild, and then let Tia stay in the guild to accompany her. Hui said in a deep voice. Through the continuous execution of tasks in the past 2 years, Hui got a lot of information about the Black Magic Order and the R system intermittently, but there was no important information. Finally, the day before yesterday, Hui completed the last task, and obtained crucial clues. All the people they captured were transported to the vicinity of Akane Beach, and then sent by ship to a secret island overseas for the construction of the R system. Hui was so excited that he came to say goodbye to Makarov early in the morning. Brother Hui, I'm not young anymore. I want to go with you too. The voices of Tia and Kagura came from behind Fai. But, Hui, I know what you mean. This action affects Kagura's brother. Can you ensure that she can stay in the guild with peace of mind? And I am already an S-class mage, so I can protect Kagura. Tia interrupted Hui with a serious look on her face. Hui, with your strength you can be so cautious, I guess this is not an easy thing. When you took on the first mission, I knew that you had a story of your own in your heart, or a story of the 3 of you. Makarov glanced at Tia and Kagura. Everyone who joins Fairy Tale has his own story, whether it is happy or sad. From the moment he joins the guild, he can share it all with everyone in the guild. This is our bond. Which is also the meaning of guild. Hui, I don't want to stop you from doing anything, but Hui, I hope you can remember that if you need help, you can ask any of us for help. Yes, President. However, I still hope that I can fulfill this promise by myself. Hui looked at Makarov with shame but firmness. Since you have decided so, then take Kagura and Tia with you, and don't object in a hurry. Hui was interrupted by Makarov before he could speak. With your understanding of Kagura and Tia, you think that even if you leave them behind, they can stay in the guild with peace of mind? All right. After hesitating for a long time, Hui looked at Kagura and Tia, who looked hopeful, and said, So I hope you have a smooth journey, and I and others will be here waiting for your safe return. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 14. On the main road outside Magnolia City, a magical four-wheeled vehicle sped past, heading towards Akane Beach. The people in the car were none other than Fai, Kagura, and Tia. Akane Beach was exactly where the Black Magic Order transported people according to the news Fai had received before. In order to reach the destination faster, Hui did not choose a more comfortable carriage, but chose a magic four-wheeled vehicle that relied on magic power to travel. At this time, Hui was sitting at the front of the car, driving the car regardless of the consumption of magic power. Hui, is it really okay for you to drive regardless of magic power consumption? Tia looked worriedly at Hui, who looked anxious and excited. It doesn't matter, according to the news, Akane Beach is just the location where they gather the people captured from various places, and it is not their final destination. Their final destination is a small island overseas. And from the news we have received in the past 2 years, we can see that they started to stop arrest operations 2 years ago. According to the information I have obtained from magic books over the years, they are most likely Zeref's cult composed of believers. What? Zeref? Is it the existence of that taboo 400 years ago? Tia was shocked. Yes, it's him, and according to my speculation, the purpose of the Black Magic Order's round of arresting people is to build a building called the R System. Hui had a heavy look on his face, and summarized the few things he could still remember in his mind. The intelligence from the R System told Tia and Kagura, their purpose is to resurrect Zeref. Resurrection of Zeref? Are they crazy? Kagura and Tia both looked at Hui with fear. Before this sect built this R System, they had built 6 R systems, but they were all destroyed by the Magic Council. Therefore, their operation had been planned for many years, and the arrest operation was also extremely rigorous, striving to without attracting the attention of the Magic Council. Among the dark guilds related to the cult that we defeated before, you also saw how they treated the people they captured, Hui said to Tia with a stern face, although he knew that Urza and Simon's life is not in danger now, but for some reason, Hui feels increasingly uneasy. But I believe Urza and Simon will be fine. Looking at Kagura with a worried and anxious face, Hui did not tell them about his uneasiness. One day later, on the shore of Akane Beach, Hui took Kagura and Tia to the fishing boat they had just bought for a lot of money. Heading overseas. Brother Hui, how do we find the island where they built the R System? Kagura asked Xiang Hui in confusion. Although we don't know the specific location of the island, I think we don't need a specific target. They have been planning for so many years. No matter how cautious they are, one thing they cannot avoid is that the huge population captured by them cannot be easily hidden. If they choose to build inland, no matter how clever their methods are, the Magic Council will eventually notice it, and it won't be long before the Magic Council launches an encirclement and suppression campaign, which will fail just like the previous 6 times. Hui explained to Kagura and Tia, we only need to follow the map and search the islands one by one, and eventually we will find the island where they built the R System. 2 days later, somewhere in the sea, the sky became scary and gloomy, as if the end was coming. Hui, come and see. What's wrong, Tia? Hearing Tia's voice, Hui and Kagura walked out of the cabin. Hui, look at the sea. I saw a large number of dead fish floating on the sea surface. Seagulls occasionally flew over in the gloomy sky, but they suddenly fell to the ground. Tia, give me the map. Hui squinted his eyes and looked at the direction where the seagull fell. Taking the map handed over by Tia, Hui compared it carefully. I think we may have arrived. What? But there are no islands nearby. Yes, but the biggest problem is that there is no island. Come, look at the map. On the map, there is an island less than 2 nautical miles away from our current location. But if you look around, do you find anything? Are there any traces of the island's existence? Hui pointed at the map and spoke slowly, I think they used a magic barrier to hide the island. The edge of the magic barrier is where the seagull fell before. Tia and Kagura looked in the direction that Hui was pointing. You all should be more vigilant now. They should be able to receive the message the moment we enter the barrier. If the situation is not right, leave me alone. You should run away quickly and return to the guild to explain the situation to the president and ask for help. I will try my best to help. You are stalling for your time. Hui said solemnly. The Black Magic Order does not seem to have any powerful existence, so Urza, who has just awakened her magic in the original work, can lead a group of ordinary people to successfully resist. But Hui does not think so, and has continued for 2 years during the execution of the mission. Hui saw the rigor and size of this organization. Moreover, without the powerful magicians, how could they have suppressed so many people for so many years? There was only one reason that Hui could think of. That is, a more powerful being intervened. Hui glanced at Dia, the heart of the devil. In the original work, it was Dia who bewitched Jalal and plunged him into darkness. She was the devil in the original work. Although in this life, due to Huey's intrusion, the misunderstanding between Tia and Uru was solved, he did not learn the lost magic, the Arc of Time, and did not join the devil's heart, but joined Fairy Tale. But Huey's inner uneasiness tells Hui that this action will not be so simple. Hui, look at what I'm doing. Tia asked doubtfully. It's okay, Tia. I may not be able to take care of you later. I'll leave Kagura to you. You must also protect yourself. Don't worry, brother Hui. Then let's go. Hui piloted the ship slowly towards the location of the barrier and gradually disappeared on the sea. Chapter 15. Fai sailed the ship in the direction of the magic barrier. Passing through the barrier felt like passing through a thin film. After entering the barrier, the dazzling light made Hui and the others narrow their eyes involuntarily. After a while, Hui and the others adjusted to the light in the barrier and opened their eyes to look around. They could see the outline of a small island in front of them, and in the center of the island, there stood an unfinished island tower. This must be the R system, but after so long, why hasn't anyone come to check? Is my guess wrong? Although he didn't see the enemy appear, Huey's inner uneasiness seemed to be a little more intense. Hui, that tall tower on the island in front is the R system. What should we do now? Dia asked from the side. Go directly to the island. If you encounter enemies on the way, capture them and ask them about the specific situation here. Hui operated the boat and sailed directly to the island. Hui did not see any enemies along the way, and it was so smooth that it was unbelievable. The fishing boat driven by Hui was getting closer and closer to the island. Hui vaguely heard the shouts of killing, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. Fai, did you hear that? Hui nodded. What's going on? Huey's face was ashen, but he didn't speak. After the fishing boat docked, Hui and the other 2 people quickly got off the boat and rushed to the center of the island. Along the way, Hui listened to the increasingly clear shouts of killing, and his face became more and more stiff. In this situation, Kagura and Dia beside Fai could feel the chill emanating from Fai's body. Damn it, are you still late? Judging from the situation here, it should be the day Urza awakened her magic and launched a rebellion. Hui, Tia, and Kagura rushed to the center of the island as quickly as possible. They saw countless ragged people holding sticks, stones, and even bare hands chasing a small group of people wearing black cloth robes. Hui, what's going on? Tia and Kagura looked at Hui in surprise. It seems that the people who were captured to build the R system started a rebellion for freedom. But isn't this a good thing? Why is your face so dark? Tia's face turned pale as she looked at it. Resistance is indeed not a bad thing, but in such a chaotic environment, it is difficult for 11-year-old Urza and 12-year-old Simon to ensure their own safety. Hui couldn't tell her that Urza had lost an eye at this time, so she could only use this reason to excuse it. You guys stand back. Hui saw that the direction of the crowd's pursuit turned towards them, and gave Kagura and Dia a warning. Looking at the dark magician running towards them with a chill on his face, Hui, who could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, directly summoned. He reached the third stage of Suzuo no Hu, and used the ability of creation to construct a spear in his hand. Looking at the half-length giant made of magic, wearing armor and holding a spear, he looked at it, whether it was a dark wizard. The people who still stood up to resist stayed in place at this moment. Hui looked at the sluggish crowd in front of him, swiped the spear in his hand without any hesitation, and then dispersed. With Phi's current strength, it was quite difficult to use the third stage of Susanoo no Hu. In order to prevent it from appearing later, Fai still avoided extra consumption of magic power. The moment Fai dispersed the Susanoo giant, he stood in front of them. A stream of blood spurted out from the waists of the group of dark magicians, and their upper bodies fell down. However, their lower bodies were still standing in place, but they were cut in half by the Hui belt just now. As Kagura and Dia passed over the corpses of the group of dark magicians and walked towards the resisting people, the crowd became restless and took a few steps back in unison when they saw Hui and the others approaching. "Stop! Who are you?" Seeing that Hui and the others were getting closer and closer to him, but had no intention of stopping, the leader suppressed the fear in his heart, looked at Hui with fearful eyes like seeing a demon, and shouted. Hui stopped. Looked at the man in front of him quietly. He was about 30 years old, but as old as a 50-year-old man, skinny and ragged, and it was obvious that he was suffering. The people behind him, no matter men, women, old or young, are all like him, without exception. "We are the wizards of fairy tale, and we are here to find my sister and the brother of the girl next to me." Hui pointed at Kagura. "Sorcerer, they are magicians from regular guilds." After hearing Hui's words, there was a whisper from the crowd. "What is the name of the person you are looking for?" After hearing Hui's words, the leader was obviously relieved and asked again. "My name is Fai Berzarian, and I'm accompanied by Kagura Mikashki and Arusha Milkovich. The purpose of our trip is to find my sister Urza and Kagura's brother Simon. I don't know if you know them." "I know them. This resistance was organized and led by Urza," the leader said. "Where are they now?" "After the resistance was successful, we wiped out the remaining enemies outside, and Urza led people directly into the tower." "Thanks." Hui thanked him without saying anything else, and hurriedly rushed into the tower with Kagura and Dia. Chapter 16. The three Hui people who rushed into the tower looked for traces of Urza and Simon. However, the space in the tower was complicated. The three Hui people searched for a long time but did not see anyone. "Hui, we won't be deceived by them," Tia said while gasping. "Let's just say." Suddenly, Hui raised his hand to stop Tia's next words, and pointed to the depths of the darkness ahead. "I feel the fluctuation of magic power in front of me, and it seems that someone is fighting." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed into the darkness. Seeing this, Tia and Kagura hurriedly followed. "Be careful." Hui suddenly stopped Kagura and Tia. "Come out, I have discovered you," Hui shouted into the darkness. "Wait, Hui, there is no one here." Dia looked at Hui in surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a burst of footsteps from the front. Two figures slowly emerged from the darkness. "What an unexpected visitor! But that's it for now. I can't let you mess up the president's plan. What is your purpose?" Hui looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. The leader was a man with a silver slicked back, a pair of sunglasses, and a coquettish face. Behind him, followed by a man with long blonde hair. A young man with red pupils and an arrogant face. "Although we don't know Lord Hades's purpose for doing this, since he has given the order, we only need to obey and exclude all other idle people," said the silver-haired handsome boy. "It seems that even if Arusha did not join the Devil's Heart, they still interfered in this matter, and now they are in trouble." Although Hui is confident that the two people in front of him can't stop him, Hui is worried whether there are other companions who haven't shown up. Tia, Yu and Kagura. Hui did not hesitate any longer and wanted to deal with the two people in front of him first, but the sudden heaviness in his body interrupted Hui's next words. Hui looked solemnly at the figure that appeared again in the darkness. You are no match for him, Rastylos. A man with a dull face and a long braid on the back of his head came out, the Crimson Demon, Fai Bearsarion, the S-class mage of Fairy Tale, who was careless 3 years ago. The man who had injured all the presidents below. With the appearance of the man, Hui and the others suddenly felt their bodies sinking, and the air seemed to be much thicker. The person who came was none other than the Vice President of Devil's Heart, Brun Autistiga. Have everything been taken care of inside? Brun Auta, well, they're just 2 rookies who have just awakened to magic and a few ants who don't even know magic. I've knocked them all unconscious. It looks like things ended up deviating from the original story. Hui heard the conversation between them and had a thought in his mind. He instantly summoned Zonangu and swiped forward with a spear. Upon seeing this, the 3 Brun Auta hurriedly dodged to the side. Although they were not injured, they were hit by Hui's blow. The next 3 people also dispersed. Kagura, Tia, I leave those 2 guys to you. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Terra rushed straight towards Brun Auta. Kagura and Tia stopped the 2 people in the heart of the devil who wanted to come forward to support. A fierce battle began in an instant. The roar of the fire god. Zhang Crow laughed wildly and took the lead in launching the attack. Burn it all. I saw a stream of black flames spurting out from his mouth, bringing both Kagura and Tia into the attack range. Ice make shield wall. Tia stood in front of the god and used ice modeling magic to build an ice wall. Then a magic circle appeared in his hand again. Ice make rose garden, countless ice roses with thorns entangled towards Zangkro. Zangkro had to stop the magic in his hand and move aside. Tower of Empire. Not good. You and Kagura heard the sound coming from behind and turned around quickly. Tia only felt a vibration under her feet, grabbed the god and jumped to the side. I saw a tower-shaped building erected from the position where they were standing before. Then it happened instantly. The explosion occurred. Tia, who was in the air, could not effectively avoid it, so she could only block Kagura behind her, and once again formed a shield in front of her. Sister Tia, are you okay? Kagura supported Tia, who barely managed to defend against the explosion. Although she was not harmed by the explosion, the impact of the explosion at close range also made Tia feel dizzy. Flame God, God of Fire. The Ark of Manifestation, the Sword of Darkness. A huge black fireball rushed towards Kagura and Tia. Behind the fireball was Rastylos, whose right hand transformed into a huge steel claw. Zangkro and Rastylos did not give Kagura and Tia. Seeing this, Kagura quickly stood up and took a breather, but continued to attack. Kagura struck out with a cross-shaped slash. Kagura's slash split the black fireball and then continued to strike towards Rastylos behind him. Ark of Manifestation, Golden Shield. Lastyros saw the power of Kagura's slashing. He quickly recovered his right hand and showed a golden shield in front of him. He blocked Kagura's slashing. Kagura knew that he was no match for the 2 of them, and instead of pursuing, he took 2 steps back and stood next to Tia, waiting for Tia to recover. Chapter 17. While Tia and the others were fighting fiercely with Zangkro, Fai and Brun Auta were also confronting each other not far away. What is your purpose? At this time, Hui saw that Tia and Kagura were not in danger, and suddenly asked. Is it for this our system? Our system? Are you talking about the tower below us? No, it doesn't mean anything to us. It's just that President Hades wants to collect some talented teenagers. If it was just to collect talented young people, I wouldn't let you, the Vice President, do it yourself. Hui originally thought that Brun Auta would not answer his question. At this moment, after hearing Brun Auta's words, Phi's worries about Urza and the others were relieved. I just feel that staying in the guild is too boring all the time, and I feel that this time I will be surprised when I come out. Brunata looked at Hui enthusiastically. Whether it's the Crimson Demon or the Dawn of the Fairy, come on, the people inside should be very important to you. If you defeat me, we can take them away, although I don't think that's possible. Hui looked solemnly as he looked at Brunata, who was continuously increasing his magic power, and it started to rain heavily around him. Ice make cannon. Feeling the increasing pressure on his body, Hui knew that he could not wait any longer, so he took the lead, drawing the bow with both hands, shaping an ice and snow cannon on his shoulders, and fired a shot at Bruno. Ice make immortal impatience. Hui didn't move the shot to hit the target, and directly launched a second wave of attacks. Countless ice bullets blocked all the directions Bruno could dodge. Then, Fai took advantage of the moment when the cannon hit and created a huge cloud of smoke. An ice sword appeared in each of Phi's left and right hands, and approached Brunata at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, Hui felt his body sink, and a gust of wind pressure came from the smoke and dust generated by the explosion. Hui quickly dropped the ice sword and crossed his hands in front of him. I saw Hui flying backwards instantly as if the defendant had been hit by a high-speed train. Super Gravity Ball. Before Hui could stabilize his body, Brunata's voice came over. Hui looked up and his pupils shrank. Pupil technique, separation. Hui's right eye flashed, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of Hui. The moment the magic circle appeared, Brunata rushed to Hui with a purple-black magic ball in his hand, and used the magic in his hand to the ball hit the magic circle. The moment the super gravity ball hit the magic circle in front of Hui, it didn't explode, but became strangely quiet at the point where the two touched. The gravity ball crazily devoured the magic factors separated by Hui's magic. Both Hui and Brunata continued to inject magic into their own magic, one hoping to break through the other's defense, and the other hoping to block the other's attack. The two of them were in a stalemate. After a while, Hui felt the speed of the magic power consumption in his body, and knew that he could not continue to consume it like this. Hui was still too young and had no magic power reserves. There is a huge difference between the Golden Age Brunata. A red spear red rose appears in Hui's left hand, which has the ability to break magic. Hui lifts the spear and points it towards the magic circle and the super gravity ball. That point was stabbed hard, destroying the fragile balance between the two. Bang! With a loud noise, a huge explosion occurred between the two of them. Hui and Brunata both flew out from the center of the explosion. At this time, both Hui and Brunata had many wounds on their bodies. Only Brunata was seen alone. Kneeling on his knees and gasping for air, his hands drooped, and his palms were bloody, which was caused by direct contact with the explosion. In addition to the injuries on his palms, Brunata also suffered burns of varying degrees, and he was in the center of the explosion area. The air wave caused by the explosion caused a surge of energy and blood, and Hui suffered serious internal injuries. Compared with Brunata, Hui's condition was a little better. At the moment of the explosion, Hui used his separation ability again. Brunata also suffered some burns and internal injuries caused by the impact, but there were no obvious injuries. However, his right eye had begun to bleed due to the long and continuous use of the separation ability. Elder brother. Careful. Looking at Brunata, whose hands were crippled and had lost the ability to resist, Hui stood up and was about to knock him down completely, when a wave of magic power suddenly came from behind Hui. Leaf Sword. It takes Zonangu. After receiving the reminder, Fai immediately used Suzuo no Hu, but he was still a step too late. Before Suzuo no Hu was formed, countless leaves slashed across Phi's back like sharp blades. In just a moment, Phi's countless wounds appeared on his back, and blood instantly stained Hui's back. Elder brother. Brother, how are you? A girl with long red hair rushed to Hui's side and supported Hui with a cry. The girl looked very similar to Hui, with an eye patch on her right eye. She was kidnapped by the black magic cult for 3 years. Urza. There were 5 people behind Urza, namely Jalal, Simon, Zio, Miliana and Wally. They were all friends Urza knew on this island. Bruno was knocked unconscious, but the shock of the battle revived them. Urza, I finally found you. I'm sorry, but my brother didn't take good care of you. Looking at Urza with an eye patch on her right eye, Hui looked sad. Hui. How are you? You're okay. Seeing that Hui was attacked by someone and seriously injured, Kagura and Tia forced Zhang Crow back and came to Hui's side. Kagura. Are you Kagura? Simon looked at Kagura and shouted. Brother. Kagura turned around and saw Simon next to Urza. Great, Kagura, it's great that you're fine. Simon hugged Kagura. It was Sister Urza who hid Brother Hui and me together back then to avoid being captured by the Black Magic Order. Kagura explained to Simon. Urza, thank you. Let's talk about old times later. The man who had just successfully attacked Hui interrupted what Urza wanted to say. Fai Belzarian, right? My name is Azma, and I am one of the 7 descendants of the Devil's Heart Purgatory. The magic I use is the Arc of the Big Tree, the man introduced himself, and then looked at Fai with a fanatical expression. Although it's unfair, I still hope you can have a one-on-one showdown with me. At this time, Zhang Crow and Lasteros also came to his side, helped Bruno up, and were about to retreat. Hui did not speak, stood up, and took 2 steps forward to express his attitude. Azma. What you up to? Lasteros looked at Azma with a look of shock and anger. Azima, you are no match for him. As the vice president, I now order you to cover us and retreat. Bruno, who knew Azima's character very well, directly blocked Azima's next words. Yes. Hearing Brunot's words, Azma responded with a reluctant look on his face, and started to evacuate with the 3 of them. A battle that was supposed to break out ended in an anticlimactic manner. Let them go. Hui stopped Kagura and Tia who wanted to stop Azuma and his party. After Azma and the others completely disappeared from Fai's sight, Fai suddenly fell forward and passed out. Brother, what's wrong with you? At the moment of unconsciousness, Hui seemed to hear Urza's anxious call. Chapter 18. Where is this? Hui slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? You have been in a coma for half a month. Really, you are really in danger this time. If you deliver it later, there will be nothing I can do. I really don't know why you are trying so hard. Humans are indeed a nasty creature. Feel sorry. Grandma Pilusha, I've caused you trouble again. Hui heard the voice, and Polycycle looked apologetic. Even if you don't care about your own life, you should think about Kagura and Tia. All 3 of you, come in. Polycycle shouted outside. Sorry for making you worry. Hui looked at Kagura, Tia, and Urza who came in from the door. Arisa, how is your right eye? I installed a prosthetic eye on her, which will not affect her vision, but her right eye will never shed tears again. Polycycle on the side answered Hui instead of Urza. Urza, I'm sorry, it's my useless brother. If I could find you earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Brother, I can't blame you, you have tried your best. Urza comforted Hui. It's just Grandpa Rob. He died to protect me. Urza thought of Rob and her face darkened. By the way, where is Simon? And Urza, where are your friends? My brother said that he wanted to take a good look at the world, so he followed Jalal and the others to travel around the world. Kagura's clear voice sounded from the side. I am satisfied to see my brother come back safely. Kagura, who knew what Fai was thinking, answered directly without waiting for Fai to ask. Okay, the visit is over. Get out of here. I hate humans. It will take some time for him to recover. Polycycle's voice broke the silence in the room. 5 days later, Fai, who had basically recovered from his injuries, was kicked out by Polyasica. Fai, who returned to the guild, looked at the lively scene in front of him, and more than a month seemed like a lifetime ago. Generally. President. Hui walked straight to Makarov, who was sitting at the bar. It's good to be back. I've heard from Tia about what happened to you this time. It's really dangerous. I didn't expect that you would actually encounter the heart of the devil, who is part of the Balam Alliance. Fortunately, you all returned safely in the end. Makarov looked at Hui and spoke slowly. I have also heard about Rob. There is no need to feel ashamed. This is a choice he made willingly. When he disappeared, we searched for him for a long time. Unexpectedly, Makarov sighed. Also, don't hide everything in your heart anymore. Take it upon yourself. Talk about your difficulties, and your family members in the guild will help you. Okay, go back quickly. Urza and the others are still waiting for you at home. Thank you, President. I understand. I will go back first. I really don't know what the future will be like. Hui walked out of the guild and looked at the sunset in the west, thinking of everyone in Jalal whose fate had been completely changed by him. Well, it doesn't matter what happens, it's enough for Urza to come back to me. As for the future, that is a matter for the future. The stone in my heart fell to the ground. Hui felt that his whole body relaxed a lot. He completely put down the memories of his past life that he had almost forgotten, and walked quickly towards home. Chapter 19. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Hui came out of his home and went to the guild. Hui, what did you do last night? You have never come to the guild so late before. You can't be sorry to Tia. Makao and Wakaba laughed as they watched Hui walk into the guild. Brother, you are finally up. Hui just wanted to fight back. Urza, who was standing in front of the task board, heard the voice and came over with a complaint on her face. Tia and Kagura looked at Fai with strange eyes next to Urza. Ahaha, my brother is recovering from a serious injury after all, Urza. Hui smiled awkwardly, remembering that Urza came to wake him up in the morning, but he covered his head with the quilt and said to Urza, brother has a disease that makes him unable to sleep until he wakes up naturally. Paralysis is a strange disease, Urza, can you bear to see your dear brother confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life? Urza looked at Hui with a black look on her face and refused to get up. In desperation, she could only come to the guild with Tia and Kagura first. Hui, I didn't expect you to have such a side. Why didn't we discover it before? Ahem. When I first came in, I saw him standing in front of the mission board. Was he choosing a mission? Urza. Hui looked at Kagura and Tia, who were suppressing their laughter, and abruptly changed the subject. Do you need me to help you? No need, brother, I have already chosen. The innocent Urza did not discover Huey's purpose. If my brother accompanied me, I wouldn't be able to get training. I also want to become stronger and be able to protect my brother and fight with him in the future. Tia and Kagura have agreed to accompany me. Looking at Huey's worried eyes, Urza, who understood what he was thinking, added. Then you have to pay attention to your own safety. Tia, Urza, and Kagura are leaving it to you. Don't worry, Hui. Then we'll set off. The chicks will one day fly to the sky alone. You can protect them for a while, but you cannot protect them for the rest of their lives. Don't worry too much, besides, Dia is still with them. She is an S-class mage just like you. Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, said to Fai. I understand, President, thank you. Time is like running water, constantly flowing forward, and time soon comes to the year X777. On the first day of the new year, Huey's home. Urza, look, that's it, don't use too much force, it's very simple. Hui put a wrapped dumpling on the plate in front of him. Since Urza returned to his side and the last worry in Huey's heart disappeared, Hui relaxed. Today is the first day of the new year, and Hui suddenly remembered the memory of the past life. How could there be no dumplings in the new year? So I hurried to the market to buy the ingredients, took Urza, Tia and Kagura to make dumplings together. Bang! I saw that Urza had another dumpling's dead soul on her hand. Urza looked aggrievedly at Fai, whose mouth was twitching slightly, and Tia and Shen, who really wanted to hold back their smiles but were betrayed by the curvature of their mouths. Happy? Forget it, Urza, just watch from the side. Hui shook his head helplessly. It was also the first time to make dumplings. Tia and Kagura learned it quickly, but Urza could not control her power. The number of dumplings killed in her hands at this moment, there are already more than 10. Urza must not have cooking skills in her skill tree. Hui thought of the dark dishes Urza had made in the past few months. It was night time soon. Okay, let's get started. Hui, who had been busy all day, brought over the cooked dumplings. Tasty! Elsa and the three of them picked up a dumpling one after another, took a bite, and their eyes lit up instantly. Dumplings are more delicious when dipped in vinegar. Hui smiled and put a small dish of vinegar in front of each of them. Then they started eating together. Hui, what are you doing? Suddenly, Gray's voice came from the window. Gray, how many times have I told you, come in through the front door and don't climb through the window? Also, where are your clothes? Hui turned around and looked, his face turned dark. Ah! When? Not paying attention at all. Hearing this, Gray took a look at his body. Forget it, what do you want from me? Hui sighed, knowing that Gray's problem cannot be changed at all. I see that you haven't come to the guild all day, so I came over to see what you are eating. Gray remembered the purpose of coming here. Dumplings, make your own dumplings, come and try them too. Hui also filled out a cutlery for Gray. By the way, I'll go find Kana and Laxus and let them have a taste too. Hui suddenly thought after sitting down, then I will bring some to other people in the guild tomorrow. The Laxus mentioned by Hui is the grandson of President Makarov. He is 4 years older than Hui. He is good at using thunder magic and has always been relatively withdrawn. When Hui became an S-class mage, he even sent a message to Fai. Challenged, but was easily defeated by Fai, and then vowed to defeat Fai one day. Kana was a member of the guild 2 years earlier than Fai, Tia, and Kagura, and was 1 year younger than Fai. Years old, using card magic. The two of them, plus Gray, are the only 3 magicians of the same age as Hui and others in the guild. After more than 10 minutes, Hui pulled Laxus with a look of reluctance. Came back with a curious Kana. Okay, Laxus, don't be shy and go ahead and eat. Hui looked at Laxus with a smile. After having a good time with wine and food, they went home to rest. Yes, that's right, they had a good time with wine and food. Kana secretly brought him from the guild while following Hui. After a bottle of wine was brought out, everyone divided the bottle of wine. As for minors not being allowed to drink, Hui and others said they didn't know what it was. Before leaving, Laxus challenged Hui again. Hui accepted his challenge. The next day, after Hui brought dumplings to the guild, he arrived at the place he had arranged with Laxus. Laxus had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 20. You're finally here, Fai, so let's get started. I will definitely defeat you this time. Looking at Fai walking over, Laxus began to accumulate magic power. What a hothead! Hui looked helplessly at Laxus, who was full of confidence. Thunder and raging waves. Seeing that Hui was ready, Laxus did not hesitate and took action directly. A thunder cloud instantly appeared above Hui's head, and countless thunder and lightning struck Hui. Hui quickly dodged aside. Violent volt. At some point, Laxus had already ducked behind Fai. Ice make shield. Fai did not continue to dodge, but used ice modeling magic to make an ice shield in front of him, blocking Laxus' attack and launched a counterattack, Ice Make White Rose Garden. Then he quickly approached Laxus. When he was approaching Laxus, FAI jumped up instantly and jumped on top of Laxus, Ice Make Prison. A cage instantly appeared in the sky, trapping Laxus inside after landing. FAI, you don't think you can defeat me like this? Laxus looked at FAI expressionlessly. It's not over yet. Ice Make Ice Spike Assault. Outside the cage, countless ice spikes appeared in an instant, passing through the gap in the cage and stabbing towards Laxus. Laxus's pupils shrank, and he quickly used lightning to escape from the ice prison. Ice Make Tomahawk. Before Laxus could stabilize his body, Phi's voice came from behind again. Laxus looked up and saw that FAI in front of him turned into an ice sculpture and scattered. Roar of the Brontosaurus. Laxus did not dodge anymore, but turned around and sprayed a bolt of lightning from Phi's mouth. Feeling the power of Laxus's blow, FAI did not dare to take it hard, so he could only disperse the giant axe in his hand and shoot to the side. Dodge. This is the lost magic, dragon-slaying magic. Laxus, when? FAI looked at Laxus in shock. When I was young, because my body could not bear the huge magic power inherited from my grandfather, my father implanted me with the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. After that, I became the Thunder Dragon Slayer mage. Before, I could not. He is proficient in the Thunder Dragon slaying magic, so he has never used it. Laxus explained to FAI. Hui, use all your strength. I know that you still have one of the most powerful magics that you haven't used yet. Well, since you asked, then, as you wish. You need to be able to do it. After hearing Laxus's request, Hui directly summoned the third stage Suzuo no Hu. This is my strongest magic now, the third stage Suzuo no Hu. The third phase. Yes, on top of this, there are two more forms that I can't use right now. But, Laxus, be careful. Even the third stage of Zonangu is not something you can block. Hui explained to Laxus softly. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Hearing Phi's explanation, Laxus didn't say anything more, but responded directly with action. FAI did not construct a weapon in his hand, but also controlled Sunohu and swung it towards Laxus. With one punch, there was a click sound, and Laxus' arm was broken, and then he flew backwards while vomiting blood. Laxus, are you okay? Hui saw this, dispersed Zonangu and quickly ran in the direction of Laxus. It's so powerful that it's unimaginable. Hui, I lost this time, but sooner or later, I will defeat you. Laxus held the ground with one hand and said to Hui while breathing rapidly. Well, I'm waiting for that day to come, but before that, I'll send you for treatment first. Hui helped Laxus up and walked towards the guild. 7 months have passed since Laxus challenged FAI. When Tianhui helped Laxus back to the guild, he looked at Laxus' miserable Makarov was shocked. After learning the reason, he scolded the two of them, and then hurriedly sent Laxus to Polisikana for treatment. The sun was shining brightly on this day. There was no cloud in the sky. FAI and Urza were on their way back to the guild after completing their mission. Suddenly, FAI seemed to feel something, and stopped and looked back at the sky behind him. Brother, what's wrong? Looking at Huey's movements, Urza asked in surprise. Nothing. Let's go. Hui suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Brother, when will Tia and Kagura come back? Urza asked Hui as she walked. I'm afraid it will take some time. Ulu sent a message a few days ago, saying that he returned to the northern continent and would stay there for a while to observe the sealing situation of Deliera. Kagura accompanied Tia to visit Ulu. Reckless. We're back. Hui and Urza greeted everyone after returning to the guild. Hui is back. Did the mission go smoothly? Wakaba said hello to Hui and asked Hui. Awful. Hui sat next to Wakaba with a decadent look on his face. Ha 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 ha. Makao burst out laughing after hearing Huey's words. How come? Isn't it possible that Lien Hui can't complete that task even with your strength? Wakaba asked in shock. How can it be? Hui looked at Makao, who laughed suddenly. He was about to ask what was going on. When he heard Wakaba's words, he explained the target guild immediately gave up resistance and surrendered after seeing me. Then I notified the nearby army captured them. Originally, I wanted to take Urza to exercise this time, so I took on this S-level extermination mission. The result, alas. Hui sighed. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Huey's words, Makao felt as if someone had choked his neck, his laughter stopped suddenly, and Wakaba burst out laughing. Did you two bet on me again? Hui looked at the performance of the two of them and suddenly understood something. It seems that it won't work if I don't teach you a lesson. Hui rushed towards Wakaba. Fai, not me. It was Makao's idea. Asshole, you were the one who first said that you wanted to bet on Huey's mission. What does it have to do with me? Makao was shocked when he heard Wakaba's words. Makao, don't even think about running away. Hui threw Makao to the ground, and the three of them instantly fought together. Hui, if you don't stop, I'm going to fight back. I'm scared myself when I move my hands then fight back. Oh, don't slap me in the face. It hurts your self-esteem. Ouch. Who is it? Makao, did you throw the stool just now? Gray next to him was suddenly hit on the head by a stool, and then he also joined the battle group. After a while, everyone who was watching was involved, and the entire guild fell into chaos. Look who I brought back. Suddenly, the door of the guild opened, and Makarov walked in with a cherry-haired boy with a plaid scarf around his neck. Seeing the scene in front of him, Makarov was stunned for an instant, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. You bastards, please stop it. Oh, the president is back. Hearing Makarov's roar, the guild instantly became quiet. Hui let go of Wakaba's clothes that were still in his hands a second ago, and said to Makarov as if he was a good boy. Call. Chapter 21. Hey, forget it. This is Natsu, who was raised by a real fire dragon, uses the lost magic Fire Dragon Slayer magic, and is a new member of our guild. Makarov, knowing that it was useless to say anything, sighed and turned to introduce the young man behind him. What? Raised by a fire dragon? Do dragons really exist? Everyone was shocked when they heard Makarov's words. Haha, what were you doing just now? It was so interesting. Can I join? Makarov heard the voice from behind and felt dizzy. Natsu. Natsu. Hui looked at the boy standing next to Makarov, and finally knew the reason for the strange feeling in his heart before. Is today the day when the dragons disappear? To celebrate Natsu's joining, let's have a party. Makarov jumped on the bar and suggested loudly, and everyone agreed. Several months have passed since Natsu joined the guild, and the time has come to the year X778. Tia and Kagura also returned to the guild shortly after Natsu joined the guild, and brought a message to Hui that someone had approached the valley where Deliura's seal was placed. Ulu didn't know that it was an accident and that someone came specifically for Deliura, so he returned to the northern continent. And before leaving, let Tia bring the news to Hui. Leon, could it be you? After Hui heard the news, Leon's figure appeared in his mind. But Hui did not tell Tia and Kagura what he was thinking, because he didn't know if Leon would still want to defeat Deliola after he brought so many changes to the world. Later, when the new year came, Hui called Gray and the others to his home again, had a meal of dumplings, and celebrated. By the way, there was an extra Natsu this time. On this day, Hui came to the guild at noon again. Urza went on a mission with Tia and Kagura a few days ago and has not returned yet. After greeting everyone and casually knocking Natsu away who wanted to challenge him, he sat down next to Wakaba. After Natsu came to the guild and heard about Fai's strength, he tirelessly challenged Fai, but every time he was easily killed by Fai. Macau, have you noticed that since Urza came, Hui seems to have become a different person, and seems to have awakened some strange attributes? Wakaba saw Hui sitting aside and said to Macao with a wink. Yes, before Urza came, Hui came to the guild early every morning and performed tasks one after another without stopping. Ever since Urza came, Hui, you have never gotten up early. You don't come to the guild until noon every day, and you don't go out to perform tasks very much. From time to time, you will study recipes. This was all for you before. You would never do something that you would never do, so you can't be a girl, right? Macao sang the double act with Wakaba with a mean smile on his face. So what if you're a sister control? If you have the ability, you will have such a lovely sister. If you have the ability, don't eat the food I cook. Hui glared at the two of them angrily. Hearing that Hui admitted so shamelessly and mocked them, Wakaba and Macao opened their mouths as if they had been hurt tens of thousands of times. Ha ha ha, Macao, Wakaba, you have humiliated yourselves again. Obviously every time you argue with Hui, you are the loser. This may be the result of repeated defeats and repeated defeats. Ha ha ha. Seeing the looks of Macao and Wakaba, the people next to them laughed. Hui, come over here. Hui, who was laughing with everyone, suddenly heard the voice of President Makarov. What's wrong, President? Hui came over. Take a look at this task. Makarov handed an order sheet to Hui. Eliminate those entrenched in the church in Karl Town. This is... Hui looked at Makarov in confusion. Not long ago, a demon suddenly appeared in the church in the small town of Karl. The villagers felt very frightened, so they issued this mission. Makarov explained to Hui, as for the origin of the devil, no one knows. Because I don't know the specific situation of the devil, and Guild Arts is no longer in the guild, I want to leave it to you. With your strength, you can probably handle it. Gildus was the only S-class mage in the guild before Hui and Dia joined Fairy Tail, and he was also the strongest mage in the guild. Well, I accepted this task. Hui quickly made a decision. Well, go early and come back early, and pay attention to safety. Hui waved his hand to reassure Makarov and left the guild. Chapter 22. 2 days later, the town of Karl. After arriving in Karl Town, Hui went directly to the mayor's home. Along the way, Hui saw that the residents of the town would look at the tallest building in the center of the town with fear from time to time. After arriving at the mayor's house, Hui showed off the guild seal on his arm. Hui ignored the mayor's suspicious gaze and directly asked about the situation of the demons in the church. About half a month ago, a demon appeared out of nowhere and occupied the church. People near the church were injured by the demon. Master Mage, you must help us eliminate the demon in the church. No deaths occurred. Hui continued to ask. Yes, a few days before the demon appeared, several residents entered the church and never came out again. The mayor looked at Hui's serious eyes and replied hesitantly. Hui looked at the mayor, who was evasive and hesitant, knowing that he had not told the whole truth. After Hui pondered for a while, he left the mayor's house without asking any questions and walked straight to the church under the frightened eyes of the town residents. Hui pushed open the church door and walked in. Fai walked into the church and glanced around the interior of the church, then saw 3 figures squatting in the innermost corner of the church, 2 girls and a boy. One of the girls had demonizations on her right hand and left foot. The 3 people saw Hui walking into the church and felt Hui's aura. The 2 normal boys and girls shrank behind the girl with demonic hands and feet in the middle. Sister, I'm scared. The boy whispered weakly. Suddenly, the girl with normal body rushed over to Hui and stopped in front of Hui. The girl has short white hair and a very cute face with uncontrollable fear. My lord, please don't hurt Sister Myra, she is not a devil. Listen. The girl with demonized hands and feet roared, looking at Hui warily, ready to take action at any time. Hui looked at the cute little girl in front of him, heard her name again, and then looked at the girl with demonized hands and feet. The girl looked at him warily, and when he thought of what the mayor said, some people disappeared in the first few days when the devil appeared, and then only injured nearby residents, and no lives were lost, Hui understood instantly. Half a month ago, a demon did appear out of nowhere and came to the small town of Karl. It occupied the church and killed several residents who entered the church. After that, Myra came to the church after receiving the news. In order to drive them out of the town, the mayor issued a mission to Fairy Tale on behalf of the town's residents. It was Hui who accepted this mission. After understanding the cause and effect, Hui smiled and stretched out his right hand towards the girl named Lysina under Myra's vigilant gaze. Lysina looked at Hui's actions. She closed her eyes in fear. After a while, Lysina, who felt the warmth of Phi's palm on her head, opened her eyes and looked at Fai with a gentle smile on her face. "Little sister, your name is Lysina, right?" "Well, my name is Lysina Strauss, and this is my sister Myra Jane Strauss." Lysina timidly pointed to the girl with demonized hands and feet, and then pointed to the boy next to her. "This is Elfman Strauss, my brother." "It seems that I guessed correctly, these are Myra Jane and her 3 siblings." Hui heard Lysina's introduction and recalled Myra in the original work. "My name is Fai Bearsarian, you can call me Brother Fai. I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale. This time I received a mission from the residents of the town to eliminate the demons entrenched here." Hui explained to Lysina. "Brother Hui, Sister Myra, she is not a devil, she is just. Hearing Hui's words, Lysina was so anxious that she almost cried. Myra, who had been relaxed, suddenly looked at Hui defensively like a hedgehog. "Lysina, don't get excited, just listen to me." Hui patted Lysina's head gently, "But looking at the current situation, the devil has been eliminated by your sister Myra." "But, sister, she is now." She had awakened the magic called reception and absorbed the demons in the church. Because she could not control her magic well, this kind of partial demonization occurred. Hui continued to explain to Lysina. "So how can we resolve the current situation?" Myra on the side saw that Hui had no ill intentions and stepped forward to ask Hui. "Now that you have awakened your magic, have you ever thought about leaving here and joining a magician's guild?" Hui did not answer Mirajana's question but asked her in return. "Will they accept us?" Miraj looked at her right hand and left foot, thinking of the disgusted expressions of the town residents, with a sad look on her face. "Come to Fairy Tale." Hui suddenly extended an invitation to Myra. Myra raised her head and looked at Hui in surprise. "But, I am like this. Once you can control your magic, this situation will disappear, so don't worry too much." Hui smiled at Myra. "Okay then, I'll join Fairy Tale." Myra thought for a while and then decided, "Lysina and Elfman will both be with me." Seeing that Myra Jane had already decided, Hui led them out of the church. "Lord Mage, what are you doing?" When the mayor outside the church saw Myra's figure, he took a few steps back with fear on his face and asked Hui. "They are not demons. The demons here were eliminated by them a few days ago. But you don't have to worry, they will leave here with me and never come back." Mayor Hui explained to the mayor. Hearing Hui's explanation, the mayor and the nearby residents breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the expressions of the mayor and the residents of the town at this time, Hui felt very sick in his heart and said nothing more. Took Myra Jane and the 3 of them out of this town. Chapter 23. 1 week later, Magnolia, the entrance to the Fairy Tale Guild. Finally home. Hui sighed. Because he helped Myra Jane control his magic along the way, Phi's return to the guild slowed down. "I'm back." Hui opened the door and walked into the guild with Myra and the other 3 who had returned to normal. "Hui, where did you abduct 2 such cute little girls?" Everyone in the guild looked at Hui walking in, followed by 2 women and 1 man, and laughed. Hui glared at them, raised his middle finger, did not speak, and led Myra and the three of them directly to the person sitting at the bar. Makarov. President, I'm back, the mission has been completed. Nothing unexpected happened, right? No, but by the time I got there, the demon had been destroyed. Then Hui told Makarov about Myra Jane and the other three. Then, Makarov looked at Myra Jane, who looked at him without fear, and suddenly stood up from the bar. To welcome our new members, let's have a party. Oh. How about it? Not bad. Hui looked at Myra and the three people who were frightened by the sudden carnival, and said with a smile, come, let's join the banquet together. Feeling the long-lost warmth, Myra and the three of them nodded and joined in the carnival. At noon the next day, Hui came to the guild with lazy steps. Before he entered the door, he heard the voices of Urza and Myra Jane came from inside. Tough armored woman, what do you mean? Snort. Exhibitionist. Little sister. My brother won't like someone like you. Do you want to fight? Armor girl. Little sister, just fight, no one is afraid of whom. Hui opened the door and saw Urza and Myra Jane each with one foot on the stool, head on head, staring at each other without showing any weakness. Lisana and Kagura stood apart with helpless expressions. Beside Myra Jane and Urza, Tia watched the two people quarreling with interest at the bar not far away. Elfman hugged Najgra with two panda eyes and stood aside. Shivering. Very scary, there was actually another great demon king who was no less inferior to Urza. Natsu was so frightened that he trembled all over and said this. Grey nodded in agreement and Elfman looked like he was about to cry. Macau, what's going on? Hui walked up to Macau, who was watching the show, and asked him. Oh, Hui, can't you tell, you are so handsome. Hearing Hui's voice, before Macau could answer his question, Wakaba turned around and said with a smile. What does this have to do with me? If you don't tell me honestly, be careful with me. Hui looked at Macau and Wakaba, who had a mean smile on their faces, with a dangerous light in their eyes, and then flashed his fists. Well, I have something to say. Civilized people use their words but not their hands. Looking at Hui's threatening eyes, Macau and Wakaba gave in decisively. Early this morning, Myra Jane brought Lisana and Elfman to the guild, and then announced to everyone in the guild that your ownership belongs to her. As a result, Urza and the others completed their mission at this time. When I came back, I happened to hear Marajana's words, and then the two of them started to quarrel. Well, what happened to Elfman? I can understand why Natsu and Grey were so scared. After all, they had been beaten violently by Urza before, but Elfman is a good boy. Hui heard Macau's words and said MMP in his heart, and then thought of Elfman with a pair of panda eyes hugging Grenaz. Grey used to take off his clothes in public on the street, and was watched by Urza, who was passing by. After a beating, it took several days for Natsu to recover, and Natsu challenged Urza when she was tasting her favorite cake, and then knocked over Urza's cake. AI was furious. Lusa hung at the door of the guild all day after being knocked unconscious, so it was not surprising that they were frightened like this by Urza, but Elfman was a timid and shy boy, so he shouldn't be. Myra Jane probably wouldn't hit his brother if he went to provoke Urza, so what's going on with his panda eyes? Fai said he couldn't understand. A short while before you came to the guild, Elfman saw Urza and Myra Jane getting more and more quarrelsome, so he wanted to go up and try to persuade him, but he was punched in the eye by each of them, and he became what he is now. Look. Wakaba explained to Hui on the side. Well, what a headache. After Hui listened to Macau and Wakaba's explanations, he looked at Urza and Myra Jane, who were still fighting each other, with a very painful expression on his face. Okay, it's time for you two to call it quits. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Hui stepped forward and pulled the two away. The tables and chairs will be broken later, and the president will be heartbroken again. Elder brother. Hui. Urza and Myra Jane looked at Fai standing in the middle and shouted at the same time. Unexpectedly, Hui, who usually destroys countless tables and chairs and gives the president a headache, will start to think about the problem for the president. If the president hears this, he will definitely be very moved. Tia, who had been watching the show, suddenly said after seeing Hui. Tia, please stop causing trouble. Hui looked helplessly at Tia, who was worried about the world being in chaos. Okay, Urza, you just came back from your mission, go home and rest. As for Myra, aren't you ready to take on the mission? Lysina and Elfman are still counting on you. Look at how frightened Elfman is. Hui saw Tia shrugged and stopped talking, so he continued to educate Urza and Myra Jane. Everyone else has also dispersed. What are you doing? Do you still need me to find something for you to do? Hui finished educating Myra and Urza, and then said to the others. Everyone looked at the meaning in Huey's eyes that whoever dares to say one more word will make you look good, and they quickly dispersed, taking tasks after tasks, and chatting about the mountains. After a lot of chatting, the guild returned to its usual appearance. Hui, what do you think of me? Looking at Urza and Myra leaving, Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Dia's voice coming from the side. Hui turned around and looked at Dia, whose face was red and showing a little shyness, and whispered softly. He smiled and asked Dia, do you think I can still live without you in this life? After understanding what FAI meant, Dia glared at FAI fiercely, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and then she chased Urza and Kagura and left the guild. Chapter 24. In the year X781, 3 years have passed since the 3 Myra Jane siblings joined the guild. This year, Hui is 16 years old. In these 3 years, a lot of things have happened. At the end of the year the cat flew out of the egg. Yes, it was a cat flying out of the egg. Natsu named the cat Happy. After that, time came to the year, Laxus is 18 years old. Then, in the second year, Urza and Myra also qualified to participate in the S-class assessment. In the end, Urza successfully defeated Myra and became one of the 5 S-class wizards in the guild. In X781, Myra Jane, who had been accumulating anger for a year, defeated other people who participated in the S-class assessment with overwhelming force and became the 6th S-class mage in Fairy Tale. At the end of the same year, Hui, who had helped the Magic Council complete several decades of tasks, also became a candidate for the top 10 magicians. As soon as a position becomes vacant, Hui can obtain the official title of the top 10 magicians. However, an unexpected thing happened. A few days before X782, Hui received news from URU that Deliura was missing. An unknown magician destroyed the induction circle outside the valley where the gourd that sealed Deliura was placed, and transferred Deliura away without alerting URU. Hui heard the news and hurriedly took Tia to the northern continent and met with URU. URU, what's going on now? The day before the arrival of X782, Hui and Tia rushed to the valley where Deliura's seal was previously stored. I don't know, I came back this time just to check the seal status of Deliura, but when I came back a few days ago, this place was already like this. Ulu shook his head, looked at the dusty Tia and Hui who came all the way, and pointed to the ruins in front of him. The entire valley has been completely destroyed. Ulu, didn't you set up an induction circle? Hui stepped forward to check, then turned back and asked Wulu. Yes, but so far, the magic circle on my wrist shows no signs of damage. Wulu showed Hui the miniature magic circle that was intact on his wrist. There are only 2 situations that can cause this phenomenon. One is that the other party uses a very special method to block the communication between me and the magic circle. Link, and then destroy the induction array. However, so far I have not found a way to block the magical induction of biological link. The other one is to use a strength that far exceeds mine to forcefully destroy the link between the magic circle and me before the induction magic circle takes effect. How is this possible? When Tia heard the second situation mentioned by Ulu, she shouted in surprise. 7 years ago, URU, you had strength that surpassed that of an S-class mage. 7 years have passed, and you must not have made any progress. From this point of view, if it is the second situation, the other party at least has the strength of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saint. Hui did not refute Ulu's words. He pondered for a while and roughly estimated the strength of the person who stole Deliura. The only person who knows where Deliura's seal is stored is you, Ulu, and I. Ye, Kagura, and Gray and Leon. Kagura and Gray are still in the guild, so it's impossible for them to secretly transfer Deliura. If Leon comes back, someone must be able to recognize him after living in the north for so many years. If not, then the other party will definitely leave clues in the process of looking for Deliura. You, let's split up. You and Tia will go to a nearby town to ask if Leon has been back recently. I went to check if any unknown person had come looking for Deliura. Then you and Tia set out for the nearest town, and Hui went to the town where Deliura had appeared before he was sealed. It took Hui and the others 2 months to search for Deliura's whereabouts. The process passed quickly. In the past 2 months, something happened in Magnolia and Fairy Tale that made everyone extremely sad. Lysina died during the mission. A few days ago, Myra accepted an S-level mission to defeat the Beast King, and with the permission of Guild President Makarov, she brought Elfman and Lysina to assist her in the mission. However, due to her carelessness, Elfman was seriously injured by the Beast King Thebeast, who pretended to be knocked down by her, and lost the ability to resist. In order to protect Myra, Elfman forcibly accepted Thebeast, but he lost control as a result. After Na evacuated the nearby residence, she tried to wake up Elfman, but unexpectedly died at the hands of Elfman, who lost his mind. Brother, this is what happened. After what happened to Lysina, Urza used the contact crystal to tell Hui the whole story. What an eventful year! Looking at Urza with a sad face in the contact crystal, Hui knew that Urza had not lied to him. Although the memories of his previous life were almost forgotten, Hui knew that Lysina was still alive 2 years later. Lusa, Tia, and I will be back tomorrow. I still have some questions to ask Myra. Immediately, Hui broke off contact with Urza. You also know about Lysina. Since there are no clues about Deliura yet, Tia and I will set off to rush back to the guild tomorrow. I will leave the rest to you. If there is any news, you will report it immediately. Contact me. Okay, you can go back to the guild first, and leave the matter of Deliura to me. Early the next morning, Hui and Tia boarded the train bound for Magnolia and rushed back to the guild. Welcome back, Hui. Myra, what are you doing? Hui and Tia returned to the guild, looking at Myra, who was wearing a black dress, with a bunch of hair tied up on her forehead with a hairband, and a gentle smile, as if she had become a different person. I just want to change my lifestyle occasionally, and Lysina always hoped that I could become more ladylike during her lifetime. Myra was silent for a while, and Hui explained, besides, I can no longer fight anymore. Myra, take me to Lysina's grave. I have something important to tell you. Hui, who had been silent for a long time after hearing Myra's words, suddenly said, Myra didn't ask Hui what was going on, but took the lead and walked directly in the direction of Magnolia Cemetery. Myra, I heard Urza say that Lysina's body disappeared, right? The 2 people who were speechless all the way came to Lysina's tomb. Hui looked at Lysina's tombstone and asked Myra. Well, I saw her with my own eyes being knocked out by Elfman, who lost control of her, and finally died in my arms, and then disappeared. Myra choked up as she answered Huey's question. Myra, Lysina is probably not dead yet. What? I said Lysina would probably still be alive. Hui repeated it again. Hui, is this true? Is Lysina really still alive? Myra covered her mouth, tears of excitement flowed from her eyes. Well, it's true, but don't tell other people about this yet. Although I can't explain the specific reason to you yet, Myra, believe me, Okay? One day, Listener will come back. Come back to us. Chapter 25. X784, Harujun Port. Really, Habi, that's too much. You just didn't get off the train with me, which made me take the train twice. A cherry-haired boy walked feebly in the alley of Harujun. Why are you so afraid of transportation, Natsu? A blue cat next to the boy spoke. And I'm starving now. Natsu said again, feeling the emptiness in his stomach. Who said we don't have a penny on us? Happy dealt a second blow to Natsu. I said, Habib, the fire dragon should be Igniru, right? Natsu asked with a serious face as he thought about the purpose of coming to Harujun this time. Igniru was the fire dragon who raised Natsu. He suddenly disappeared in X777, and then Natsu joined Fairy Tail. Well, because apart from Igniru, I can't think of anyone else. Habi agreed with Natsu's words. Well, that's true too. Lord Fire Dragon. So handsome. Please look over here. Suddenly, a girl's scream came from the front. Fire Dragon. Habi and Natsu looked at each other excitedly and ran forward. Great, I really said CAO CAO, CAO CAO is here. At this time, in the center of the crowd in front, a man wearing a purple cloak was doing various poses in a coquettish manner, causing the crowd to scream. What's wrong? My heart is beating so fast. How could this happen? What's wrong with me now? A girl with long blonde hair in the crowd tried hard to control her restless heart. At this moment, the man in the purple cloak seemed to sense something and smiled in the direction of the girl with long blonde hair. He's looking at me. Is it because he is a famous magician that my heart beats so fast? The girl covered her chest, a heart shape appeared in her eyes, and she fell instantly. Igniru, Igniru. Natsu yelled Igniru's name and rushed to the man in the purple cloak. Natsu's shout also woke up the fallen blonde girl. Who are you? Looking at the purple-cloaked man in front of him, Natsu asked in confusion. I am a fire dragon. Have you heard of my name? The man in the purple cloak made another sullen pose. Ah, hey. So fast. The man in the purple cloak shouted in surprise as he looked at Natsu, who quickly left. Stop. How rude. Lord Fire Dragon is a great magician. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Suddenly, the group of girls behind him rushed up, pushed Natsu to the ground and beat him violently. What do you want to do? Natsu shouted with difficulty. Forget it, let's let him go. I think this guy doesn't have any ill intentions. So kind, so hot. The girls screamed again when they heard the words of the man in purple cloak. However, the blonde girl from before stood aside with frowning eyebrows, looking at the man in purple cloak with a serious face, and said nothing. Okay, I have something else to do and I have to go to the port ahead. The man in the purple cloak suddenly said after Natsu refused his autograph and was beaten up by the girls next to him. Red carpet, come on. I saw him snap his fingers, a red magic circle flashed past, and purple flames instantly appeared on the soles of his feet, lifting him into the sky. I will hold a party on the boat tonight, everyone should come to join us. After saying this, the man in the purple cloak disappeared into the sky. What's going on with that guy? Natsu looked at the place where the purple-cloaked man disappeared. That's right, what a nasty guy. Thank you. Ah. Natsu heard the voice and looked at the blonde girl walking by with a puzzled expression. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 26. My name is Lucy, please give me your advice. To express her gratitude, Lucy invited Natsu and Happy to have dinner. Let's call them Natsu and Happy. You are a good person. Natsu expressed his thanks while stuffing food into his mouth. Ahaha, I know you are very grateful, but don't worry, the food is all sprayed on me. Looking at Natsu who was devouring his food, Lucy smiled awkwardly. At this time, all the gold that was exchanged for charm was gone. Lucy looked at Natsu who was like a starving ghost and was very heartbroken. She thought about the money she saved by sacrificing her color in order to get a discount from the store owner when she bought the key to the little dog. By the way, the man named Fire Dragon just now must have used a kind of magic called charm. That kind of magic can attract people's hearts unknowingly, but its sale was banned several years ago. I didn't expect that he would actually use this trick to attract girls. It was so vulgar. Lucy said to Natsu with an unhappy look on her face, "Fortunately, you suddenly broke in at that time and lifted the magic that was cast on me, so I want to thank you." "I see." Natsu kept eating while listening to Lucy's explanation. "Oh, by the way, are you looking for anyone?" Lucy suddenly asked Natsu unhappy. "Love, it's Igniru. I heard that the fire dragon would come to this city, so I made a special trip here, but I didn't expect that I found the wrong person." Natsu then explained to Lucy. "That guy doesn't look like a fire dragon at all." Habi complained. "He told me it was a fire dragon, so I always thought it was Igniru." "You said it doesn't look like a fire dragon, but humans are meant to look like that." Lucy had a black line after hearing Natsu and Happy's words. "He's not human at all. Igniru is a real dragon. Love, he is a real dragon." Happy followed up Natsu's words and explained to Lucy. "What? How could a real dragon appear in the city?" After hearing Lucy's words, Natsu and Happy looked like they suddenly understood. "Why do you look like you just discovered it now?" Lucy complained crazily. "Hey! Aren't these Happy and Natsu?" Suddenly, a voice came from the window. "Oh, it's Hui." Natsu and Happy heard the sound and looked out the window. A handsome young man with short red hair said hello to them, and then walked into the hotel with a girl with long black hair holding a tachi. The most desired boyfriend is Fai Bears Arian, known as the Dawn of the Fairies. Lucy suddenly screamed as she looked at the person walking over. A year ago, Hui quickly became the most wanted after being featured in the Sorcerer magazine weekly Sosura with his handsome appearance and strong strength. Number 1 in the boyfriend rankings. My name is Lucy. I am a celestial mage. I am 17 years old this year. My birthday is July 1st. I admire you very much. I hope to join Fairy Tale and become your companion. Please sign your name for me." Lucy looked at the confused Fai excitedly, took out a paper and pen from her bag and introduced herself without any words. It seems that Lucy confessed her love to Hui again. If Tia hears it, Lucy will be killed. Natsu whispered to Habi next to him. "What?" Lucy was so frightened that she turned pale when she heard Natsu's words. "Love will definitely be torn into pieces by Tia. Urza will definitely help too." Habi then performed a last-ditch attack on Lucy. "How can you still love such a dangerous thing so easily?" Lucy complained to Habi crazily. "Haha, Lucy, don't worry, Natsu is joking with you, Tia is not so petty." Hui heard their conversation and laughed twice. "Since you are a celestial spirit mage, it is very easy to join the guild. Then just come back with us." "Is it really possible?" Lucy looked at him excitedly after listening to Hui's words. Teru, what are you and Kagura doing in Haruhian?" Natsu on the side suddenly asked Hui. "I heard before that someone in Harugian was kidnapping girls under the guise of Fairy Tale. The Magic Council ordered us to resolve the matter, so the president sent Kagura to check on the situation. Urza and Dia took Melty on a mission. I was bored alone in the guild. Then I heard that a new pastry shop opened in Harujun and the cakes were delicious. I wanted to buy some for Urza, so I came over with Kagura." Hui shook the package in his hand. Melty was the little girl that Tia brought back after completing a previous mission. While performing the mission, Tia passed by a destroyed town and saw a lonely girl. The young Melty thought of herself who had just escaped from the Magic Research Institute, so she adopted Melty and brought her back to Fairy Tale. What? Someone pretends to be Fairy Tale and does bad things, which will never be forgiven. Natsu was furious when he heard Huey's words. Do not you know? He is pretending to be your name, Natsu. Didn't you come to Harujun this time to look for the fire dragon? Haven't met yet. Hui looked at Natsu in confusion. Natsu is the fire dragon. Lucy heard Fai's words, looked at the familiar looks of Natsu and Fai, and then thought about Natsu's purpose and the man who called himself the fire dragon before. She shouted in shock. Ha! Yes, Natsu's title is Fire Dragon. Hubby, is that so? Natsu looked at Hubby in confusion. Like hubby, why didn't you tell me earlier? Because Natsu didn't ask me, I thought you knew, Natsu. Hui, since you already knew this, why didn't you remind me? Natsu suddenly fired at Fai. Brother Hui said he was too bored, so he wanted to have some fun. Wouldn't it be fun for Natsu to do this? Brother Huey's original words were this. Kagura, who had not spoken since entering, stabbed Natsu in the heart with a smile. By the way, Hui, we met the man who called himself Fire Dragon before, and he also said that he would hold a party on the ship in the port tonight. Lucy told Hui what happened before. If that's the case, then come at night and catch them all. Hui, leave this matter to me. They dare to pretend to be Fairy Tale and do bad things in my name. I will teach them a lesson. Natsu, who was feeling aggrieved, begged Hui. Well, Kagura, what do you say? This is your mission. Can. Then I'll leave it to you, Natsu. We'll be waiting for your good news at the hotel. Don't worry, Fai. In this case, let me help too. Lucy saw that they had already discussed it and recommended herself. Chapter 27. Unknowingly, night fell quietly. As previously discussed, Lucy arrived on the boat where the party was being held by herself, pretending to attend the party, but in fact she wanted to explore the specific situation on the boat. At this moment, the boat was crowded with people drinking, and it was very lively. Lucy could not see anything unusual, but Lucy did not dare to be careless. She believed that Hui would not deceive her with such a thing. This beautiful lady, may I have the honor to buy you a drink? Lucy heard the voice coming from behind, turned around, and saw the fake fire dragon she had seen during the day extending an invitation to her. What an honor! Lucy hesitated for a moment, then agreed, wanting to take this opportunity to get close to him to see if she could get anything out of him. Is your name Lucy? The name is quite nice, let's have a drink first. Lucy and the fake fire dragon came to a room and sat down. The fake fire dragon took out a bottle of red wine, poured a glass and put it on the table. He snapped his fingers and the wine in the glass floated in the air. Come on, put it in. Open your mouth and the fruit gems will slowly slide into your mouth. It's annoying, but I have to be patient. Be patient and patient. Looking at the fake fire dragon with a coquettish pose in front of her, Lucy felt very impatient. What do you want to do? The magic you are using now is sleep, right? Unable to bear it, Lucy suddenly stood up and interrupted the magic of the fake fire dragon. Haha, you know quite a lot. The fake fire dragon clapped his hands, and the curtains in the room suddenly opened, and a group of people walked out. These people all carried one or two unconscious girls on their shoulders, but now you are also our product. It's the key to the door. Lucy saw this and pulled out the key to the star spirit from her waist, but was snatched away by the fake fire dragon. So you are the star spirit mage. This can only be used by the person who made the contract, which means that for me say, it's of no use at all. As he said that, he threw Lucy's bunch of keys into the sea. As expected, it is you, pretending to be Fairy Tale, but secretly carrying out the dirty business of abducting girls. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and shouted at the fake fire dragon. "Oh, it seems you knew it before. Then you dare to come to my ship, you are really brave." The fake fire dragon looked at Lucy in surprise. "Natsu!" Lucy suddenly shouted. "I have already lost my patience, leave the rest to me. Habi, take Lucy back to the shore first." The top of the cabin was suddenly violently broken, and Natsu jumped down from it. Like after putting Natsu down, Happy rolled up Lucy with his tail and flew out. "Chase her quickly, she will be in trouble if she goes to the council." The fake fire dragon saw Happy's movements, gave instructions to the people behind him, and kept attacking Happy with magic, but Happy dodged them all. "Happy, what should Natsu do?" Lucy asked Happy. "Lucy, don't worry, Natsu is very strong." "Now, Lucy, listen to me, hubby." The transformation is lifted. The wings behind Happy's back suddenly disappeared, and one person and one cat fell into the sea. "You stupid cat! Found it!" After Lucy fell into the sea, she found the key to the star spirit that had been thrown into the sea by the fake fire dragon, and then surfaced with Happy. "I'm going to start, open the door of Aquarius." "Akia." Lucy found the key with a smile on her face, then pulled out a golden key and plunged it into the water. "It's a fish." Happy drooled as he looked at the mermaid that suddenly appeared on the water. "Not a fish. Don't forget that I am a celestial spirit mage, so I can use special keys to summon celestial spirits from other worlds." Lucy explained to Habib. "Aquasia, quickly use your power to push the ship back to the port." Lucy pointed to the fake fire dragon's boat. "Cut? What do you mean? Did you just cut it with disdain?" Lucy heard Akia's voice and complained to her crazily. "She is such a talkative little girl, I am warning you, just wait and see if you lose your keys next time." Akia showed an extremely dangerous look in her eyes. "Right, sorry." Lucy and Happy watched Akia being frightened and apologized in unison. "Aha!" Akia turned the bottle in her hand upside down and shouted loudly. A waterspout suddenly appeared in the sea, rushing the boat, Lucy and Happy to the shore. "What were you thinking just now? Why did you rush away with me too?" Lucy asked Akia after arriving at the shore. "He was so careless that he even washed away the boat. It turns out that I am the real target." Lucy felt blue veins forming on her head when she heard Akia's words. "Don't look for me yet, I'm going on a trip with my boyfriend for a week." "With my boyfriend?" Akia disappeared after saying this. "No need to say it twice." "Natsu." Lucy ran towards the boat that was washed up on the shore, shouting Natsu's name. Suddenly, Lucy stopped and saw Natsu standing up from the bow of the overturned boat. "Have you heard that you are the wizard of fairy tale?" Natsu asked the fake fire dragon with a calm expression. "So what? Get rid of him," the fake fire dragon ordered to his subordinates. "Let me take a good look at your face." Natsu pulled off his coat and knocked away the two charlatans who rushed towards him, revealing the guild mark on his shoulder. "I'm Natsu from Fairy Tale, I've never heard of a person like you." That coat of arms is real, Lord Pola." "Idiot, don't call my name." The fake fire dragon named Pola shouted at his subordinates. "Was it him?" Wei, you are here. Who are you talking about?" Lucy looked at Fai coming from behind with Kagura. "Well, Paula of the Red Sky, he was exiled by the Giant's Nose from the Magisters Guild many years ago. I didn't expect that he would dare to kidnap girls under the guise of fairy tale." Hui looked at Pola with a dangerous look and explained to Lucy. "I don't care if you are a good person or a bad guy, I will never allow you to use the name of fairy tale to lie to people everywhere." Natsu shouted angrily as he slowly walked towards Pola. "Otherwise, what do you want to do to me, little devil?" "Flame vortex!" Pola yelled arrogantly, and sent out a magic spell to hit the unsuspecting Natsu. The flames instantly engulfed Natsu, A guy who just talks without practicing is useless at all. Natsu. Lucy looked at Hui in surprise, who stopped her from rushing forward. It tastes terrible. Natsu's voice suddenly came from the flames. I said, are you really a flame mage? I've never tasted such terrible fire. Paula, the others, and Lucy looked at Natsu swallowing the flames, and they all looked horrified. What the hell is this guy? Fire was of no use to Natsu. Habi explained to Lucy on the side. After eating it, strength surges up. I saw Natsu's fists colliding, and a red magic circle appeared in his hands. His hands formed a trumpet shape in front of his mouth, and a blazing flame instantly burst out from his mouth, the roar of the fire dragon. Lord Pola, I have seen this guy before, with cherry blossom-colored hair and a scaly scarf. There is absolutely no doubt that this guy is real, Fire Dragon. Pola's men, who were knocked away by Natsu's move, explained to Pola in fear. Remember, this is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Natsu let out a low roar, then flames appeared in his hands and he rushed towards Pola, who relied on the flames to fly into the sky and evade Natsu's magic. Along the way, Natsu dodged Pola's magic one by one and rushed towards her. When he arrived at Pola's feet, a magic circle appeared under Natsu's feet. A burst of flames sprayed Natsu in front of Pola, and punched Pola away. Now I eat fire, and now I use fire to fight. Is what I see now really magic? Lucy covered her chest with one hand. Very confused. The dragon's lungs will blow out flames, the dragon's scales will dissolve the flames, and the dragon's claws will catch the flames. This is the ancient mysterious magic that transforms one's body into the body of a dragon, that is, ancient magic. Hui looked at Lucy's expression and explained to Lucy, actually, this was originally a kind of magic used to fight dragons, dragon-slaying magic. It was Igniru who taught Natsu. However, this has gone too far, Natsu. Hui looked at Natsu, who had dealt with Bora and was walking towards them. Then he looked at the port that had been destroyed for the most part. He covered his face and said to Natsu, now the president has a headache again. Army. Lucy heard footsteps and looked behind her. It's terrible, run away. As soon as Natsu saw the army taking Habi busy running away. Natsu. Lucy saw Natsu hurriedly running away like a mouse meeting a cat, and looked at Fai and Kagura in confusion. Hui, Natsu is this? Every time Natsu performs a mission, he will cause a certain degree of damage to the local area. He has been held accountable by the kingdom many times, so he will involuntarily run away when he sees the army. Hui explained to Lucy, and then walked away. He started chasing Natsu. Lucy, it's time for us to leave. Don't you still want to join Fairy Tale? Chapter 28. In the Magic Council, in a dark room, the members stood on a magic circle and discussed what happened in Harujun. Those idiots from Fairy Tale have caused big trouble again. This time, more than half of the port was destroyed. I can't stand it. Well, they are indeed a bunch of idiots, but it is also true that they are all capable people. And that person is also a member of Fairy Tale. That's what it means to be in a dilemma, right? I think forget it, just think of selling it to Fai Bears Arian as a favor. Hey, good luck to them. I'm back. Ignoring Lucy's shocked look, Natsu kicked the guild door open. You are back. Everyone in the guild saw Natsu at the door and were used to him kicking the door open. You did another big thing with great vigor, right here in Harujun, a buck-toothed man smiled and said to Natsu. You guy. Natsu kicked Bucktooth away before he finished speaking. The information about the fire dragon you gave me before was actually false. What happened? Lucy looked at Fai in shock when she saw Natsu's actions, but Fai and Kagura calmly walked to the bar and sat down. How did I know it was fake? I'm just kindly telling you the news I heard. Bucktooth got up from the ground and roared at Natsu. What did you say? Do you want to have a fight? In Lucy's horrified eyes, the two of them started fighting in the guild, and the guild was immediately upset by them. Okay, Natsu, forget it this time. Before Habi could finish his words, he was knocked away by a humanoid cannonball that came from nowhere. Great, I finally made it to Fairy Tale. Looking at the lively scene in front of her, Lucy's thoughts suddenly flew out. Suddenly. It turns out that guy has come back. Let's settle the score today, Natsu. Gray kicked the stool at his feet away and walked towards Natsu's battle group. Gray, get dressed. Lucy turned her head when she heard the sound, and saw a woman with brown curly hair reminding Gray. Ah, it's tragic. Gray heard Kana's voice and looked at his body. Hey, the men here will show their vulgar side, which is really annoying. Kana picked up a wine barrel in Lucy's shocked eyes and started drinking from the barrel. It's so noisy in broad daylight. How old are you? And if you're a man, express it with your fists. Elfman walked over from the side. It means relying on fighting. When Lucy heard Elfman's words, she complained in a black line. Stay out of the way. Natsu and Gray, who were confronting each other, knocked Elfman away with one punch. It is simply vulnerable. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and continued to complain. That's enough. What are you arguing about? Lucy turned around when she heard the voice. A man with short orange hair was sitting on a chair holding two girls. It was Loki who was at the top of the list of boyfriends he wanted most. Suddenly, a bottle flew from nowhere. After hitting Loki on the head, Loki narrowed his eyes. For all of you, I will join in the fun. Loki said to the two girls beside him. Remove a name from the leaderboard. Lucy saw this scene, took out the magazine, and put a cross on Loki's photo. I said, what the hell is going on? There are no normal people here. Lucy glanced at Fai, who was watching the scene in front of her with interest at the bar, and Kagura, who was still expressionless. Alas, you are new here. Myra walked over from the bar holding a plate. Myra Jane, it's me. Lucy looked at Myra with red eyes. Not long after Lysana's incident, Myra, who could no longer fight, became a waiter at Fairy Tale, and also accepted an invitation from Mage magazine to become the cover girl of Weekly Sosara. Please tell me, is it okay not to stop them? Lucy asked Myra. They have always been like this, don't worry about them, Yahui and Kagura are here, nothing will happen. Myra smiled and explained to Lucy, let's talk about this again, isn't it more fun? Miss Myra Jane. Lucy looked at Elfman who flew out of nowhere and knocked Myra unconscious. It seemed that a white soul flew out of Myra's body. Hui, what should I do? Lucy looked at Hui for help. Alara, this is really troublesome. Hui touched the back of his head helplessly and stood up. You guys, please restrain yourself. As he spoke, a magic circle appeared in Huey's hands. Ice make white rose garden. In an instant, there were countless ice sculptures in the guild. Look, this doesn't solve it. Hui looked at the guild that suddenly became quiet, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Lucy. Damn it, Hui, you actually made a sneak attack. This time it's even worse, okay. Lucy looked at the people who had broken free from Huey's magic and were preparing to use magic, and complained loudly to Hui. Why don't you stop quickly? A bunch of idiots. So big. Lucy turned around and looked at a huge black figure that suddenly appeared behind her with a horrified look on her face. Alas, you are here, President. Myra, who woke up at some point, smiled and said hello to the shadow. President. You are new here. Makarov heard Lucy's voice and looked over. Yes, it is. Lucy looked at Makarov's eyes turning to her with a horrified expression and hurriedly replied. Welcome to join the guild, please give me more advice in the future. Makarov said hello to Lucy after dispelling the giant's magic. He is so small, and you said he is the president. Lucy looked at Makarov, who had lifted the magic, and asked Myra next to him. "This person is Fairy Tales Guild Master, Makarov." Hui stepped forward and explained to Lucy on behalf of Myra. "Hui, I'm troubling you again this time. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." After Makarov finished speaking, he jumped to the second floor of the guild and took out a stack of paper from behind. "You guys got me into trouble again. See for yourself, the council has sent such a thick stack of information again. They all came to complain." Makarov waved the stack of paper on his hand. "You guys make me always scolded by the council members." Makarov looked at everyone angrily. "However, tell the congressman to eat shit." The information in Makarov's hand was instantly ignited and Makarov threw it out. "Listen carefully, the power of transcendence comes from perseverance. Magic is not some miraculous power. Rather, there is a power that is materialized when our internal airflow and the airflow of nature merge together. Only by injecting all your soul can you form this magic. If you always care about the opinions of those in high positions, you will not be able to improve your own magic. Don't be afraid of those guys in the council, just move forward on the path you believe in. This is our fairy tale wizard." Chapter 29. Puff, all right. In this way, you are also a member of Fairy Tale. Myra smiled and stamped the guild crest on Lucy. "Hui, look, I finally joined Fairy Tale." Lucy looked at the pink coat of arms on the back of her hand and ran to Hui happily. "Congratulations, Lucy." Hui congratulated Lucy with a decadent look on his face. "Hey, Hui, what's wrong with you?" Lucy looked at Huey's face and asked curiously. "My brother is thinking about how to argue with the council." Kagura on the side explained to Lucy. "Council?" After hearing Kagura's words, Lucy became even more confused. "Yes, companions in the guild always destroy local buildings when performing tasks. As a result, the guild leader is often called and scolded by the council, as you just heard." Myra walked away and took Kagura's words and continued to explain to Lucy, "Since Huey's task completion rate is 100%, the council will often give some difficult tasks to Hui to complete, and the council will give Hui the reward is that as long as Fai is still in the guild, the council cannot disband Fairy Tale. But even so, some necessary wrangling is unavoidable, and these require Hui to communicate with the council." "Disband the guild?" Lucy asked in surprise after hearing Myra's words. "Yes, because the companions in the guild have caused great damage several times. Just like this time in Harujun Port, the local people lodged strong protests to the council, causing the council to want to dissolve the goblins many times. In the end, it all ended because of Hui," Myra said as she walked behind the bar and started working. "Hasn't my father come back yet?" Lucy turned her head when she heard the sound and saw a little boy asking Makarov, who was sitting at the bar drinking. "You are very nagging, Romeo. Since you are the son of a wizard, you should trust your father and wait for him to come back." Makarov put down his wine glass and taught the little boy in front of him a lesson. However, he clearly said he would be back in 3 days, but it has been a week and he still hasn't come back. "I remember he went to work at Huckabee Mountain," Makarov said after thinking for a while. "But it's not far from Ben, please go find him quickly. Your father is a magician. There is no magician in our guild who can't even handle his own affairs. I think you'd better go back and drink milk." Makarov gave Romeo a severe reprimand. "Fool, hateful." Romeo punched Makarov off the bar and ran out of the guild. "The president is so strict." Lucy, who had seen this scene completely, complained softly. Although the president said this, he was actually very worried. Myra explained while working with her back to Lucy. Bang! "Hey, Natsu, don't break the mission board." Lucy looked at the direction where the sound came from, and saw Natsu punching the mission board, and then walking out with Habi. "Myra, Natsu this is..." He was probably going to save Macau. It was really nerve-wracking. Myra, Kagura, and I went back first. Hui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up, explained to Lucy, said goodbye to Myra, and left the guild with Kagura. "What's wrong with everyone?" Lucy asked Myra with a confused look. Since Natsu's situation was the same as Romeo's, he probably remembered his own situation. To be honest, each of us fairy tale wizards has something hidden in their hearts, scars, pains, and difficulties. Even Hui is like this. Myra seemed to have remembered something, and explained to Lucy with a low expression. "But, do the president and FAI really care about Natsu and Macau?" Lucy is still puzzled by Hui's behavior of leaving directly. Hui, Tia, and Kagura were the first among our group to join the guild, and they were also the ones with the best relationship with Macao besides Wakaba. The reason why he did this was because he considered Macao's self-esteem. Myra looked at Lucy and continued, as a senior, Macau was surpassed in strength by Hui, who was much younger than him. Although he didn't say anything with his mouth, he must have always cared about it in his heart. Yes. And since Natsu is gone, FAI has nothing to worry about. Is that so? By the way, Lucy, you just joined the guild and haven't found a place to live yet. If you have any difficulties, go to Hui. He bought a house in the city and there are many empty rooms in it, if you need it. Hui will help you. Myra remembered that Lucy had just joined the guild and had not started performing tasks yet, so she had no income. Really? When Lucy heard Myra's words, she immediately forgot what happened before. Well, if you go now, you should still be able to catch up with FAI. Thank you, Myra, for solving a big problem for me. After saying that, Lucy ran out of the guild and chased after Hui in the direction he left. Chapter 30. Bang! Lucy. What's wrong? What happened? Kagura heard the loud noise coming from Lucy's room and rushed in. She only saw Happy and Natsu being kicked to the wall by Lucy. Yesterday, at Myra's suggestion, Lucy caught up with her before FAI and Kagura left the guild and made a request. FAI readily agreed and did not charge Lucy's rent. Only after Lucy moved in did she find out that Myra and Elfman also lived here and went out. Phi's sister Urza, who is on a mission, also lives here with Phi's childhood sweetheart Arusha and Melty, who was adopted by Dia. And Natsu will go to Huckleberry Mountain to perform a mission yesterday evening. However, after defeating 19 monsters, Macao was unexpectedly forcibly taken in by the 20th monster, and then returned to the guild's boys' dormitory to rest. Natsu came to Hui's residence early this morning, and then left. The window rolled in, which happened to be Lucy's room, and the scene just now appeared. Natsu, Habi, do you still want to be hung up on the roof by your brother and blowing the cold wind for a day again? Kagura looked at Natsu and Happy, frowning and giving a lesson. Kagura, Natsu, and Happy have been hung on the roof by FAI before? Why? Lucy quickly caught the key point of Kagura's words and asked Kagura. When we first joined Fairy Tale, we didn't live here, but rented a house not far from here. Later, my brother thought that it wouldn't be a problem to keep renting a house, and we were not short of money. So I bought this house. Natsu and Gray often come to our place to play with us, but they never go through the front door. Instead, they like to climb through the windows. Brother Hui has taught them many times, but he has never repented. One time, Brother Hui was still sleeping when Natsu came, and he happened to climb in through the window of his room, waking him up. Then he was beaten violently by his brother and hung on the roof for a day to blow the cold wind. Ha 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 ha. After Kagura told Lucy everything, Lucy rolled on the ground with laughter holding her belly. Natsu, let you and Habi go today. If you do this again next time, I will hang you directly on the roof without Brother Hui. You should know that I have this strength. Kagura taught Natsu and Habi a harsh lesson. Yes. Habi and Natsu were so frightened when they heard Kagura's words that they nodded quickly, and then looked at Lucy aggrievedly. I just heard from Myra that Lucy had moved and was living in Huey's place, so she came to play with Lucy. So what if you heard about it? Don't you know what it means to be polite no matter how good your relationship is? Your behavior is an illegal intrusion. That is a crime. Lucy got up from the ground after hearing Natsu's words. Hey, what you said is very hurtful, like I should be the one injured. Lucy complained to the side with blue veins on her head. Come on, I just moved in and there's nothing for you to play with. Lucy went back to the bedroom, changed her clothes, came out, and sat down with Natsu and Kagura. Lucy, you show us the guys and all your keys. Natsu suddenly made a request to Lucy. What a guy and a key. That's the star spirit. Lucy said as she took out the key. The stars are counted 1 or 2. I have 6 stars now. The silver keys can be bought in the store. They are the Huo on the clock base. Lolo Chim, Klukru in the Southern Cross and Lila in Lyra. Lucy pointed to the 3 silver keys on the table and introduced them to Natsu and Kagura. The golden key can open the 12 doors of the zodiac. It is a super rare key. After Lucy introduced the silver key, she introduced the other 3 golden keys on the table. They are Talos of Taurus, Aquia of Aquarius, and Keisha of Cancer. Is Aquia the star spirit you summoned in Harujun before? Kagura asked Lucy after listening to her introduction. Yes. Lucy thought of Akia's words before leaving, and replied with a black line. By the way, I bought a key in Harujun and haven't signed the contract yet. I just have the chance to show it to you. Let's look at the process of signing a contract between the Celestial Spirit Mage and the Celestial Spirit. Lucy remembered the key to Canis Minor and stood up. I am the one who connects the road to the astral world. Please respond to my call and pass through the door. A magic circle suddenly lit up on the soles of Lucy's feet. Open the door of Canis Minor. Puff, a trembling little snowman appeared in the room. So cute. Kagura looked at the star spirit in Canis Minor, her eyes lit up. Okay, the contract is completed. Lucy said after asking about the days when the star spirits in the constellation Canis Minor can be summoned. It seems very ordinary, but it is actually very important. The Celestial Spirit Mage always regards the contract, that is, the agreement, as more important than anything else. So I will definitely not break the promise. Lucy looked at Kagura and Natsu's surprised eyes and explained to them. By the way, we have to give him a name first. Prue, just call it Prue. Okay, I've decided. Natsu stared at Lucy for a long time. Why don't we form a team? Team up. Although the members of the guild are all partners, members who have a particularly good relationship will gather together and form a team, so that they can easily complete tasks that are difficult to complete alone. At this time, Kagura explained to Lucy. For example, Brother Hui and I, as well as El Sadia, plus Melty, we are a team. But Brother Hui rarely takes on missions, so usually Tia and I go there together. This is a good idea, it seems fun. Lucy jumped up after hearing Kagura's explanation, but why should I team up with you, Natsu? Kagura and Fai are obviously better choices, right? Lucy is so cold, like. Love your size. Hee. Kagura looked at the scene in front of him and smiled, but Lucy, you can team up with Natsu first. Brother Hui and I have things to do today, so we can't accompany you. What, like this? Lucy looked disappointed when she heard Kagura's words. Okay then. Then let's go to work right away. I've already decided which job I want. Natsu saw Lucy agreeing and immediately took out a task sheet. Now, you are really impatient, let me see. Lucy grabbed the task list and said, as long as you get a book from the mansion named Duke Abar, you can get 200,000 gold. It's a very profitable task. Natsu said happily from the side. Be careful, this guy is super horny and perverted and is currently recruiting blonde maids. Lucy's voice became lower and lower. Lucy, she happens to be blonde. Then pretend to be a maid and sneak in. After Natsu and Happy heard Lucy finish reading, they whispered beside Lucy. It turns out you had already planned it. I was set up. Lucy trembled and shouted after hearing this. Don't forget that the celestial spirit mage always attaches great importance to contracts. It's amazing. Natsu continued to stab Lucy in the heart. How dare you lie to me? Haha. It's so noisy. Lucy, what are you doing? Lucy and Natsu were noisy, and a voice suddenly came from the door. Brother Hui, wake up. Kagura looked back and saw Hui standing at the door with sleepy eyes, looking like I want to continue sleeping. Hui, you're here, look, Natsu is so outrageous, he actually cheated on me. Lucy handed the task list to Hui. Haha, Lucy, you can actually be fooled by Natsu. Hui laughed at Lucy after reading the task list. Forget it if you don't help me. You actually laugh at me. Lucy shouted at him after seeing Phi's reaction. I don't have time today. I have to go to the council to resolve Haruhian's matter. Myra should have told you, but you can ask Kagura for help. Hui saw that Lucy seemed to be angry, so he decisively sold Kagura to Lucy. Brother, don't you need me to accompany you to the council meeting? No need, it's just a bunch of stinky old men trying to show off their status, so you don't need to go, just accompany Lucy to do the mission, and save yourself the trouble. By the way, Tia asked her to contact me first after she came back. You sent me a message before, saying that she might have found traces of Deliara. Hui suddenly asked Kagura. Okay, all right. Then I'll leave first. Go early and come back early. Okay, Lucy, in that case, let's go to work now. After Kagura sent Fai away, she returned to the room and talked to Lucy and Natsu. Well, let's go. Chapter 31. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Miss Myra, please give us 3 beers. Okay. Come on a date with me next time. Mirage. Wakaba looked at Myra walking over and teased. Why are you here again? Aren't you afraid that Hui will find out? Lucky, who was sitting opposite Wakaba, looked at Wakaba with a dark expression on his face. Alas, but you are not, already have a wife. Mila smiled and suddenly turned into a fat woman. Ha ha ha. It seems like I need to find a job quickly. Natsu was lying on the table with a decadent look on his face. Like otherwise, there will be no money for food. Habi agreed while eating fish. It's such a pity that I didn't get the 2 million remuneration. Lucy sat next to Kagura and said. Then she remembered the last mission. At Phi's suggestion, Kagura, Lucy, Natsu, and Habi teamed up to pick up the mission from L. They went on a mission to steal and burn a book called Sunrise in Duke Ba's mansion. After that, they came to the Hilo store. When Lucy was about to put on a maid uniform to apply for a job, Kagura stopped her and took her with her. She and Natsu, who looked excited, arrived at the main entrance of Duke Alba's mansion, opened the door directly, and broke in. To Lucy's expectation, Duke Alba was actually a magician and was proficient in earth diving. Using magic, he also summoned the Virgo star spirit, Baluch, and hired the Panasu brothers from the Southern Wolf mercenary group. However, all of this was of no use in front of Kagura, who was able to defeat him with one move. The Panasu brothers and Barag were knocked unconscious, while Natsu chased Duke Alba, who escaped using earth diving magic. After Duke Alba escaped, Kagura and Lucy found him in his library. Lucy also discovered that the book contained a message left by the author Kemsalio to his son, who was later revealed to be the client of this mission. Nishi and Kagura returned the book to the client, told him about it, and refused the reward for the task because Kagura believed that they did not burn the book and therefore did not complete the commission. After Lucy left the client's home, she found Natsu at the ruins of Duke Alba's mansion that had been destroyed by the battle between Natsu and Duke Alba, and then returned to the guild. On the way, she also met someone who had just completed the mission. Gray was about to return to the guild. After telling Natsu that Urza was about to return to the guild, Gray was frightened and hurried back to the guild. If you have any tasks you like, please tell me, because the president has already gone to attend the regular meeting. Myra saw Lucy looking for tasks in front of the task board, walked over and said to her, and explained to her the relationship between the regular meetings and the Magic Council and the Magisters' guilds in various places. Brother Hui said that regular meetings are just a group of old men and women finding a place to chat and talk nonsense. Kagura added on the side. Okay, pick a job quickly, Lucy. Natsu came over. It's none of your business whether I work or not. You mind your own business. Lucy looked at Natsu with a look of disgust. Aren't we on the same team? Since we chose the last mission, Lucy chose it this time. Stop joking. The team is disbanded. Anyway, for you, it doesn't matter who you are as long as it's a blonde woman. Not only for this reason, I chose Lucy because you are a good person. Natsu showed a hearty smile. Don't be afraid, you don't have to force yourself to team up with them, there will be a lot of people rushing to team up with you. Gray's voice came from not far away. So annoying. Natsu looked at Gray and said. Did you just say I was annoyed? Stinky flames. Originally, he was an annoying, boring pervert. You hang your eyes. Droopy eyes. Lucy, do you want to form a love duo with me? How about tonight? Loki suddenly came over and put his arms around Lucy's shoulders. I think you are really beautiful. You look so beautiful through your sunglasses. If you take off the glasses, I will definitely faint. You might as well just faint and forget it. Lucy's mouth twitched as she looked at Loki. Are you a celestial spirit mage? Loki suddenly saw the key to the stars hanging on Lucy's waist, and hurriedly stepped back. Why does fate want to play tricks on me like this? I'm sorry, I think we can stop here. Weird, did we ever start? Loki was most afraid of getting along with the celestial mage. It seemed that he had some stories with a girl who was also a celestial mage. Myra explained to Lucy with a smile. Something bad is happening. Urza, she has come back. Loki suddenly burst into the guild. Ha! Everyone who was happily watching Natsu and Gray quarreling was shocked when they heard Loki's words. Natsu and Gray's expressions also changed suddenly. Miss Urza was mentioned by Natsu and Fai before, Lucy suddenly remembered. Urza is Fai's younger sister, her biological sister. Basically, she can be considered the strongest female mage in fairy tale. Myra explained to Lucy. Is it stronger than Kagura? Lucy looked at Kagura aside, thinking of the tip of the iceberg revealed when she took action. Well, I am not a match for Urza's sister yet. Although Tia's sister became an S-class mage many years earlier than Urza's sister, Tia's sister has never fought for these false reputations. Kagura on the side told Lucy. Snap, snap. Lucy wanted to ask something more, but the sound of footsteps outside the door interrupted her. It's Urza. Everyone in the guild stopped what they were doing and sat there frozen in horror. Bang! We're back. Are the president and brother here? As a huge horn hit the ground, a beautiful woman with long red hair and armor appeared in Lucy's sight. Behind her were a woman with long black hair and a little girl with short pink hair. So beautiful, Lucy looked at Urza, Tia and Melty in front of her. You are back. The president went to attend the regular meeting, and Hui went to the council. He should still be on his way now. Myra walked up and explained to Urza. Miss Urza, what is that amazing thing? The people on the side asked in a low voice, pointing to the huge horn that Urza brought back. It's the horn of the demon I defeated. The local people were very enthusiastic and said they would give it to me as a decoration. Is there any problem? Urza turned around and explained. No. Absolutely not. I'm talking about you. I heard a lot of rumors along the way. People in fairy tale are causing trouble all day long. Even if my brother and the president forgive you, I will not forgive you. Urza suddenly burst out with an astonishing momentum and scolded everyone in the guild. Kana! Is this how you always drink? Kana, who was holding a wine barrel, was startled. Bishita! If you want to dance, dance outside. Yes. Wakaba, the cigarette ashes fell all over the floor. Get the cloth. Are you still the same as before, just hanging around in front of the task board? Hurry up and work for me. Macau. Well. Why? Urza sighed. You might as well say something. Makao was very heartbroken on the sidelines. They are all a group of children who will not grow up. I will spare you today and will not talk about you anymore. Urza touched her forehead and said. Haven't you already said a lot? Is she the disciplinary committee member? Lucy whispered to Myra beside her. However, although she likes Sui Nian very much, she still looks very normal. Shouldn't everyone be so afraid of her? Lucy asked Myra. Are Natsu and Gray here? Urza suddenly asked. Like you, hello, Urza. The two of us got along very well today. Haha. Why did Natsu become like happy? Lucy turned around and saw Natsu and Gray hugging each other. Really, even good friends will quarrel occasionally, but seeing you get along in harmony makes me feel at ease. Urza said as she looked at Natsu and Gray with a look of I'm very relieved. Because when Natsu challenged Urza before, he knocked over Urza's favorite cake, and was beaten to death by Urza and hung on the guild door for a whole day. Myra explained to Lucy. While Gray was stripping naked and wandering around on the street, he was caught by Urza and was beaten half to death. Makao picked up Myra's words from the side. Loki wants to pursue Elu, was also beaten half to death. It's really your own fault. Kana continued. The day after Loki was beaten by Urza, he was beaten half to death by Teru. Tia came over from behind Urza with Melty. Hey, is there such a thing? We don't know, no wonder Loki never came to the guild during that time. Makao and Kana were surprised when they heard Tia's words. Natsu, Gray, I have something to ask you. While Tia and I were on a mission, we heard something very troublesome. Originally, I wanted to ask my brother to take action, but now that he has gone to the council, I think it would be better for us to solve it as soon as possible, so I need the two of you to help me. Kagura, you can come too. Urza suddenly sent an invitation to Natsu and Gray, we're leaving tomorrow, so hurry up and get ready. Sister Urza, I can't go with you, and I'm afraid Sister Tia can't go with you either. Before Brother Hui left, he asked me to tell Sister Tia that you had sent news that he might have found traces of Deliara, and asked us to stay on standby in the guild. After he comes back from the council, we will go to meet you. And will. Kagura refused Urza's invitation. Is that so? Then Gray and Natsu can just follow me. Urza said after hearing God's words. Urza, Gray and Natsu, if you exclude the team of Fai, Urusha, and Kagura who have only existed in name only because they have rarely performed missions in the guild over the years, this is already considered the strongest team in fairy tale. Myra said while looking at Urza and the three of them. Chapter 32. The next day, Magnolia Station. Why do I have to team up with a guy like you? Natsu shouted to Gray in displeasure. This sentence is exactly what I want to say. If Urza needs help, I can do it by myself. Then just go alone. I don't want to go. Don't follow if you have the guts, but be careful of getting beaten up by Urza. It seems like I have to pretend I don't know them. Lucy sat aside and looked at Natsu and Gray who were competing with each other with a black look on her face. Lucy is here anyway. Habby asked while eating fish. That's because Miss Myra, with a sad face, Lucy remembered Myra's instructions before leaving. The two of them will definitely keep arguing behind Urza's back. Please help stop them. You didn't stop them. Habby stabbed Lucy in the heart. How to stop this? Lucy said with a frustrated look. Sorry, I'm late. In Lucy's shocked eyes, Urza appeared dragging a cart of luggage that was as big as a hill. Lucy, you're here too. When I returned home yesterday, Kagura introduced Lucy to Urza and Arusha. Well, Miss Myra specifically asked me to come with you all. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Urza glanced at Natsu and Gray, who were hugging each other again. Urza, it's okay to accompany you, but I have a condition. You have to compete with me when you come back. Natsu made a request to Urza with a serious face. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to die? Gray pulled Natsu aside. I am different from the person I was during the last duel because I am now confident that I can beat you. Natsu ignored Gray and continued talking to Urza. You have indeed grown a lot. Although I don't have much confidence, okay, I accept the challenge. Urza agreed to Natsu's request after thinking for a few seconds, and then took the lead into the train. Urza, it's almost time to tell us. What exactly are you looking for from us? With Lucy's shocked eyes, Gray asked after Urza punched the motion-sick Natsu unconscious. Our opponent this time is the Dark Guild Iron Forest. They seem to be planning to use a magic called Lullaby to do bad things. Urza told Gray and the others about this mission. At the same time, in Kobo City, the Alliance of Magisters Guild presidents held a regular meeting in the city. Brother Makarov, the magicians in your guild are so energetic. It's really good. A man in extremely eye-catching clothing walked up to Makarov and said, it was Bob, the president of the Cyan Pegasus. I heard, someone taught a powerful person somewhere a lesson. Oh, it's Lucy, the new one. That girl is nice, very pretty. Makarov said carelessly while sitting on the table. Thank you for being able to laugh, Makarov. It's good to be energetic, but you might have gone too far. Some people in the council have been worried that Fairy Tale will one day destroy a certain city. Goldman, the president of the Four Hounds, turned around and said. President Makarov, Miss Myra Jane has written to you. The blue bird dropped a letter in front of Makarov. President, thank you for attending the regular meeting. After Makarov opened the letter, an image of Myra appeared. How about this? This is the signature beauty of our guild. She is very beautiful. Makarov and others showed off. In fact, a great thing happened in the guild when the president was away. Can you believe it? Urza, Natsu and Gray actually formed a team. Myra smiled and told Makarov about Urza, Natsu and Gray forming a team. Varied, what? When Makarov heard Myra's words, he felt as if the world had been destroyed. It seems that the worries are about to come true. Hui should still be in the council now. Goldman made a stab at the side. Why, how could this happen? They would really destroy a city. When Makarov heard Goldman's words, he was so frightened that he fainted. ERA, also known as the Magic Council, is responsible for monitoring the institutions of various formal magician guilds. At this time, in a dark room of the Magic Council, Hui stood in the center of a magic circle. Several members stood on the edge of the magic circle, surrounding Hui in a circle and interrogating him. Fai Bears Arian, you Fairy Tale has gone too far. Speaker Crawford opened his mouth and began to reprimand Hui. Every time you perform a mission, the place will be damaged, causing local officials a headache. This is Congressman Michelot. Yes, I'm sorry. Hui responded absently twice. This time Harujun Port was completely destroyed by you again. Sorry, we will be responsible for compensation. Hui continued to answer mechanically. Also, just 2 days ago, people from your guild demolished the mansion of Duke Alba, the Duke of the Kingdom. What on earth do you want to do? Yes, right, Hui suddenly reacted mid-sentence, demolish the Duke's palace? I do not know how. Now, see for yourself. Counselor Og threw a newspaper in front of Hui and mocked, this is news a few days ago. You were still wandering around on the road at that time. After Hui picked up the newspaper and read it, he suddenly felt a toothache. Before he could resolve the previous matter, Kagura, Lucy, and the others actually caused a new accident. Tell me what to do. The king has sent someone to inquire. Speaker Crawford said. Hui felt MMP in his heart, how do I decide this? I also feel very desperate. Since you don't know what to do, let me decide for you. Crawford saw Hui and remained silent for a long time, then continued to speak. Not long ago, an extremely large and unknown magic wave suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's Wania. The council sent several groups of people to investigate, but there was no one. Come back, I will leave this task to you now. I accept this task, but I have to complete another thing before I can perform this task. Hui replied after being silent for a while. What's up? Deliera, I may have found traces of Deliera who disappeared a few years ago and was sealed by me. What? Is it the Ziref demon that was sealed by you? The members present here asked in surprise after hearing Hui's words. They all knew that Hui had sealed Deliera in the north. Yes, so I think this matter is more important than detecting the unknown magic power fluctuations in Ling Feng. Hui replied. I agreed. The speaker said, however, you have to step up the investigation of Ling Feng. If you wait until the magic wave completely disappears, then we will not get any clues. I also agreed. Agree. After Speaker Crawford spoke, members expressed their agreement with Hui's opinion. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After Hui finished speaking, he left the council and returned to the hotel where he lived to pack his belongings and prepare to return to the guild the next day. Chapter 33. The next day, Hui felt like he was at home. He got out of bed at noon, washed up and had lunch, then left the hotel and walked towards the station, preparing to go back to the guild and Tia Kagura. Dealing with Deliola's matter. However, just as Fai was about to board the train to Magnolia, there was a shout from behind him. Lord Fai Bears-Arian, please stay. A frog-headed council messenger chased him from behind. Hui looked at him in confusion. Lord Ajima asked you not to leave for the time being and to return to the council immediately. Your sister Urza was arrested. The council envoy conveyed Yajima's words to Hui. Yajima is one of several members of the council. When he was young, he and Makarov were adventure partners. They had a very good relationship. After causing trouble in Fairy Tale, often defends Fairy Tale in times of trouble. Arrest Urza? Why? After Hui heard what the messenger from the council said, he followed him back to the council. On the way, Hui asked the messenger. The charges include 11 counts of suspected damage to items. The council messenger told Hui the reason for arresting Urza and what Urza and the others had done. Back to the day before on the train, Urza told Gray and Lucy the purpose of this time. Returning to Onabasai, who heard about Iron Forest's plan before, but when he got out of the car, he left Natsu, who was knocked unconscious due to motion sickness, in the car. However, Natsu met Iron in the car. The magician in the forest and had a fight. After Urza discovered that Natsu was still on the train, she drove the magic four-wheeler to catch up with the train. After picking up Natsu, Natsu told what happened on the train. Urza told her what happened, but Urza punched her in the head because Natsu was knocked unconscious not long after he got on the train, so he didn't hear what Urza said. I don't know that the target this time is the Iron Forest, and when Lucy heard Natsu say that the person in the Iron Forest had a three-eyed skull flute, she contacted Urza about lullaby that the Iron Forest mentioned. Lucy remembered what she had read in the book. The death magic and curse song were modified by Ziref. They were group curse-killing magic that was more terrifying than the curse-killing magic. Everyone who heard the flute would know it. Death. After Urza heard Lucy's words, she didn't hesitate at all. She drove the magic four-wheeler and chased the train, and then intercepted the people of Iron Forest at Asabana Station, or rather, the people of Iron Forest. The people in the forest have been waiting for Urza and others here for a long time. After a battle with the people in the Iron Forest, Urza and the others fell into the ace card of the Iron Forest, the god of death, Elijah, and were used by him. The demonic wind wall blocked the way out of the station. It turned out that Iron Forest's goal was not to curse ordinary people, but to target all the guild leaders of the Light Guild who were attending regular meetings in Kobo. After Liger heard that he met Natsu on the train, he decided to block Urza and others here at Ashabana Station, and then he went to Kobo City alone to play lullaby in the station. When everyone was at a loss, Habi remembered that after defeating Duke Elba, the Virgo Star Spirit asked him to give the key to Lucy. So with the help of the Virgo Star Spirit, Belugo, Urza the others left the station. After Natsu came out, he was led by Habi, and he quickly chased after him. He successfully stopped Eliguri in the Kobo Grand Canyon and defeated him, and met Elu who came after him. However, when Urza and others didn't notice, Kageyama of the Iron Forest stole the flute and drove Urza and their magic four. The wheel cart went to Kobo City. Although in the end, under Makarov's persuasion, Kageyama did not blow the curse song, but the curse song turned into a demon body with the intention of killing everyone present. After a fierce battle, Urza and the others who came after Kageyama defeated the curse song. After hearing what the council envoy said, Hui couldn't laugh or cry, although the council envoy didn't say anything. Urza and the others destroyed something, but based on Hui's understanding of Urza and others, wherever they fought, they must have caused huge damage. After Hui followed the council's messenger back to the council, he came to the interrogation. In Urza's room, he saw a scene that made him want to hide his face and run away. This morning, Urza fulfilled the agreement she made with Natsu before setting off, to accept his challenge. In the middle of the battle, he was taken away by the council's messenger. Because Natsu was worried about Urza, he wore armor and a red wig, followed Urza to the council, and pretended to be Urza. SA makes a scene in the council, and this is exactly what FAI sees now. Bang! Hui walked up and punched Natsu. Asshole! What are you doing? Hurry up and I'll stop. Speaker Crawford, members, I'm sorry for causing you any trouble. Hui apologized to the speaker and several members after holding Naz down. Hui! Let me go. While FAI was apologizing, Natsu was also struggling under Fai's hands, trying to escape from Fai's suppression. Okay, Hui, take them all back, I don't want to see them again. The speaker took a deep breath and said slowly also, after the amount of compensation for the damage they caused has been calculated, I will send someone to inform you. Yes, please, Speaker Crawford, then we are leaving. After Hui finished speaking, he left the council with Natsu and Urza and returned to Magnolia as quickly as possible. Can't you save me some trouble? On the way, Hui stroked his forehead and said helplessly to Urza and Natsu and you. Natsu, the council's arrest of Urza this time was just a formality to give the kingdom an explanation. If you make such a fuss, if I hadn't been here, you would have been locked up for a few days. Can't you just stop? Is that so? Natsu showed a naive smile after hearing Hui's words. Why? Hui sighed when he saw Natsu's reaction. He knew that saying these words to Natsu was like playing the piano to a cow, so he said nothing more. Chapter 34. The next day, Magnolia. We're back. Hui pushed open the guild door and walked in with Urza and Natsu. Welcome back. Myra saw Hui walking in and came up to say hello. President, the matter has been settled. All we have to do is hand over the compensation when the time comes. Hui nodded towards Myra and walked to the bar and said to Makarov. Well, thank you for your hard work. The council has given you another task. Makarov asked. Haha, I really can't hide it from you, President. Hui touched the back of his head and said with a smile, the council asked me to find out what happened to the unknown magic power fluctuation that suddenly appeared near the Lingfeng some time ago. I've heard about this too, Hui. It is said that no one who has been close to there has come back alive. Makarov said with a solemn expression after hearing Hui's words. Well, I understand, but before that, I will first deal with the problem of Deliera. You said that traces of Deliera have been found. That. Lusha, let's continue the duel. Natsu, who had been making a fuss for a long time, suddenly challenged Urza, interrupting Makarov's next words. No, I'm tired. Urza, who was sitting aside drinking tea, rejected Natsu's challenge. I want to go. Natsu ignored Urza's words. A ball of flame appeared in his hand and rushed towards Urza. Boom! Urza stood up and punched Natsu in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Okay, let's get started. It's over. Instant kill. Urza wins. Habi shouted from the side. Ha 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 ha, indeed, Urza is stronger. Elfman and Grey laughed on the sidelines. President, what's wrong with you? Myra was looking at the scene in front of her with a smile when she suddenly saw Makarov sitting on the bar swaying. Nothing, so sleepy, it's that guy. Before Makarov finished speaking, Myra fell down, and everyone in the guild also fainted except Hui and Dia. The patter of footsteps came from outside the guild. A man shrouded in a cloak walked in, tore off a commission form on the task bar, and then gave Makarov a look. Mistgun, you are still so careful. Hui said hello to the visitor. Well, FAI, be careful of the gate to Hades. Mr. Gang reminded Hui and left the guild. Gate to Hades. Hui was very puzzled after hearing Mr. Gang's words. This feeling must be Mr. Gang. His magic is still so powerful. After Mr. Gang left, everyone in the guild woke up and discussed. Who is Mistgun? Lucy rubbed her eyes after getting up from the ground. He is one of the strongest candidates for fairy tale. I don't know why, but every time he returns to the guild to take on a mission, he uses sleep magic to make everyone fall asleep, as if he doesn't want people to see his true face. Elfman and Grey explained to Lucy on the sidelines. How so? It's so weird. Lucy looked surprised. Therefore, except for the president, no one has ever seen Mistgun's face. Grey continued. Not necessarily, I have seen it, and Hui and Arusha have also seen it. Right, FAI. A voice suddenly came from the second floor of the guild. Laxus, so you are here. Everyone who heard the sound looked at the man on the second floor wearing a fur coat, headphones, and a scar on his right eye with surprise. Laxus, another one of the strongest candidates. Grey sat aside and introduced to Lucy. Laxus, come and duel me. Natsu, who had just woken up at this moment, immediately launched a challenge after seeing Laxus. Snort. You can't even defeat Urza, how dare you challenge me to a duel? Laxus looked at Natsu with disdain. What did you say? Hearing Laxus' words, Urza stood up suddenly. Don't be impulsive, Urza. Grey quickly pulled Urza aside. It means that I am the strongest. Get down here, you guy. Natsu shouted towards Laxus. Come up if you dare. Just what I wanted. After hearing what Laxus said, Natsu wanted to rush to the second floor. Boom. FAI, who was sitting by with an expressionless face, saw this and punched Natsu to the ground. You are not qualified, I will not allow you to go to the second floor. Laxus, that's enough for you. Hui stopped Natsu and narrowed his eyes at Laxus on the second floor. Snort. I will not give up my position as the strongest person in fairy tale. Hui, even you can't do it. Laxus said coldly after hearing Hui's words, then turned around and left the guild. President Tia, Kagura, and I are also leaving to deal with Deliera's problem. In the evening, Hui took Tia and Kagura to say goodbye to Makarov. "Won't Urza go with you?" Makarov asked when he saw that Urza did not follow Hui. "Well," she said, she needed to rest for 2 days. "Then go and come back early, and pay attention to safety." The Gate of Hades mentioned by Mr. Gang before leaving also made me quite concerned. They have always been the most mysterious one in the Balam Alliance. Makarov asked Hui with a worried look on his face. "I understand, President, don't worry." "Then we're leaving," Hui said, and left the guild with Tia and Kagura. Chapter 35. Now, Myra, what does Hui mean by what he said today? Why did he say that Natsu is not qualified to go to the second floor yet? Lucy and Myra were walking home when they suddenly asked. "It's a little too early for you, Lucy. In fact, the commissioned tasks on the task board on the second floor are all difficult tasks that cannot be matched by the characters on the task board on the first floor. That is the S task." Myra answered to Lucy. "S level. S-level jobs are jobs where a moment of misjudgment can lead to death, but the pay is also very high. S-level characters can only be received by magicians who have been qualified by the president. Currently, there are only 8 people with this qualification, including Fai, Urza, Dia, and Kagura." Myra continued to answer Lucy. "Lucy, please don't aim for S-level missions. Those missions are really jobs that are not fun enough no matter how many lives you have." "Oh, that's awesome. By the way, what is Deliura that Hui is talking about today, and what is the unknown magic power of that spiritual peak?" Lucy asked Myra after saying something grateful. "Deliura used to be a demon that wreaked havoc in the north. It was defeated and sealed by Hui in X774. However, it was stolen by an unidentified magician a few years ago. Hui has been tracking the traces of Deliura. Recently, there seems to be some clue. As for the unknown magic power of Ling Feng, a huge fluctuation of magic power suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's Wanya some time ago, and it has not disappeared yet. All those who came close have disappeared," Myra said with a worried look on her face. "Okay, Lucy, these are not accessible to you now, leave it to Fai and the others to solve. We should rest now." After arriving home, Myra said. While Myra and Lucy were discussing the S-class mission, Fai had already brought Tia and Kagura to meet with Uru. "Uru, what did you find?" Hui didn't hesitate and asked Wulu directly. "When I returned to the northern continent some time ago, I searched for traces of Deliura. Then in Brago, where Hui sealed Deliura, I found someone who was similar to Deliura but different. The magic that belongs to Deliura remains, powerful and weird. According to the description of local residents, the time when this magic appeared was not long before Deliura disappeared. Finally, I also discovered that all the people in Brago whose relatives died at the hands of Deliura 10 years ago were missing." Wolol looked at Hui with a solemn expression. "What? It has been 3 years since Deliura disappeared, but there is still residual magic power that makes even Uru feel powerful. How strong is the person who stole Deliura?" Tia looked shocked after hearing what Ulu said. "Yes, I have been looking for places where the same magic appears. Not long ago, I found that this magic appeared not far from Karna Island. Their target seemed to be Karna Island." Ulu continued. Gate to Hades. Hui was silent for a long time and then suddenly said. "What?" Wolol looked confused after hearing Huey's words. "Before we left the guild, Mistgun once reminded me, be careful of the gate to Hades. I have been thinking about what he meant, and now I understand." Hui explained to Ulu, "Mistgang must have heard about the Gate of Hades and Deliura from somewhere. He knew that I was looking for Deliura, so he reminded me to be careful of the Gate of Hades. So what should we do now, Hui? The Gate of Hades has always been mysterious, and their members and strength are still unknown. Do we need to seek help from the Council and the Kingdom?" Uru asked after hearing Huey's explanation. "No need for the moment, if their strength has become too strong for us to handle, then Deliura should have lifted the seal long ago, and we should have gotten the news long ago. But so far, I haven't heard of any trace of Deliura anywhere, which means they haven't broken my seal yet, so we should be able to handle it with our strength. Hui rejected Yu's proposal. So shall we go directly to Karna Island now? Kagura asked from the side. Yes, go directly to Karna Island tomorrow morning, and kill Deliura there no matter what this time. Hui clenched his fists and said confidently, as if he had a trump card to win. The next day, the four of them set off early in the morning to go to Karna Island. But at this time, something happened to Fairy Tale. A big deal. What's weird, President? The order form posted on the second floor is missing one. Myra hurriedly ran down from the second floor. Puff. Makarov, who was drinking tea, immediately spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard Myra's words. What? You said an order form is missing from the second floor. Aren't the orders posted on the second floor all S-level jobs? What kind of idiot would take that kind of thing away? Everyone in the guild commented after hearing Myra's words. It's a cat. I saw a winged cat bite the list away. Lax's voice came from the second floor. Did you say it was hubby? Myra looked at Laxus in shock. So it's Natsu. I didn't seem to see Lucy either. Could it be that she followed him? What are the two of them thinking about? When everyone heard Laxus' words, they immediately guessed that Natsu and Lucy had stolen the S-class order. This is a serious violation of the rules, old man. You will expel them from the guild when they come back. No, it should be said that it is still a question whether they can come back if they challenge S-level missions based on their strength. Laxus on the second floor said to Makarov with an arrogant look. Laxus, you saw why you didn't stop it. Myra walked up to the second floor and questioned Laxus. I just thought it was a stray cat that came in and chewed a piece of paper. I didn't expect it to be Harpy, nor did I expect that they would be stupid enough to carry out an S-level mission without permission. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen your expression like this for a long time, Myra. Laxus looked at Myra, who looked gloomy arrogantly. This is not good. Which order is it? Makarov suddenly asked. Cursed Island, Karna Island. Myra answered Makarov's question with a gloomy look. What? Myra, where's Urza? Makarov asked hurriedly after hearing Myra's answer. A new pastry shop opened in a neighboring city. Urza went to buy pastries early in the morning. Hateful. Macau, go get Urza back. Laxus. Go and bring them back now. Makarov's heart sank when he heard Myra's answer. He had no choice but to ask Laxus to go out and bring Natsu and the others back. Don't be kidding, I'm going to go to work soon. There's no magician in this guild who can't handle his own affairs, right? Laxus rejected Makarov without hesitation. Among the current guild members, besides you, who else can bring Natsu back? When Makarov saw Laxus' refusal, he shouted at him angrily. Old man! I don't like hearing what you say. Gray suddenly stood up. I'll bring them back. After saying this, Gray left the guild. Chapter 36. This is it. You took Hui and the others to an unnamed island near Karna Island. Standing on the island and looking into the distance, you can see the cursed island Karna Island not far away. Hui, look here. After arriving on the island, Ulu took Hui to a valley with obvious signs of destruction, and pointed to a place in the valley where the ground was blown to pieces. I thought it was just an ordinary explosion at first, but Hui, please feel carefully, this wave of magic power is the same as Deliura's. Indeed, the fluctuations of this residual magic power are very similar to Deliura's. It seems that we need to go to Karna Island. Hui stepped forward to feel it, then looked at Karna Island in the distance, and then glanced at the three URU people who were exhausted after a day's journey, but before going to Karna Island, let's rest for a while. Night. At this time, what Hui didn't know was that Natsu, Lucy, and Gray also came to Karna Island. Before, Gray tracked Natsu as quickly as possible after leaving the guild. Lucy successfully intercepted them at Harujun port, but Gray was careless and knocked Natsu unconscious, and was then tied onto a ship to Karna Island by Natsu. Later, with the encouragement and persuasion of Natsu and Lucy, Gray couldn't control his eagerness and agreed to go on this S-class mission with them. Early the next morning, while Hui, Ulu, and others were heading to Karna Island, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy also began exploring Karna Island. After the three of them and one cat arrived at the village on the island last night, they learned that starting 3 years ago, a purple moon would appear in the sky every night. From then on, villagers bathing in the moonlight would turn into demons, so the leader asks Natsu and the others to destroy the moon. However, Lucy believed that destroying the moon was impossible and wanted to find other ways to lift the curse, so she took Gray and Natsu early in the morning to explore the entire Karna Island. Gray, Natsu. Look, there is a temple there. Lucy looked at a building not far away and suddenly shouted. It's a temple of the moon. This island used to be called Tsukishima. After checking the temple, Gray said. Moon Island, Curse of the Moon, Temple of the Moon. There must be an inevitable connection between these three. Lucy thought after hearing Gray's explanation. It looks so shabby here, there can't be any institutions. Natsu stepped on the floor next to him. Ah! Natsu, what on earth are you doing? Suddenly, the place where Natsu stepped began to shatter, and an extremely deep cave appeared, and the three unsuspecting people fell in instantly. How's it going? Is everyone okay? After landing, Natsu pushed away the gravel on his body and asked. How could it be okay? It's your fault. Damn it, why do you never think before you do something? Lucy and Gray complained about Natsu. Underneath the ruins is a secret cave. It's a rare opportunity. Let's explore it. Natsu carelessly ran along the path of the cave. Can you please stop fooling around? Gray and Lucy looked at Natsu, who had walked away, and followed him helplessly. Gray. Lucy. Come and see. Natsu's voice suddenly came from far away. What's wrong? Natsu. After hearing Natsu's voice, Gray and Lucy rushed up. Look, there's a gourd there. Isn't it just a gourd? Natsu. Do you need to make a fuss? Lucy looked at where Natsu was pointing. There was a very ordinary gourd on a platform. Hey, Gray, what's wrong with you? After Lucy taught Natsu a lesson, she looked at Gray, who had a dull look on his face. It's Deliera. Why is Deliera here? Gray is very familiar with the gourd in front of him. 10 years ago, it was Hui who sealed it, and the container is the gourd in front of him. What Deliola, this is just a gourd. Lucy looked at Gray in confusion. Deliera was a demon that once ravaged the north and destroyed countless towns. 10 years ago, he was sealed in a gourd by Hui, and that gourd is the one in front of us. But 3 years ago, the gourd that sealed Deliera was stolen and disappeared. Unexpectedly, it would appear here. Gray explained to Lucy and Natsu with a gloomy look. Is there a demon sealed in this gourd? Or did Hui seal it in? Hearing Gray's words, Lucy looked shocked. Hui seemed to have discovered traces of Deliera when he left the guild this time. Could it be that they also arrived on this island? Gray suddenly remembered the purpose of Hui and Tia leaving the guild this time. Lucy, Natsu, us. Gray, I never thought it would be you. A burst of footsteps accompanied by a familiar voice came from behind Gray, interrupting what he wanted to say. I saw a man with a white hedgehog head walking out from behind them with a man, a woman, and a dog-headed man. Leon. It's you, why are you doing this? Gray looked at the leader and shouted with fright and anger. Hey, why can't it be me? 10 years ago, you failed to defeat Deliera. What she failed to do, today, I will do it for her. Leon looked at Gray with arrogance. Do you want to lift Deliara's seal? Are you crazy? Gray was very angry when he heard what Leon said. Deliara is a stain on Yu's life, and I must destroy it. Since you are weak and unable to do this, you only need to watch tremblingly from the side. Leon was extremely disdainful of Gray's caution. Damn it, since you refuse to listen, I can only choose to defeat you and send you to Ulu. If you can do it, then do it. Let me see how much progress you have made in these 10 years. While Gray and Leon were at war with each other, Shimateru, Yu and others also encountered trouble just now. Who are you and why are you blocking our way? Hui frowned and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Are you Fai Bearsarian? The person who sealed Deliara away 10 years ago. The 3 of them did not reply. The very beautiful woman with 2 horns on her head in the middle asked after looking at Hui for a while. So what if it is? So what if it is not? Who are you, and what is the purpose of stealing Deliara? Hui heard the words of the person in front of him and immediately understood that Deliara was stolen by them. My name is Liang Tianyusira, and I belong to one of the 9 ghost sects under the Gate of Hades. Jackal, one of the 9 ghost gates. Storm, one of the 9 ghost gates. After the woman named Liang Tianyusira introduced herself, the 2 people around her also said their names. Chapter 37. Gate to Hades? Is it really you? After hearing the introductions of the 3 people, Huey's heart sank. Oh? It seems you already knew it was us? Our identity should not have been exposed before this. Liang Tianyusira looked at Hui curiously and said. Who told you where Deliara is? And what is your purpose? Tell? No, no one told us, we just followed a white-haired human to find Deliara. As for the purpose? Our purpose is to release and recover Deliara. Liang Tianyusira answered Huey's question with a smile. What did you do to Leon? After hearing what Sira said, Ulu suddenly asked. Are you talking about that human? We didn't do anything to him, we just told him how to break Deliara's seal. Liang Tianyusira showed a devilish smile. Use Leon to break Deliara's seal and reclaim him? You, what do you want to do to me? Before Hui finished speaking, he felt a force trying to control him and attack the 3 Ulu people beside him, so he quickly gathered his magic power and drove away this force. Ah! Did it actually fail? Liang Tianyusira was very surprised when she saw that Hui was not under her control. Was it really you who did it? Hui narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After saying this, Huey's magic power rose into the sky, causing a huge magic storm. Upon seeing this, Ulu and others quickly retreated. In order to warm up these eyes, I haven't used this trick for 7 years. As the mage of the Balam Alliance's most mysterious gate to Hades, I hope you will not disappoint me. Huey's voice slowly came out from the magic storm. 7 years ago, shortly after fighting Laxus, Fai discovered that the Mangeki Sharingan that brought him to this world seemed to have the same characteristics as the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. The Rinnegan is fundamentally different. These eyes are not the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but they do not have the side effect of permanent blindness, and if they are kept warm with magic power, they can slowly evolve. What kind of powerful magic is this, worthy of being the one who was able to seal Deliara 10 years ago? Liang Tianyusira squinted her eyes and looked at the direction where the storm Zhonghui's voice came from. After a while, the storm dissipated, and a huge purple giant made of magic appeared in front of the 3 people at the Gate of Hades. Hui is standing among the giant's heads. Sorry, it's my first time to use the complete Susanoo, so I'm not very skilled at it, so I kept you waiting for so long. Huey's voice came from mid-air. Let's have an appetizer first. Drink. God hinders the earthquake. I saw a huge meteorite suddenly appear in the sky, falling towards the position of the 3 people at the Gate of Hades. Exploding spiral. Before Liang Tianyusira could speak, Jackal took the lead, and an explosion wave rushed towards the meteorite in the sky in a spiral shape, shattering the meteorite into pieces. Snort. It's just an appearance. The jackal looked at Hui with disdain. Jackal. Watch out for the sky. Sella's voice suddenly came from the side. While the jackal smashed the meteorite into pieces, Sierra and Storm also left their place to avoid the meteorite fragments scattered from the sky. What? The jackal heard Sierra's voice and looked towards the sky. An even bigger meteorite fell from the sky. Spells and commands. Sella tried to use her own spell to control the meteorites in the sky. Jackal, run. I can only delay it for a while. There's no way to stop this meteorite. Sella roared at the jackal with a ferocious expression. With a loud bang, the meteorite hit the ground, causing Karna Island to shake violently. The huge smoke and dust enveloped the three people at the gate of Hades. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Hui looking towards where Sarah and others were before, there was no one there. Only a pool of blood not far from the place where the meteorite fell proved that the three people from the gate of Hades had been there before. Whispering sound. Did you run away? It turned out to be just a little injured. Hui was very unhappy, but he still lifted Suzuonangu, and then landed on the ground. Hui, how are you? Tia and others came forward when they saw that the three people from the gate of Hades had disappeared. However, they saw Hui swaying after he fell to the ground and quickly stepped forward to support him. Well, I'm fine, it's just that the magic power consumption is too high. Hui took a deep breath. It seems that even if it has not evolved into an eternal kaleidoscope, it is not far away. Hui felt the state of his eyes and then thought. Okay, we have to hurry up, we must not let them run away with Deliola again. Hui said to Ulu after taking a breath. At the same time that Hui forced the three people from the gate of Hades to retreat, in the forest deep in Karna Island. What's going on? Why is the island shaking so violently? Natsu, who was running wildly while carrying Grey with a wound on his abdomen, felt the shaking of the island and quickly stabilized his body. I don't know, but there seems to be a battle on the edge of the island. Lucy, led by Happy, saw smoke and dust rising from the shore of the island in the air. No matter, we have to hurry back to the village. After a while, Natsu saw that the shaking of the island had ended. Grey, hold on, we are almost there. It turns out that not long ago, when Hui and Sierra were fighting, the battle between Grey and Leon also started. The impulsive Natsu rushed towards Leon the moment the battle started, but Leon instantly froze his body and lost his ability to fight. Grey tried his best but was still no match for Leon. After fighting for a while, he was scratched in the abdomen and Natsu was seriously injured. Grey, who was seriously injured, used all his strength to carry him on his back and escaped, while Lucy escaped with Happy. Natsu, Hui, he is also looking for Deliara. Grey, who was lying on Natsu's back, uttered these words intermittently and then passed out. Ha! Natsu was very confused after hearing Grey's words. Natsu. It's FAI. Grey means that Hui has also come to this island. The previous battle on the edge of the island must be related to FAI. When Lucy heard Grey's words, she remembered what Myra had said to her before, and immediately understood that FAI had also come to the island. The battle that just happened on the edge of the island was probably related to FAI. What? Hui is here? No matter what, if he knows that we have taken on an S-level mission without permission, he will definitely beat us to death. After Natsu heard what Lucy said, he only paid attention to the fact that Hui had arrived, and he was so scared that he was spinning in circles. I said, shouldn't the point be that we have a way to defeat Leon, take back Deliara, and who FAI is fighting and why the fighting happened? Lucy looked at Natsu's anxious look and complained crazily. Is that so? Forget it, let's take Grey back to the village for treatment first. Lucy no longer has the energy to continue explaining to Natsu. Chapter 38. Hui, there is a village ahead. Tia suddenly said. Come on, let's go to the village and have a look. By the way, let me ask about the situation on the island. Well, according to what the woman at the gate of Hades just said, they were just using Leon to lift Delira's seal, and they stopped us when we got to the island, which means that Leon and Delira must have also on the island of Karna. The reason they blocked us was because they didn't want us to affect Leon's actions. Ulu analyzed as he walked. They definitely didn't expect to be defeated by Huiyu in one move. Tia's face showed a little disdain. Kagura nodded, and agreed with Tia's words. Tia, Kagura, don't be careless, I can feel that their strength is far more than that. The reason why they behaved so badly just now was because they didn't expect that the power of my move would be so great, so they were injured by me carelessly and retreated temporarily. After that, we will definitely meet them again. When the time comes, we will definitely. It's a tough fight. Hui stopped after hearing Tia's words and warned the two of them carefully. I understand, Hui. Tia and Kagura stared at the serious Hui for a while, then nodded. Okay, let's go. At the same time, somewhere in Karna Island. Lord Quanghua, this is what happened. Delira's seal has not been lifted yet, and the jackal has been seriously injured. What should we do next? Liang Tianyusira reported everything that happened before to a contact crystal ball. Fai bears Aryan, is that human being known as the Crimson Demon actually so powerful? The person named Quanghua on the other side of the crystal ball was very surprised. Sarah, I allow you to release the power of the curse. You must bring Delira back and let this so-called Crimson Demon know what a real demon is. Quanghua said to Liang Tianyusira. I understand, Lord Quanghua, I will definitely not let you down. After Sira finished speaking, the light of the crystal ball dimmed. Storm, Jackal, and Lord Quanghua, you have also heard what I said. When the time comes, you have to stop the other idlers. I want Hui Bear's Aryan to know that in the face of a real demon, his strength is simply incomparable. Worth mentioning. After ending the contact with Quanghua, Sira warned the Storm and Jackal behind her. Yes. Anyone there? Hui and the others walked to the entrance of the village and shouted at the closed door several people. Hi. Who are you? Two people suddenly appeared above the door, holding weapons and looking at Hui and others warily. We are the wizards of Fairy Tale, and we have come to this island to perform a very important mission. Hui said to the two villagers, and then together with Tia and Kagura, he showed the guild crest on the back of his hand. Another wizard from Fairy Tale? You wait. After saying that, a villager ran towards the village. Again? Could it be that besides us, anyone else from the guild has come to this island? Kagura asked Hui in confusion. I don't know either, but there is an S-level mission on the second floor of the guild, which is related to the curse of Karna Island. Could it be Urza or Laxus? Hui said he didn't know what was going on. Okay, you can come in. While Hui and the others were still confused, the door opened and Hui and the others walked in. Lucy. How will you be here? As soon as Hui walked into the village, he saw Lucy waiting at the door. Fai, me, Lucy hesitated and couldn't answer Huey's question. Lucy. Gray wakes up. Ah. Hui. Coincidence. At this moment, Hubby flew over and was shocked when he saw Hui at the door. Hubby? I understand, it's Natsu, and Gray, you secretly took over the S-level mission Cursed Island on the second floor of the guild, right? Hui looked at Hubby with a dangerous look in his eyes. None of my business. It was all Natsu and Lucy's attention. Hubby quickly betrayed Natsu and Lucy. What? You obviously stole the order, and then you and Natsu encouraged me to do it. Lucy was shocked when she heard Hubby's words and quickly retorted. Okay, I'll settle this account with you later. Hubby, what did you mean when you just said that Gray woke up? What happened to him? Hui interrupted the argument between Habi and Lucy and asked Habi. Gray was injured by a man named Leon and fell into a coma. Then Natsu escaped with him and just woke up. Habi told Fai everything that happened after they landed on the island. As expected, Leon and Deliera are also on this island. Damn it, what on earth was he thinking? He still had such childish thoughts. Ulu was extremely angry when he heard Habi's words. Hubby, take us to see Gray. Hui suddenly said to Habi. By the way, Hui, were you the ones who caused the earthquake on the island before? Lucy recalled the previous shock on the island and asked Hui. Well, that's right, we'll talk about this later. How are you doing, Gray? Hui and the others followed Habi to Gray's room and asked him. It's Hui. Hui is here, what should I do? Natsu was shocked when he saw Hui walking in. Humph, I'll settle the debt with you for taking S-level missions without permission. I'll settle the matter with you when I get back. Hui looked at Natsu and snorted coldly. Hui, Wulu, you are indeed here. Gray looked at Hui and Ulu in front of him and said. Did you know I would come to this island? Hui looked at Gray doubtfully. I don't know, but after I saw Deliera's seal in the Temple of the Moon, I knew you would definitely come. What is Leon doing now? After Gray finished speaking, Ulu asked hurriedly. All he wanted now was to release Deliera and then defeat him with his own hands. No matter how much he was persuaded, he would not listen. Gray shook his head and said disappointedly. You mean, Deliera's seal hasn't been lifted yet, right? Also, are there others around Leon? Hui continued to ask Gray. Yes, they haven't been able to lift Deliera's seal yet. There are 3 people around Leon, 2 men and 1 woman. I think all 3 of them seem to have the badge of the scales of the Serpent Queen on their bodies. Gray told Hui what he saw with a confused look on his face. It seems that Leon may not know about the Gate of Hades. Gate to Hades. Yes, when we went to the island, we were blocked by the Gate of Hades. Their target was Deliera, and Leon was just used by them to lift Deliera's seal. Hui told Gray and others about the previous encounter with the Gate of Hades. Brother Hui, I remember you once said that no one can lift Deliera's seal except you, right? Kagura suddenly asked from the side, how exactly does Leon want to release Deliera? Moondrops. Tia opened her mouth to answer Kagura's question. Chapter 39. Drops of the Moon. Everyone looked at Tia in confusion. You can feel it too, in the sky above this island. Tia looked at Hui and the others and said. What on earth are you talking about? Gray and the others looked at Hui and Tia. Habi, didn't you tell us before that the moon here turned purple 3 years ago, and the villagers would turn into demons when exposed to the moonlight? Quite the opposite actually. The purple moon is just a film formed by Leon and others to collect the exhaust gas produced by the moon droplets, covering the sky of the island. The villagers here are originally demons. They just think that they are human beings because the film formed by the exhaust gas has confused their memory. Tia didn't try to be pretentious anymore and started to explain directly. What? Are all the villagers here actually demons? Natsu, Gray, and Lucy were shocked. How scary that we actually stayed in the Devil's Village for so long. Lucy said, trembling with fear. Although they look like demons, they are actually no different from humans. They have lived on this island since ancient times and worshipped the moon temple on the island. Tia told everyone what she knew. What are the drops of the moon? Gray suddenly remembered the moon drops that Tia mentioned at the beginning. I saw the moon drop from a book. It gathers the moonlight into a beam and has the ability to break all magic. This is the moon drop. The container used to seal Deliera is the 10-fist sword constructed using the power of the left eye. It is also magic, so it can also be lifted by the moon drop. So what should we do now? Asked Gray. We are now going to the temple you discovered before. We must stop them as soon as possible. Although the people from the Gate of Hades have temporarily retreated, I am afraid that they will take action against Leon and the others. Hui made a prompt decision and decided to take action immediately. Gray, are you okay? Don't worry, Hui, this time, I will definitely wake up Leon. Gray clenched his fist and said firmly. Then let's set off, but before that, we must first deal with the villagers' problems and resettle them. Wolo said after getting up. Hui led everyone out of the room, gathered the villagers, and told the villagers their previous speculations. How can it be? You must destroy the moon for me. The village chief was the first to express disbelief after hearing this, and strongly demanded that Hui and the others destroy the moon. Okay, there's no point in talking more, just watch. Hui, who was worried about the situation of Deliera and Leon, did not argue with the village chief anymore. After speaking, Hui summoned the second stage of Susanoo, and at the same time a bow and arrow appeared in his hand, pointing towards the purple, and arrow was fired at the moon. The moment Hui's arrow hit the moon, there was a click sound, and the purple moon and the surrounding sky were shattered. A hole appeared above the village, and the bright moonlight shone through. It shined through this gap. This is... Thank you very much. After being illuminated by normal moonlight, the villagers were stunned for a while, and their confused memories returned to normal. Now that the problem has been solved, it's time for us to leave. Apart from the key to the zodiac, no other rewards are needed. Because Natsu and others did not accept the mission normally, Hui refused the gold coins paid by the village chief, but only took away the Sagittarius Star Spirit key and gave it to Lucy. I suggest that you'd better leave this island first. The people from the Gate of Hades have come to this island. I'm worried that our next battle may affect you. Before leaving, Hui suggested to the village chief. The village chief was very reluctant when he heard Hui's words, but for the sake of the safety of the villagers, he still informed them to start the transfer. By the way, Hui, you haven't told me what magic you used before? It actually caused the island to shake so violently. Halfway through the journey, Lucy remembered the previous shock on the island and asked Hui. It's Susanoo's accessory magic, Tenzuki Star. Hui replied. Susanoo. This is Brother Hui's pupil magic. Brother Hui used this trick to defeat Deliera and seal it. Brother Hui hasn't used this magic for 7 years, Kagura proudly explained to Lucy on the sidelines. However, this is the first time I've seen Brother Hui use this move. Tenzi Zhensing is a move that can only be used by summoning the complete Susanoo. Even with my current strength, it is extremely laborious to use the complete Susanoo. The reason why I was able to kill him with just one move, they fought back just because they were too careless and underestimated us. Hui opened his mouth to explain to everyone. Later. Roar. Huigong wanted to tell everyone something, but a roar interrupted his words. This is... Damn it, Deliera's seal has been lifted, we're a step too late. Hui, who had already rushed to the door of the temple, heard the familiar roar, felt the magic power of Deliera, and instantly knew that Deliera had been released. Hurry, otherwise Leon will be in danger. Hui swallowed back what he just wanted to say, rushed directly into the temple, found the hole that Natsu and the others had discovered before, and jumped in. Chapter 40. Leon, stop it. You followed Hui and rushed into the cave, just in time to see Leon and 3 people jumping down from the top of the cave that he had destroyed in the previous battle with Natsu and the others, and was preparing to attack Deliera. Ulu, why are you here? Or follow Gray and the others? Are you here to stop me too? Leon turned around when he heard Ulu's voice, and looked at Ulu, who rushed into the cave with a surprised look on his face. What are you thinking about? You left the north and traveled across the mainland for so many years, haven't you figured it out yet? You scolded Leon loudly. So what? You, don't reprimand me in this tone again, I have surpassed you now, just watch, I will kill Deliera and wash away the humiliation of 10 years ago. A flush appeared on Leon's face, and he shouted excitedly to Ulu. Ulu wanted to continue to persuade Leon, but was stopped by Hui. Stop hiding, I've felt your disgusting magic. Hui looked at the place where Leon and the others jumped down before, and suddenly said. As expected, I can't hide it from you, Fai Bears Arian. Liang Tianyu Sarah, Jackal, and Storm jumped out of the hole where Leon and the others jumped from before. Who are you? What did you do to the people above? Leon looked at the three people who suddenly appeared at the gate of Hades. Are you talking about the swarm of ants above? Now that the ceremony is over and Deliura's seal has been lifted, they have no use value, so they should naturally be sent to see Lord Pluto. Storm's deep voice came from under the hood. What did you say? Hateful. Leon looked at the three people at the gate of Hades with a ferocious expression. Deliura, how does it feel to be sealed? Liang Tianyu Sarah ignored Leon and turned around to say hello to Deliola. Hey, Sarah, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson. I will not join the gates of Hades. Deliura suddenly said. It can actually talk. Natsu shouted out in surprise from the side, but no one paid him any attention. Haha, I didn't expect that you would still be like this after being sealed for 10 years. Do you want to be sealed again by the person in front of you? Sella pointed at Hui and said to Deliura. 10 years ago, I only let him seal it because of my carelessness. Today, I will give him back everything he did to me 10 years ago. Today, don't even think about running away, I will kill you all here. Hui said slowly. Arrogant, I was just careless before and fell into your trap and got injured by you. This time, I will get everything back. After hearing what Hui said, the jackal said angrily towards Hui. You will know later if you are arrogant or not. Go out. You can't use it here. I think you don't want to be buried here after the cave collapses. After saying that, Hui took the lead and walked out of the cave. Damn it, you dare to ignore me. Leon saw that Hui, the people from the gate of Hades, and Deliura all ignored him. He was extremely angry and wanted to catch up. Leon, I won't let you pass. Gray, Natsu, and Lucy stopped in front of the four Leons. Gray, get out of here. This time, I won't lose to you so easily like last time, I will definitely wake you up. Gray said to Leon very calmly. Then I have no choice but to knock you down first. Ice make ice dragon. Leon saw that Gray and the others refused to give way, so he immediately launched an attack on them. You, Jackal, and Storm will be left to you three, while Deliura and Liang Tianyu Sira will be dealt with by me. After walking out of the cave, Hui said to the Wolo people. No problem. Leave it to us. Come along. Hui glanced at Deliola and Liang Tianyu Sira and then walked away. Have you chosen a suitable cemetery for yourself? Deliura said viciously, and then followed him. Seeing this, Liang Tianyu Sira smiled slightly, followed Deliola, and followed Hui. Okay, that's it. About 500 meters away from where Wulu and the others were fighting, Hui stopped and said, before the battle begins, I have one more question to ask you, Liang Tianyu Sira. Just ask and I will consider whether to answer you. Why do you, Gate of Hades, want to recycle Deliura? Oh. Is that the problem? If you are strong enough, you will know later. Liang Tianyu Sira did not directly answer Hui's question. Okay, no more nonsense, I have reached the limit of my patience, Fai Bears Arian, go to hell. Deliura interrupted the conversation between the two, jumped up, and punched Hui. Since you are so eager to die, then I will help you. Hui saw Deliura attacking him, jumped into the air, and avoided Deliura's punch. At the same time, he used the fourth stage of Susanoo and stood on Susanoo's side. Head position, and then control the Susanoo giant to grab Deliura's arm, throw it hard, and throw Deliura out. I told you, your magic is of no use to me. After Hui threw Deliura out, he wanted to pursue the victory, but suddenly he felt a magic power invade his body, trying to control his actions, so he could only stop attacking Deliola and use this magic power to kick out. I can't control you, but I just need to be able to influence you, Sella said to Hui. Then I can only deal with you first. Hui controlled the Susanoo Titan and rushed towards Ryatenzuki Sira. Upon seeing this, Sira quickly backed away and controlled the surrounding stones to throw at Fai. Go to hell! Hui controlled Susanoo and caught up with Ryatenzuki Sira and was about to step on him. Suddenly, Deliura's roar came from behind Fai, and Fai quickly turned around. Roar! I saw Deliura spraying a magic beam from his mouth towards Hui. Boom! Fai, who had no time to dodge, was hit by Deliura's cannon. A huge explosion instantly occurred at Fai's position. The smoke and dust generated by the explosion completely enveloped Fai and Susanoo. Is he dead? Liang Tianyu Sarah asked as she looked at Deliura, who was walking over. It's impossible. He could have blocked my attack 10 years ago when this move was not so complete. Deliura carefully stared at the location of the explosion and answered Sira's question. By the way, aren't you ready to use your full strength? Deliura asked Sira. Let's take a look first before talking. At this time, a looming huge figure appeared in the smoke. A gust of wind blew by, and the smoke dispersed. Only Hui stood intact, and Susanoo did not even have a crack. Damn it, is the defense so strong? Although he knew that Hui's defense was extremely strong, Deliola still felt unbelievable when he saw Hui, who was unscathed. If you don't have any other trump cards, then die here. Drink. Hui controlled Susanoo to pull out the long sword from his waist and swept it forward. Then, as you wish. Liang Tianyu Sira jumped back to avoid this move and said to Hui. Command self-breakthrough. Liang Tianyu Sira's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a demon like Deliura appeared in Liang Tianyu Sira's position, exuding an extremely ominous and evil aura. P.S. On the 4th and 5th, I have to go back to my hometown to sweep graves, so we will change to 2 updates a day, and resume 3 updates on the 6th, please understand. Chapter 41. Demon? You are indeed not human. Hui looked at Liang Tianyu Sira and said, is this your trump card? Let me introduce myself again. I am Liang Tianyu Sira, one of the 9 ghost gates of the underworld. I am a demon in the Book of Ziref. Liang Tianyu Sira said to Hui calmly. Book of Ziref? No wonder you want to recycle Deliura. It seems that the Gate of Hades should be composed of demons from the Book of Ziref, right? Hui looked at the greatly changed Liang Tianyu Sira. As you said, the Gate of Hades is composed of demons from the Book of Ziref. Now, the second round is about to begin, letting you see what a real demon is. After Liang Yueshan Sara finished speaking, he glanced at Deliura. Deliura consciously stepped aside. The next battle was not something it could participate in. Oh? So I hope you don't disappoint me. Although Hui said this, he did not have any carelessness in his heart. Liang Tianyu Sira, who transformed into a demonic form in front of him, brought him great pressure, which was not comparable to Deliura at all. The demonic Sarah appeared in front of Fai in an instant, and punched Susanoo's body. Cracks appeared on Susanoo's body where Sarah had hit him, and Sarah transformed into a demon. The power of one punch is so terrifying. What? When Hui saw this, his pupils shrank, he was shocked, and he quickly stepped back. Spell Power Light. Sira didn't pause, but followed Hui's retreating steps and moved forward. She pressed her hands tightly against Susanoo's body and released a powerful shock wave. Boom! After a loud noise, another explosion occurred at Hui's position. The demonized Sira flipped twice in the air, and then fell to the ground after absorbing the impact of the explosion. Sira looked at the layer attached to her hands. frost, and then looked at Phi's position. He saw that Suzanu's body was already covered with cracks, and there was still a layer of armor made of frost attached to the outermost layer of Suzanu. Fai had already disappeared from it at this time. The top of Suzanu's head fell down, and he knelt down on one knee, breathing heavily. Ahem, I didn't expect to underestimate her in the end. Hui coughed up a mouthful of blood and thought with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for another layer of frost armor attached to the outermost layer of Suzanu at the last moment, I would have lost the ability to move now. Even so, he was still seriously injured. It seems that he can no longer consider the issue of consumption. Is it the same form we had when we first met, finally using all our strength? Suzukaitan Sira wanted to get rid of Hui in one go, but Hui did not give her this chance. Instead, he jumped on Suzanu's head again. The cracks on Suzanu's body were seen rapidly. Disappeared, and then two Suzanu's swords appeared on the waist, two wings slowly appeared on the back, and the armor on the body also tended to be perfect. So, let's continue. Hui said this to Suzukaitan Sira, then he pulled out the Suzanu sword from his waist and swept it forward. Seeing this, Suzukaitan Sira hurriedly dodged to the side. Phi's sword hit wherever he passed, a neat scratch appeared on all the objects, and they were split into two halves. The magic eye is open. After Liang Yueshan Sira avoided Hui's sword, the magic power in his eyes gathered and shot a laser towards Hui. Fai felt the power of this laser and did not dare to take it hard. He spread his wings behind his back and flew up in the sky. Hui looked at each other in the air, and then the two of them rushed towards each other and launched a fierce attack. Also fighting fiercely with jackals and storms. You? How are you? Tia and Kagura stood next to you and looked at Jackal and Storm warily. Because they didn't understand the magic of Jackal and Storm, you touched its body when they just fought with Jackal, and was used by Jackal with magic. Injured by the explosion. I'm fine, just slightly injured. You have to be careful, their magic is too weird. Be careful not to have direct physical contact with the Jackal. Uriudiya and Kagura warned. It seems that Sira has encountered a lot of trouble, transforming so quickly. The Jackal said after glancing at the battlefield of Liang Yueshan Sara and Hui. We don't need to take care of Sara, we just need to send all the enemies in front of us to Hades. Storm's deep voice came from under the hood, and then made a sound of unknown meaning. His body turned into a storm and attacked Tia and the others. Ice make Rose Garden. Tia did not dodge and chose to fight the storm. However, to Tia's surprise, the storm directly penetrated the rose garden she created and continued to attack her. Don't be afraid of Dai Tianxiang's style. Kagura saw that Tia could not avoid it at this time, so he swung a cross-shaped slash towards Tempest. Tempest felt the sharpness of Kagura's slash, and did not dare to take it hard, so he could only stop attacking Tia attack, made a 90-degree turn and flew into the sky, narrowly avoiding Kagura's attack. Remote blasting. At this time, the Jackal waved his right hand from behind, and the trees and rocks around the three of them exploded. The smoke and dust generated by the explosion immediately enveloped the three of Ulu. Seeing this, the Jackal rushed directly into the smoke, trying to blast three people from Ulu at close range. Don't be afraid of wearing the Tiangang style. As soon as the Jackal rushed into the smoke, he heard Kagura's voice. The ground suddenly shook, and then the soil under his feet splashed, lifting him out. The Jackal adjusted his body in the air, stabilized his body, and landed next to the storm. He looked at the figures of the three Ulu people shrouded in smoke and dust with vigilance, and did not continue to attack. P.S. On the 4th and 5th, I had to go back to my hometown to visit the tombs on the 4th and 5th, so it was changed to 2 updates a day. 3 updates will be resumed on the 6th, please understand. Chapter 42. At this time, in the previous cave. Gray, I told you that you are no match for me. I have already surpassed you. Leon, who was covered in injuries, looked down at the equally injured Gray who was half kneeling in front of him. Leon! Wake up, you are being used. The Gate of Hades just wants to use you to lift Delira's seal. Gray looked at Leon who still refused to give up and shouted. Gray, do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? In the past 10 years, I have worked hard to find partners and collect all kinds of knowledge, and finally discovered this island that can collect moonlight. 3 years ago, I, along with the people in Brago whose homes were destroyed by Delira, transported Delira here. Leon suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly to Gray. When I transported Delira away, the magic circle you set there had been destroyed, so from the beginning I knew that someone wanted to use me to unlock Delira's seal. But so what? My goal is just to hit Delira, so what if I am taken advantage of? Leon's voice gradually turned from low to high. Finally, Leon, who could not suppress his inner anger and rage, roared at Gray. Leon! You bastard! Natsu, who was fighting Toby and Yuka, suddenly forced the two of them back, then rushed over and punched Leon away. The people of Brago trust you and regard you as someone they can trust. However, you think that for your own selfish desires, you ignore their safety and insist on getting rid of Deliola even though you know that you are being used. The seal, now they all died in the hands of the Gate of Hades, are you satisfied? Natsu yelled at Leon angrily. Leon, do you remember what you said? She told us that in the Western countries, there were many more powerful magicians than her. After I joined Fairy Tale, I found that there were indeed many powerful magicians there, which I couldn't believe. There is no shame in not defeating Delira. You just hopes that we can grow up healthily and become powerful magicians who can protect our families and partners. Gray said to Leon. But, what's the point of saying this now? They are all dead, killed by the people from the Gate of Hades. Leon got up from the ground and yelled at Natsu and Gray. It's not too late, Leon, look behind you, aren't they also your partners? Gray pointed at Shirley, Yuka, and Toby, and then continued, and, there are me, Hui, Tia and Ulu, all of us are your partners. Leon, stop living in the past. Leon, if you still want to avenge those people in Brago who died at the Gate of Hades, come together. Seeing that Leon seemed to have given up on his previous idea, Gray extended an invitation to him, and then walked towards the outside of the cave. Snort. I didn't help you because of your invitation, I just helped you in order to avenge the people who died in Brago. Leon was silent for a while, then followed Gray outside with a proud look on his face. What does this mean? Do you want to continue fighting? Lucy, who was confronting Shirley, was confused when she saw this strange situation. When Shirley heard Lucy's words, she looked at Lucy with a look that looked like she was mentally retarded, and then followed with Yuka and Toby. Leon walked out. Lucy, your question is so stupid. Happy came out and looked down on Lucy at this time, and then followed Natsu and walked out. You stupid cat. Hey, wait for me. Lucy saw everyone was leaving and quickly followed. Hey, what's wrong with you, you're all just standing here. Aren't we going to help Hui and the others? Lucy, who finally walked out of the cave, saw Leon and others standing at the entrance of the cave with shocked faces, and Natsu and Gray were staring at one person in horror. How powerful is this strength? It turns out that I have always been the frog in the well, and I actually arrogantly thought that I had surpassed Hulu. Leon looked at the battlefield in front of him, and the sound revealed a bitter taste. At this time, not far from the entrance of the cave, the place where Ulu and the others fought with the jackals and storms was in a mess, and no intact place could be found. And farther away, where Liang Yueshan Sarah and Hui fought, an area of several hundred meters was razed to the ground. This is Urza. Lucy took a closer look and saw that the person following the demonized jackal and the others was none other than Urza, while the three Uru were on the side to prepare for her. It turned out that when Gray left the guild, Makalov had already sent people to look for Urza. Not long ago, Urza also came to this island, but found that the village on the island was deserted, and there was a fight going on here. Came here. When Urza arrived at the battlefield, Uru, Dia, and Kagura were already suppressed by the demonized Jackal and Storm, and they all had a lot of injuries. Although she was able to suppress Suzukaitan Sira and Deliura, she was unable to get rid of them and came to rescue Uru. Seeing this, Urza rushed into the battlefield without any nonsense, forcing the three of Uru to fight. The retreating Jackal and Tempest stopped. Hui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the three of Uru were supported by Urza, and he relaxed and launched an attack on Suzukaitan Sira and Deliura with all his strength. Chapter 43. Heavenly Wheel, the Sword of Chaos. Arasah stepped back after clashing with Tempest, and then controlled the countless sword lights that appeared behind her to launch a series of attacks against Tempest. Tempest once again let out a whisper of unknown meaning, and then his arms turned into a tornado and blew away all Urza's attacks. Exploding Spiral. At this time, the demon Jackal sneaked up from behind Urza. Dress up King Kong armor. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, Urza quickly changed out her armor with the strongest defense. Armor of Purgatory. Urza used the smoke produced by the explosion to cover up, put on a black armor with spikes, and then rushed out of the explosion with a serrated sword, slashing at Tempest, who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Tempest saw not daring to fight, she rolled around and dodged to the side. After Tempest dodged, Urza struck the ground with her sword, causing the ground to dent, with flying rocks and dust. It hit Urza's armor with a thud. Ice Make Shield. Suddenly, Uru formed a shield behind Urza, blocking the Jackal that wanted to attack on Urza's behalf. Gravity Suppression. Ice Make White Rose Garden. Urusha and Kagura took advantage of the chaos to come behind Tempest. After Kagura suppressed Tempest's actions with gravity, Dia launched an attack on Tempest. Seeing that he was suppressed by gravity and unable to move, Tempest let out a whisper again, and the ice roses that had attacked him exploded one after another, without causing any harm to him. Hateful. What kind of magic did he use? When Tia saw this, she was very angry. The roar of the fire dragon. At this time, Natsu and others who had been watching the battle for a while picked their opponents and rushed into the battlefield. Natsu took the lead and launched an attack on the Jackal. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Without any pause, after the Jackal avoided Natsu's roar, Natsu launched a second round of attacks towards the Jackal. Natsu! Stop, don't have any contact with him. Wollo shouted at the side when he saw this. Ah! It's too late. Touch to explode. When Jackal saw Natsu rushing towards him, instead of dodging, he rushed forward, took the initiative to make physical contact with Natsu, and then activated his magic to blow Natsu away. Natsu! Hateful! The armor of Emperor Yan. Urza was extremely angry when she saw Natsu being blown away by the Jackal. She didn't know whether he was alive or dead. She put on a red armor with black patterns and attacked the Jackal with a flaming sword. Ice Make Ice Dragon. Ice Make Ice Cannon. While Natsu was attacking the Jackal, Gray and Leon also came to the battlefield between Fai and Suzukaitan Sira, and launched an attack on Deliura, who was watching the battle and making sneak attacks on Fai from time to time. Unexpectedly, we would join forces to deal with Deliura at this moment. Gray said to Leon. Humph, please stop holding me back. Hearing Gray's words, Leon snorted coldly. Hateful. When Deliura noticed the movement behind him, it was too late to dodge, so he could only withstand Gray and Leon's attacks. Roar. After Deliura was attacked, he roared in pain, and then sprayed a light cannon towards Leon and Gray's position. Leon and Gray quickly dodged to the side. After dodging, Leon and Gray continued to move towards attack with Deliura. Haha, Liang Yueshan Sira, what should you do now? Hui saw Gray solving Leon's problem and besieging Deliura with Leon. He chuckled and looked at Liang Yuesh and Sarah and said. At this time, Hui was exhausted and was also injured. Susanoo could no longer maintain his complete form. Although Huano kept suppressing Suzukite Sira, he was unable to completely defeat her, and Deliura also attacked him from time to time. Caused a lot of trouble. Damn it! Lianjiahu Tian Sira, who was already suppressed by Hui, looked very embarrassed. She didn't expect that she and Deliura, who had been transformed into demons, could not defeat Hui even if they joined forces. Instead, they were still suppressed by Hui. Now she seeing that Deliola was entangled with Leon and Gray again, Liang Yuesh and Sira had already begun to think about quitting. Cursed light. After Liang Yuesh and Sira released a magic shock wave towards Hui, while Hui was dodging, he flew in the direction of Jackal and the others. Don't even think about escaping. Hui saw this and quickly summoned the 4th stage Susanoo, pulled out the Susanoo sword from his waist, and waved it in the direction of Suzukite Sira. The magic eye is open. Liang Yuesh and Sira did not dodge, but used the magic eye to release a laser and hit Hui head-on. Liang Yuesh and Sira was like a kite with its string broken, vomiting blood and taking advantage of this collision. Fly towards the jackals and the others at a faster speed. Jackal. Execute plan number 2. Liang Yuesh and Sira called to Jackal when he arrived. Drink. The Jackal heard Liang Yuesh and Sira's words and shouted loudly. Boom. 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 Hui was chasing Lianjiahu Tian Sira, but an explosion suddenly happened around him. No, except for the 3 people from the Gate of Hades and Deliura, there was an explosion around everyone. Jackal, Hui and others, all the objects around me exploded. Let's go. Liang Yuesh and Sira saw that Hui and the others were no longer able to control them at this time, and quickly called Jackal, Storm and Deliura to retreat. I said, I'm going to keep you all here today, don't even think about running away. Seeing that Sira and others were trying to escape, Hui rushed towards them through the explosion area. During the sprint, Huey's left eye flashed with light, and a long sword with a golden hilt slowly appeared in his hand. Film. Hateful. Still not working. Suddenly, blood spurted out from Huey's left eye, and the construction of the long sword came to a halt. Even though Hui tried his best to squeeze the magic power in his body, trying to forcefully construct the sword in his hand, but after repeated battles, Hui couldn't. After a while, when Sira and the others were about to escape from Karna Island, Hui looked at the long sword disappearing in his hand and had no choice but to give up and kill everyone at the Gate of Hades. Idea of elimination. Brother, how's it going? When Hui walked back, he happened to meet Urza and everyone who were rushing here because the explosion was over. Let them run away. In the end, Hui, who still couldn't keep Deliola, was very frustrated. There's nothing you can do about it. Their magic is too weird. Hui, don't blame yourself too much. Wolo comforted Hui. Brother, what should we do next? Urza continued to ask. Well, let's first inform the previous residents of the island. If they still want to live here, we can help them rebuild their homes with money. Hui looked at Karna Island, which was mostly destroyed as if it had been hit by a natural disaster. After pondering for a while, he said. Then I will bring them back now. Chapter 44. Karna Island, among the ruins after Hui and others fought against the Gate of Hades. Hui is holding a contact crystal in his hand at the moment. President, this is what happened. Although there were some accidents, fortunately there were no casualties. Hui sat on a stone and said to the crystal ball. I didn't expect that an S-level mission would have so many changes. Fortunately, your purpose this time happens to be similar to Natsu and the others. Otherwise, I really don't know what would happen now. When they come back, I will punish them severely. It's so ignorant. Makarov's voice came from the crystal ball. I also think that Natsu needs to be taught a lesson, he is too reckless. FAI strongly agreed with Makarov's words. Also, I have already reported this matter to the council before contacting you. The council means to ignore this matter for the time being, so as to avoid the Gate of Hades. I didn't expect that the Council of Nyota would actually be afraid of someone. Dark Guild. Hui said to Makarov angrily. The council naturally has their considerations. After all, Gate of Hades is not an ordinary dark guild. As the most mysterious and powerful part of the Balam Alliance, they have appeared in front of the world only a handful of times. Every time they appear, they have caused immeasurable losses to the Alliance of Light. However, what I didn't expect was that their entire guild was actually composed of demons from the Book of Zeref. This was really bad news. Makarov comforted Hui. Are you planning to return to the guild directly next? After Makarov finished speaking, he asked Hui. Tia and Kagura will follow Urza and the others directly back to the guild, while I will go directly to the spiritual peak Zonia to detect the magic power fluctuation that the council has always been concerned about. Then you have to be careful. I got a lot of information from other guild leaders. The unknown magic appeared very suddenly. When it appeared, it destroyed several nearby peaks, and then the magic stayed there for a long time. It has not dispersed, and no one who came close, including the magicians, has ever returned. The difficulty of this mission is comparable to that of a 10-year mission. Makarov warned. I understand, President, I will be careful. I have completed the 10-year mission. Don't worry. If there is nothing else, then I will deal with the follow-up matters on Karna Island first. After Hui reported everything, he saw that Urza had brought the residents of the island over, so he cut off contact and put away the crystal ball. Brother, have you finished contacting the president? Urza saw Hui standing up and walked over and asked. Well, I have already told the president what happened. Hui answered Urza and then looked at the village chief Mocha. I'm really sorry for destroying your home like this. If you have any requests, just ask us. We will definitely satisfy you if we can do it. Please don't say that. We should thank you. Life is more precious than home. Without you, we still don't know that such a powerful enemy is coming to the island. After they achieve their goal, they will not let us go. Village Chief Mocha did not blame Hui. Now we just need to rebuild our home, which is a blessing among misfortunes. Thank you for your understanding. If you need help, just come to Fairy Tale and find me. I will definitely do my best to help you. At this time, not far from Hui. Ulu, I'm sorry for causing you such a big trouble. And because of my willfulness, all the people in Brago died at the hands of the Gate of Hades. Leon looked guilty. Leon, it's over now, so don't blame yourself anymore. I think, after this time, you should realize how big the world is. There are many strong people, and the strength of the strong is far beyond yours. Imagine, don't keep your eyes on the past, but look to the future. You didn't blame Leon, but comforted him. Yes, I understand. So what are you going to do next? Wolo saw that Leon had listened to his words and continued to ask. Later, Gray, it's nice to join the guild. Leon looked at the sky and suddenly asked. Well, everyone in the guild is a very good person, and I am very happy. I decided that after leaving Karna Island, I would go to the scales of the Snake Princess with Shirley. Leon looked at the 3 Shirleys behind him and made a decision. Ulu, what about you? What are you going to do? I'm happy for you that you made this decision. As for me, I have decided that after leaving Karna Island this time, I will go to Magnolia with Tia and the others to join Fairy Tale. After all, Tia and I have spent less time together and more separation over the years. Great, you, have you told Tia and the others this news? When Gray heard what Ulu said, he jumped up excitedly. Not yet, I just decided. Gray, please give me more advice in the future. Ulu looked at Gray with a smile. How was your chat? We've already dealt with it here. After Hui finished chatting with the village chief, he brought Tia, Kagura and Urza over. FAI, URU has decided to join Fairy Tale. Gray looked at Hui and the four of them and said excitedly. Really, URU? Before Hui could say anything, Tia rushed to ask Ulu. Well, it's true, Leon has also decided to join the scales of the Snake Princess. That's great. We can live together again from now on. Tia was very happy when she heard Ulu's affirmative answer. The president will definitely be very happy when he hears this news. Hui smiled slightly from the side. Hui, when are we going back? Tia can't wait to return to the guild. I'm not ready to go back just yet. I still have to complete the task assigned to me by the council. Tia, you can just go back with Urza. Urza, how did you come to Karna Island before? After Hui told Tia his plan, he asked Urza. I captured a pirate ship that tried to rob me. We can take that ship back to Harujun. Pirate ship? Lucy was frightened by Urza's words, and Leon and others looked at Urza as if they were monsters. As expected of Urza. Gray sighed from the side. Since there is a boat, let's rest for one night and return tomorrow. Hui made a decision after listening to Urza's words. No problem. Chapter 45. 2 days later, at the foot of Lingfeng's Waniya mountain. It's really spectacular, and with such abundant magic power, it is worthy of the title of Lingfeng. Hui stood at the foot of the mountain, looked up at the peaks towering into the clouds, and sighed. This dark and destructive magic power should be the unknown magic power that suddenly appeared as mentioned by the council. After so many days, it still makes me feel so depressed even from such a distance. How is that? So powerful. Hui felt the residual magic power on the mountainside and immediately became alert. Hiss! This is... After Hui reached the mountainside, he saw a pit about 100 meters deep suddenly appeared in front of him, and took a breath of air. There are no traces of a battle. It was just a magic that caused this pothole. How powerful is this magic, and who is the person who uses this magic? Hui carefully explored the surroundings of the pothole, but he became more and more frightened. There is also this extremely pure dark magic power. Even Ziref's demon has never felt such pure darkness. After Hui compared this magical aura with the aura of Liang Yueshan Sira after becoming a demon, he found that even the demons in the book of Ziref did not have such a pure dark aura. Could it be that it's him? A name suddenly appeared in Hui's mind, Akunalalaya, the black dragon that destroyed the world in the book of Revelation. That is... Hui was thinking as he continued to explore along the pothole. Suddenly, Hui saw a man lying unconscious on the ground in front of him. He had extremely bright orange-red hair and half of his body was still buried in the soil. This is Gildarts. Hui stepped forward and immediately recognized this person's identity. He is Fairy Tale's oldest S-class mage, Gildas. He left the guild 3 years ago after accepting a century-old mission. He has not yet left the guild. Return. His left hand and left foot have suffered incurable injuries, and his internal organs have also been damaged. There are still several residual dark magic powers in his body that are causing continuous damage to his body. Hui checked Gildas's condition and felt heavier in his heart. If it weren't for his powerful magic power, he would probably be a corpse now. He had to be sent to a nearby town for treatment. This level of injury was beyond my ability to handle. Hui carefully carried Gildas on his back and walked down the mountain. Speaker Crawford, this is what I found, because there are no other clues nearby, and Gildas's injury is too serious and urgently needs treatment, so I ended the mission early. When night fell, Hui took Gildarts to a town near Lingfeng Zonia for treatment, and then immediately contacted Speaker Crawford and told him all the news he had discovered this time. I personally think this is caused by the Black Dragon in the Book of Revelation. Apart from it, I really can't think of anyone else who has such strength and such pure dark magic power. Kunalaya? First, the Gate of Hades, whose whereabouts have always been a mystery, and then Kunalaya. It has been such an eventful time. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. I need to discuss it with other council members now. Speaker Crawford sighed after hearing Huey's report, and then disconnected. Gate of Hades, and Kunalaya. Huey pondered for a while, and then walked into the hotel without thinking any more. Gildarts. Huey walked into the room, looked at Gildarts who was still unconscious on the bed, and remembered the past 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in the forest outside Magnolia City. Gildarts. I challenge you. 16-year-old Huey shouted towards Gildarts who was about to set off on a century-old mission. Oh, it's Huey boy. When did you become like Natsu? You are going to challenge a century-old mission this time. Although I have never doubted that you will fail with your strength, but you don't know when you will come back after leaving. I challenge you today just to confirm whether there is still any relationship between you and me. How much difference is there? Are you serious? Kildas looked at Huey who looked serious and confirmed again. Go for it with all your strength, Gildarts. Ice make. Huey, who was about to take action, suddenly shrank his pupils, and his whole body started to tremble when he saw Gildarts in front of him. Magic released. I saw a soaring magic power appearing on Gildarts' body. I suddenly felt a great sense of oppression when facing Gildarts. This sense of oppression made him lose the courage to even take action. Huey, I hope you understand that judging whether a person is strong does not rely solely on strength, but on having a strong heart. Strength is only superficial strength. Gildas said, looking at Huey who had not made any move. You and Natsu are different. Natsu has never understood what fear is. His personality means that he will never lack courage. But you are different, Huey, you are too rational, your courage is only based on your strong strength. Didn't you lose that indomitable momentum after you brought Urza back? I get it, Gildarts. After hearing Gildarts' words, Huey was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, one move will determine the outcome. Ice make holy sword. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day. Huey, you saved me. Suddenly, a weak voice came, interrupting Huey's memories. Gildarts, you're awake. How are you feeling now? Seeing that Gildarts had woken up, Huey hurriedly walked over and asked. I am very satisfied if I can take back this life. Gildarts smiled bitterly. What on earth did you encounter? With your strength, you were actually injured like this? Huey asked Gildas with a solemn expression. Dragon, a black dragon with patterns on its body. Is it really him? Huey, do you know who it is? Gildas saw that Huey seemed to know the identity of the dragon who had beaten him into such a shape, and quickly asked. Kurolia, the world-destroying black dragon, every appearance represents the end of an era. Huey didn't sell it and explained directly to Gildas. It turned out to be it. It seems that I am lucky to survive this time. When Gildas heard Huey's words, he could only take pleasure in the misery. Now that you are out of danger, I'm relieved and I'm going to rest first. Don't move around now. It will take some time for your injuries to recover. Huey said and returned to his room. Chapter 46. The next day. Gildarts, I brought you breakfast. Huey walked into Gildarts' room with a bag of breakfast in his hand, and then helped him up. Thank you for your hard work, Huey. Gildas thanked. Don't be so polite to me, just eat it quickly. By the way, how is your century-old mission going? Huey said, looking at Gildarts who was devouring his food. I failed. I was going to the mission location this time, and then I encountered this black dragon. I was beaten into what I am now by the black dragon in one encounter. Gildarts sighed. Are you messing around with others during the mission again? It actually took you 3 years to get to the mission location. Huey, who knew Gildarts's temper very well, immediately knew why Gildarts took 3 years to go to the mission location. Ha 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 ha. Gildarts, who was seen through by Hui, smiled awkwardly. Hui, are you okay? Stayed here with me for so many days. More than a week later, Gildarts was able to walk on the ground. On this day, Gildarts got up early in the morning to get used to the new prosthetic leg, and then asked Hui beside him. Well, Deliura has been taken away by the people from the Gate of Hades, so it's not something I can handle. The council asked me to detect the sudden magic fluctuations in the spiritual peak Zania. Now I know it's Akuno. I have also reported Lulia's masterpiece to the council, so there is nothing left for me to do now. Hui replied boredly from the side. Suddenly, the contact crystal ball on Huey's body lit up, and Myra's figure appeared in it. Myra, what's wrong? Hui looked at Myra, who suddenly contacted him. Hui, where are you now? Can you come back now? Mila's tired voice came from the crystal ball. I am still in the town at the foot of Lingfeng Mountain. What happened? Hui glanced at Gildas and saw that Gildas shook his head at him, so he did not tell Myra about Gildas. He is the ruler of ghosts. The ruler of ghosts? What happened to them? Hui was very confused. They attacked the guild, and the guild leader's magic was eliminated by them. Now Ms. Polyasica is healing him. What? How dare they? Myra, tell me everything that happened. Hui was furious when he heard Myra's words, and asked Myra what happened with a livid face. Things started 2 days ago. Myra told Hui what happened one by one. 2 nights ago, the Iron Dragon Gajil, the ruler of ghosts, attacked Fairy Tale, which was already deserted at that time. Yesterday, after Urza and the others returned from their mission, they looked at the guild destroyed by Gajil. Natsu wanted to start a war with the ruler of ghosts, but the president and I stopped him. For safety reasons, the president asked us not to act alone. However, just last night, Lebi, Salusuk, and Troy were attacked by Gajil on their way home. They were beaten so badly that they were nailed to a tree in the South Park. President, after seeing it, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he decided to go to war with the ghost. When we were fighting the ghost's magicians, the president went to find the ghost's president Joseph alone, but he fell into his trick and was wiped out of all the magic power in his body by Alia, one of the 4 elements. Moreover, when we fought against the ghosts, they also wanted to capture Lucy. If Kagura hadn't been next to Lucy at the time, their purpose would have succeeded. Why do they want to arrest Lucy, Uru, and Dia, as well as Laxus and Mr. After Myra finished speaking, Hui asked Myra. Lucy is the daughter of the Heartfilia conglomerate and the future sole heir of the Heartfilia consortium. She escaped from home secretly. This time, her father entrusted the ghost to take her back. Uru and Dia took Melty on a mission, and they can't be contacted now. The same is true for Mr. and Laxus refuses to come back to help. FAI, when will you come back? Everyone in the guild is injured now. I really don't know what to do. After Myra finished speaking, she could no longer hide her sadness, and tears came out. Myra, don't worry, I'll be back right away, please let Lucy come over first. Hui comforted Myra and asked Myra to find Lucy. Lucy, don't feel guilty. This is not just because of you. The relationship between us and the ghosts has never been harmonious. 6 years ago, at a regular meeting, Joseph was defeated by the president, even without you. Sooner or later there will be a battle between us. In my opinion, you are not the eldest daughter of Heartfilia, you are you, the Lucy who can take adventures with us, laugh and make noise in the guild, and keep complaining about the smallest things. Now, Lucy, you like Fairy Tale, right? Hui looked at Lucy, who was crying with guilt, and comforted her. Since you like it, just stay in Fairy Tale and leave everything else to us. I understand, Hui, thank you. After listening to Huey's words, Lucy let go of the burden in her heart. Since you're fine, let's leave it at that for now, and let's talk about everything after I come back. After Hui said that, he disconnected the contact. Gildarts, you heard it too. I won't be able to accompany you next. I have to rush back to the guild immediately. Hui said to Gildarts after disconnecting the contact. Well, I have no problem, Hui, you should go back to the guild as soon as possible. Be careful, the ghost is not a simple enemy. Well, I understand. Just take good care of yourself and leave the guild affairs to me. Hui waved goodbye to Gildas and walked out of the hotel. Chapter 47. After leaving the hotel, FAI did not choose transportation such as a train or a magic four-wheeler to return to the guild, but left the town directly. After leaving the town, FAI directly used the complete Susanoo, then jumped into the air and flew rapidly towards Magnolia regardless of the consumption of magic power. Just when Hui was still on the way back to Magnolia, in the forest east of Magnolia, in the wooden house where Polycycle lived. Snapped. Polycycle looked at Makarov, who was lying on the bed with a livid face and was still in a coma, and suddenly gave him a slap in the face. What are you doing? How could you treat the injured president like this? Biska and Arzuk, who were standing aside with worried faces, saw Polycycle's actions and stepped forward to question Polycycle. I can't stand it when you're so old and still acting like this, for something like this to happen. Polycycle ignored Bizika and Alzak's accusations, but said to the unconscious Makarov. How long are you going to stay here? Why don't you go back quickly? Polycycle suddenly yelled at Bizika and Alzak, who were standing aside. However, the president's current injury, please let us stay and take care of him. Biska and Arzuk, who were startled by Polycycle, were very worried about Makarov's current situation, so they asked Polycycle to stay and take care of Makarov. Let's go back. Your sad faces are of no use to patients. Polycycle did not continue to yell at the two of them, but said to them calmly. This should be a magic that belongs to the wind system. Drain, or depletion, is a terrible magic that can cause the opponent's magic power to drain. The magic power that is forced out will float in the air and eventually disappear. If Makarov's lost magic power could be recovered, he would soon be able to recover. Yet, we will let everyone know when we get back. Biska and Arzuk suddenly realized after hearing what Polycycle said. Why haven't you left yet? After being quiet for a while, Polycycle suddenly yelled at Bizika and Alzak again. Didn't you just tell us specifically? Biska and Arzuk were once again startled by Polycycle's sudden attack. Come back quickly, I don't want to see you humans. Polycycle took a broom and started chasing people away. Biska and Alzak hurriedly left the hut where Polycycle lived. At this time, the fairy tale guild's underground floor. I was so angry, I never dreamed we would retreat. I'm really unwilling to give in. I haven't even avenged the guild and Libby yet. Hateful. After everyone who was seriously injured returned to the guild, they were very angry. No. I can't figure out Mistgun's whereabouts. Kana threw the card in her hand angrily. Myra, what happened to you? You and Tia still couldn't get in touch. Laxus refused to come back to help, and Hui was already on his way back. Myra said to Kana with a tired look on her face. Laxus is such a bastard. But it's good news that I contacted Hui. Now that the guild leader is seriously injured, the ghost's target is Lucy, so Kagura must protect her and not participate in the battle. Everyone in the guild is also injured. If the ghost attacks at this time, the situation will be very bad. Mila had a worried look on her face. It doesn't matter to me, you don't need to protect me. All this happened because of me, I want to fight with everyone. Lucy heard Myra's words from the side and said hurriedly. Not so, Lucy. Hui also told you before that there has always been an irreconcilable conflict between us and the ghosts, and there will be a battle sooner or later. No one in the guild thinks that you are responsible for all this. They are just doing it for the injured companions, for the guild, and to protect you. Everyone is very proud of this war, so you should just listen to me." After Myra finished speaking, she raised her hand to hypnotize Lucy. Snapped. Myra looked puzzled at Kagura, who suddenly stopped her. "Myra, my brother will not allow you to do this. Lucy is a member of the guild. She has the qualifications and the obligation to fight for the guild. What's more, even if everyone doesn't mind this time, what about next time?" Kagura slapped Myra's hand away and stood in front of Lucy and said to Myra. "But. No but, I believe my brother will agree with my decision." Kagura was very determined. "Besides, I will protect Lucy and won't let her be captured by the ghost." "Now that you've decided, so be it," Myra said after staring at Kagura for a while. Time soon came to the afternoon. At this time, everyone was still resting in the guild, and Urza went to clean up the traces left by the previous battle after finishing dealing with the guild's affairs. Suddenly, a violent vibration came over, and the people in the guild ran out one after another, only to see an object with 6 metal legs carrying a ghostly dominator guild in the river outside Magnolia City. The heraldic building slowly walks towards Fairy Tale. It's the Ghosts Guild headquarters. It's really unbelievable that those guys would attack in this way. After feeling the shock, Urza quickly changed her clothes and rushed out. She looked at the building in front of her and said in shock. At this time, at the top of the ghost headquarters, a barrel stretched out. "Magical cluster cannon Jupiter, get ready, I want Fairy Tale to become history. P.S. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow. It will definitely explode on the day it is put on the shelves. After that, it will resume the daily update of 3 times. At least 3 updates unless there are special circumstances. Because this is also my first book, there are many shortcomings. I hope everyone can raise it." Chapter 48. Oops, it's Jupiter. Everyone, get down. Urza looked at the cannon barrel that was gathering magic power, her pupils shrank sharply, she quickly shouted at the guild people, and then rushed out. "Urza! What you up to?" Myra hurriedly shouted when she saw Urza rushing to the front of the guild. "Urza, don't be impulsive." Kagura saw the light shining on Urza and immediately knew what she wanted to do. "I won't let you destroy the guild." I saw Urza put on a heavy armor, holding half a shield in each hand. "That is, diamond armor!" Habi exclaimed when he saw the armor appearing on Urza. "Does she want to block it with her body? Even if it is armor with super high defense power, it is absolutely impossible to block Jupiter. Don't be impulsive, Urza. You'll die if you do this." Biska and others shouted towards Urza. "Get down." At this moment, Jupiter launched. Urza yelled and put the shields in her hands together in front of her. Urza. At this moment, everyone felt like time had frozen. Suddenly, Kagura looked back behind her as if feeling something. "That is." Gray looked at the giant figure that suddenly appeared in the sky and shouted. After hearing this, everyone looked towards the sky. "It's my brother. Brother is back!" Kagura shouted, looking at the familiar figure in the sky. At the moment when Jupiter was about to hit Urza, FAI controlled Susanoo and landed in front of Urza, blocking the Jupiter for her. "Elder brother!" Urza shouted in surprise as she watched FAI falling from the sky. "Urza, stay back!" Hui shouted without looking back after blocking Jupiter for Urza, and then was pushed back by Jupiter. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on Susanoo's body, and then in the next moment, Jupiter collapsed under the impact, and Jupiter disappeared due to exhaustion of magic power. After Susanoo was defeated by Jupiter, FAI fell from the air. Urza quickly stepped forward to catch FAI. After Urza stabilized her body with help, she suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. "Hui! Brother, how are you?" Everyone saw Hui vomiting blood and rushed forward one after another. "I'm fine, I just flew back all the way from Ling Feng's Wania and overdrawn my magic power. Although Huey's voice was extremely calm, his face revealed exhaustion that was difficult to conceal. What? Hui, you actually flew back directly. Everyone in the guild was shocked when they heard Huey's words. Hateful. Fai bears Aryan. You deserve to die. At this time, the angry voice of Joseph, the president of the Ghost, came from the Ghost headquarters. Now that Makarov and you have lost the ability to fight, who can you count on? You have no chance. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia, now. You are joking. Which guild would give away its companions to the enemy? Stop dreaming. Lucy is our guild mate. Get back here. That's right, go back. Everyone, when Lucy heard the words of her guild mates, she couldn't control herself and shed tears. If you want me to betray my partner, you might as well kill me. Elsa yelled at Joseph. Joseph, you heard it all. This is our answer. Never change. Hui stood up slowly and said firmly to the Ghost Guild headquarters, you want to fight? Then fight. We will definitely knock you out. Chapter 49. Snort. In this case, just take another extra large Jupiter. During the 15 minutes of loading, just struggle with fear. When Joseph heard that Hui and the others still refused his request under such circumstances, Joseph was furious and shouted frantically. What? Can Jupiter launch again? Joseph's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Kana and others to the spot. Hui. Hui heard Joseph's words and took 2 trembling steps forward. Myra and Urza quickly stepped forward to support him. Damn it, if Hui was in a complete state, he might still be able to block Jupiter, but now that he has rushed all the way back, his magic power has been exhausted, and it is already very difficult to block the previous shot. Gray thought as he looked back at Hui, who was struggling to even stand. What is that? After Gray heard the sound, he quickly looked in the direction of the Ghost's headquarters and saw countless ghost soldiers flying out from the Ghost's headquarters. Go to hell, fairy tale. You have only 2 ways to go now, either be wiped out by my army or be wiped out by Jupiter. Joseph's deep voice came from the Ghost's castle again. I can't believe he actually wants to use Jupiter to destroy his men and us. When Macau heard what Joseph said, he couldn't believe it. He was threatening, there was no way he would launch it. Wakaba comforted himself on the side. No, he will. Kana's words broke their illusions, that's Joseph's magic. The ghost soldiers are not real humans. They are ghost soldiers created by Joseph's magic. It seems we have to deal with Jupiter first. Then I'll go and destroy it. Don't I have 15 minutes to sort it out? Natsu yelled. Habi. Like when Habi heard Natsu's voice, he immediately spread his wings and flew Natsu towards the Jupiter gun barrel at the top of Ghost Castle. Elfman, Gray, I'm coming too. Urza saw Natsu starting to take action, and she also called Gray and Elfman to rush towards the Ghost's castle. Let us protect the guild. Myra, take Hui first to rest. Kana said to Myra. Please, Kana. After saying that, Myra helped Hui walk into the dilapidated guild. Hui, how are you doing now? Myra asked after helping Hui to a chair and leaning on it. Fortunately, it is very laborious to mobilize the magic power. Sorry, even if I rushed back, I couldn't help. Hui felt the condition of his body and said to Myra with shame. Hui, don't think so. If it weren't for you, Urza might have died just now, and the guild would have been completely destroyed by the ghost. Myra saw Huey's extremely low mood and comforted him in a low voice. At this time, Habi had already brought Natsu to the magic cluster cannon that fired Jupiter, but no matter how Natsu attacked, he could not attack the magic cluster cannon. Cluster cannons cause even a small amount of damage. Judging from the situation, I'm afraid it will have to be destroyed from within. Habi said as he looked at Natsu, who was trying his best to attack the magic cluster cannon but with no results. Great idea, hubby, let's go. When Natsu heard Habi's words, he immediately jumped into the barrel of the magic cluster cannon and rushed into the castle along the barrel. There are 11 minutes left until launch from Jupiter. After Natsu rushed into the castle, he heard a mechanical voice announcing the countdown to Jupiter's launch. What the hell is this? Natsu said in shock as he looked at the huge crystal ball in front of him. It seems that it is like a magic crystal that collects magic power. The magic cluster cannon actually fires not bullets, but compressed magic power. Habi explained to Natsu. I don't understand what you are saying. Anyway, just destroy this place. This is what I am good at. Natsu didn't understand what Habi said, but he understood that as long as this magic crystal is destroyed, Jupiter will no longer be able to launch. I won't let you succeed. Suddenly a man dressed as a ninja walked out next to the crystal ball. Someone is watching. Habi looked at the person who suddenly walked out and shouted. What does it matter? Just get rid of the troublesome guy. Natsu said, then rushed down and attacked the person dressed as a ninja. There is no time left. Anyone who is in the way should get out of my way. Natsu's hand was filled with flames, and he hit the people below. Bang! Natsu, what on earth are you doing? Habi shouted when he saw Natsu punching him out suddenly. No, my body won't obey me. People who get in the way, it should be you. The magician dressed as a ninja looked at Natsu with a haughty expression. There are still 10 minutes until the Jupiter launch. At this time, at the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild, everyone from Fairy Tale was having a fierce battle with Joseph's ghost soldiers. Damn it, it's just endless. Bisksa complained. Hold on a little longer, Bisksa, we must defend the guild no matter what. No matter what, we must defend the guild. These guys don't understand the pain of a friend being injured, nor the anger of a guild being destroyed. Our guild must not be destroyed by such guys. Kana said to Bisksa. Chapter 50. 7 minutes left until Jupiter launch. Get out of here. I must destroy this cannon. Natsu yelled at the magician dressed as a ninja. Didn't I say that I won't let you succeed? There's no time left. Stop being so verbose. After Natsu said that, he launched another attack on the person in front of him, but in the middle of the attack, he still punched himself back. Damn it, it hurts so much, what the hell is going on? Natsu got up from the ground and stopped attacking recklessly. 6 minutes until Jupiter launch. I am Usagi Maru, who is responsible for controlling the fire element among the 4 elements. All the flames in the world are under my control. Whether they are enemy flames or natural flames, all flames belong to me. The man dressed as a ninja introduced himself. 5 minutes until Jupiter launch. Natsu, no luck, Jupiter is starting to move. With the 5-minute countdown to Jupiter's launch, Jupiter's magic crystal that stores magic power began to operate. Habibi was very anxious when he saw the situation at this moment. I see. Look at me destroying Jupiter right away. You won't stand a chance, take advantage of me. Blue flame. Udomaru didn't have a chance for Natsu to react. A magic circle immediately appeared in his hand and sprayed blue flames towards Natsu. It's so cold. This is the first time I've tasted this kind of fire. In Usagi Maru's surprised eyes, Natsu ate his flames. I see, you are the fire dragon slayer of Fairy Tale, so it's unlucky for us to meet each other. Usagi Maru looked at Natsu's confused eyes and continued, because fire is ineffective on both of us. You think you have the final say? Try this trick of mine. After saying that, Natsu's mouth bulged. I've said it before, it's impossible to hit me with fire. All flames are under my control. Usagi Maru saw Natsu's action, stretched out his hands, and a magic circle appeared in front of his palms. Fire dragon, saliva. Natsu suddenly spat at Usagimaru. Ha 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 ha, you have been fooled. 2 minutes left until Jupiter launch. Natsu. Please stop playing. Jupiter is about to launch. Habi saw Natsu's actions. He went up and pulled Natsu's face and said, Hubby, be quiet, I get it. At this time, Hui and Myra, who were resting in the guild, saw that the magic power of Jupiter's muzzle was getting stronger and stronger, and Hui stood up. Hui? This is you? Myra asked, looking at Hui, who was getting up. We need to prepare for the worst, Natsu might fail. Hui said to Myra as he walked towards the outside of the guild. But, Hui, your current situation. I have rested for a long time, and now I have no problem using magic. Myra, you don't want to watch the guild be destroyed, do you? Sorry, Hui, I can't help you at all. Myra looked at Hui and shed tears, thinking of her powerlessness at the moment. Myra, do you remember what I told you? Lisana is not dead. Myra, please get out of the shadow of the past as soon as possible. I still want to see the style of Demon Myra. Hui comforted Myra and then walked out of the guild and came to the front of the guild. Hui, what are you doing? Kana was very surprised when she saw Hui coming out. At this moment, inside the castle, on the launch pad of Jupiter. 30 seconds left until Jupiter launches. This is my flame, you are absolutely not allowed to touch it. A flame vortex appeared on each of Natsu's left and right hands. Then Natsu gathered the flame vortexes in both hands together and threw them in the direction of Usagimaru. What? Unable to control. Usagimaru tried to control Natsu's flames but failed. This is anti-control. Did he just learn this trick? It means nothing if you miss. After the control failed, Usagimaru quickly hid to the side. What? Usagimaru dodged the flames and saw the flames hitting Jupiter's magic crystal that stores magic power. I never targeted you from the beginning. Natsu increased the output of his magic power and shattered the magic crystal in one fell swoop. After the magic crystal was broken by Natsu, Jupiter's barrel exploded instantly. Natsu, I really have you. Fai, who was standing in front of the guild gathering his magic power and preparing to resist Jupiter again, saw Jupiter explode and knew that Natsu had succeeded. Damn brats, you actually let you destroy Jupiter. Joseph saw that Jupiter was destroyed, stood up, and then ordered to the people on the side, hurry up and let the giant stand up. I want the damn goblin to know what despair is. My flame will never be controlled by you again. Natsu held the gas flame in his hand and was about to attack Usagimaru again. Suddenly, the castle began to shake. Natsu couldn't maintain his balance and fell out. What's wrong? What do you want to do this time? Lucky said as she looked at the ghost's castle that was changing violently in front of her. It's the magical titan. Loki shouted, looking at the changing castle. Beg as much as you can, kid, and I'll show you how much you weigh. Then be destroyed in despair. Joseph's voice came out from the standing magic giant. Then, the magic giant's arms began to move, drawing a huge magic circle in the air. This is... Hui and Myra shrank when they saw the magic circle depicted by the giant. Forbidden magic, purgatory shattered.